Chapter 240. At the peak of Kunlun Mountain. The majestic war god temple emerged from the depths of the void, and a terrifying pressure quickly spread, enveloping the entire Kunlun Mountain in an instant. This war god temple doesn't seem to have left this world, but is hidden in the depths of space and will only appear at a specific time? Su Qin looked solemn. Just now he had been observing the appearance of the war god temple with eyes of truth and celestial gazing aura, so he was naturally aware of some information about the war god temple. Under the aura of the war god temple, many other peak great grandmasters' internal strength circulation slowed down, as expected of the war god temple. Just the aura unintentionally emitted can easily suppress us. A peak grade 1 great grandmaster's eyes were fanatical as he muttered to himself. At this time, they were still some distance away from the war god temple. Once they enter the war god temple, their strength will probably be reduced to less than 10%. As time passed slowly, the originally illusory war god temple. Finally, at a certain point it completely solidified. And the moment the war god temple was completely revealed, suddenly, several figures jumped out of thin air and rushed towards the war god temple at a terrifying speed. These figures were already very close to the war god temple. At this time they suddenly burst out and caught the other peak great grandmasters off guard. By the time they reacted, they had almost entered the war god temple. Venerable Arhat? I'm about to die of old age. At this time, even if it's the emperor, he can't stop me from entering the war god temple. The aura of these figures was powerful, at least a second transformation peak great grandmaster, and one of them was even a third transformation peak grade 1 great perfection. The other peak great grandmasters more or less have a decade of Shoyuan, so they naturally don't dare to disobey Su Qin, the invincible venerable Arhat. But they are different. These peak great grandmasters are similar to the evil emperor. They don't have many years left to live. The war god temple is their only hope. How can they give up so easily? For these peak great grandmasters, their only chance of survival is to rush into the war god temple, seize the opportunity in the war god temple, and take that step as soon as possible to become a legend. In this way, even if they anger Su Qin, what can they do? Until then, Su Qin was venerable Arhat. They were also martial arts legends. Everyone was a martial artist of the same level. Even if there was a gap, it wouldn't be too big. No one could do anything to the other. If he gave up on entering the war god temple, he would definitely die of old age. He staked everything on one throw and forced his way into the war god temple. Therefore, these great grandmasters who were nearing the end of their lifespans naturally knew how to choose. When the other peak grade 1 great grandmasters saw this scene, their complexions suddenly changed. These top martial artists who were rushing towards the war god temple ignored Su Qin's order. They simply didn't take venerable Arhat, Su Qin, seriously. When Su Qin saw this, he frowned slightly. However, in the next moment he seemed to have sensed something and did not immediately attack. Instead, a strange expression appeared on his face. Ah! We're in. After the few martial grandmasters rushed into the war god hall, they cried tears of joy. A smug look appeared on their faces. So what if he was venerable Arhat? Wasn't he still being played around by them? Just when these martial grandmasters were planning to immediately head into the war god temple to look for a great opportunity. Roar! A dragon's roar that shook the world came. A huge demonic dragon hundreds of meters long slowly flew out from the depths of the war god temple. A faint dragon might emanated from the demonic dragon's body. Under this dragon might, the martial grandmasters who rushed into the war god temple only felt their hands and feet stiffen, and the internal strength in their body was suppressed to the point of almost stagnation. Fear burst out from the bottom of their hearts. These martial grandmasters wanted to turn around and escape from the war god temple, but under the dragon might they couldn't even move, let alone escape. The next moment, under everyone's incredulous gaze, the demonic dragon opened its mouth lazily and swallowed the few top martial grandmasters who had rushed into the combat sacred hall. The audience was dead silent. All the martial grandmasters who saw this scene only felt their hands and feet go cold. Originally, a few martial grandmasters were still envious in their hearts, but at this moment, when they saw the fate of those who rushed into the war god temple, their faces suddenly turned pale. The martial grandmasters who rushed into the war god temple had at least completed 2 transformations, and one of them was even a grade 1 great perfection who had undergone 3 transformations. Even such a powerhouse ended up like this. If they entered the war god temple unprepared, they are afraid that they will also follow in their footsteps and be swallowed by the demonic dragon. Demonic dragon. This is the demonic dragon in the war god temple. Damn it, isn't the demonic dragon in a deep sleep? As long as we don't step into the depths of the war god temple, we won't attract its attention. Why did it take the initiative to come out this time? A martial grandmaster on the scene recognized the origin of the demonic dragon and exclaimed. When the other martial grandmasters heard this, their expressions turned ugly. Indeed, according to ancient records, the war god temple is guarded by the demonic dragon, but this demonic dragon spends most of its time sleeping and doesn't bother to pay attention to the martial artists who enter the war god temple. This is also the reason why those martial grandmasters rushed into the war god temple without any precaution. In their view, as long as they are careful and don't have any thoughts about the depths of the war god temple, they won't provoke the demonic dragon. But now, those martial grandmasters were swallowed by the demonic dragon as soon as they entered the war god temple, let alone entering the depths of the war god temple. Such a change is simply unprecedented. Idiot. Su Qin's eyes were calm, but a trace of contempt flashed across his face. The demonic dragon is sleeping because its vitality is declining, and it has no choice but to sleep to reduce the consumption of vitality. But no matter how much it sleeps, it will eventually consume some of its vitality. Especially after experiencing the silent era of the vitality tide, the demonic dragon has experienced a long period of consumption. Now that the war god temple has appeared, the first thing the demonic dragon does is naturally to look for replenishment. And in the world, who can replenish the demonic dragon's consumption better than the vitality of martial artists? Of course, the demonic dragon's eagerness to come out has something to do with Su Qin. Su Qin's body has undergone 5 transformations, and after mastering the picture of the great sun, he is close to undergoing the 6th transformation. His vitality is soaring, and no matter how much he tries to conceal it, he can't hide it from the demonic dragon in the war god temple. In the eyes of the demonic dragon, Su Qin is a delicious cake that exudes the fragrance of vitality. As long as it swallows Su Qin, it can at least prolong its existence for hundreds or thousands of years. However, the demon dragon did not have the confidence to deal with Su Qin. Naturally, it would choose to devour the few peerless grandmasters who had broken into the Temple of War to replenish some of its blood essence before thinking about how to devour Su Qin. Venerable One, this evil dragon is not weak. Xian Ku said with a grave expression. It's fine. Su Qin said casually. Compared to the many martial grandmasters present, the demonic dragon is not just not weak. It is simply crushing. The demonic dragon has been sleeping in the war god temple for countless years, and Su Qin knows that it has been tens of thousands of years. In tens of thousands of years, even a pig can rise against the trend, let alone the demonic dragon with an extraordinary bloodline. However, although the demonic dragon has the bloodline of a true dragon, Su Qin can feel that the vitality in the demonic dragon's body has declined to the limit. If it wasn't for the extraordinary bloodline of a divine beast, it would have died of old age many years ago. Moreover, under Su Qin's perception, he can roughly estimate the demonic dragon's strength. The peak of the 8th heaven. With the magical talent of the dragon clan, it is comparable to a 9th heaven legend. Roar? Just as Su Qin was thinking, a dragon's roar suddenly resounded through the world. Immediately after, this huge demonic dragon directly rushed out of the war god temple. The dragon body that is hundreds of meters long wantonly exuded an incredible dragon aura. In the end, the demonic dragon's huge blue eyes finally fell on Su Qin. A dragon and a human began to look at each other. In the eyes of the other grandmasters present, the demonic dragon is huge and boundless, and the dragon aura is unparalleled. Compared to the demonic dragon's size, Su Qin is not even comparable to an ant. The demonic dragon can be said to be looking down on Su Qin. But in fact, the two are looking at each other as equals. Moreover, as time passed, Su Qin's eyes were still deep and calm, like a bottomless abyss, while the demonic dragon became more and more anxious. The demonic dragon faintly realized that the human in front of him, whom he regarded as food, exuded an aura that made him a little uncomfortable. In the demonic dragon's memory, only the master of the war god temple gave him this feeling many years ago. At that time, the demonic dragon was originally free, but the master of the war god temple forcibly enslaved him and planted a restriction in his body, making him guard the war god temple for generations to come. Since then, the demonic dragon was no longer free. Instead, he was trapped in the war god temple for countless years. Scenes of the past flashed through the demonic dragon's mind. The demonic dragon became more and more anxious, and the dragon aura exuding from his body became more intense. You want to fight? Su Qin quietly looked at the demonic dragon, and a trace of mockery flashed through his eyes. As expected, Su Qin still overestimated this demonic dragon. In fact, this demonic dragon's intelligence was very low, and the trace of divine beast bloodline in his body was barely visible. Rather than calling him a dragon, it was more like a serpent. Roar! The demonic dragon finally couldn't take it anymore. Even if he felt threatened by Su Qin, he couldn't care less. Boom! At the peak of Kunlun Mountain, a terrifying heat spread wildly. In the demonic dragon's mouth, a cluster of pitch-black flames ignited out of thin air. The moment this cluster of pitch-black flames appeared, the world's essence chi began to riot and slowly melted. Under the burning of this cluster of pitch-black flames, even the world's essence chi seemed to be able to burn into nothingness. What is the demonic dragon doing? Why does that cluster of pitch-black flames give me such a terrifying feeling? That's right, my inner force is starting to burn. Not good, let's go. A peerless grandmaster on the scene exclaimed in disbelief. In their eyes, the cluster of flames in the demonic dragon's mouth seemed to have come from the abyss of hell, burning everything. The venerable is in trouble. The old woman with the walking stick calmed herself down and looked at Su Qin. Under this cluster of pitch-black flames, everything in the world was like fuel. It was terrifying. No matter how confident the old woman was in Su Qin, she didn't think that he could withstand this terrifying cluster of flames. The venerable, Jianghu trembled. He only glanced at the cluster of pitch-black flames from afar, and he felt his inner force start to burn. In just a short moment he had lost more than half of his inner force. Third uncle, Li Wan, was also scared. She looked at Su Qin, who was already invincible in her heart. Roar! The next moment, the demonic dragon finished brewing, and the cluster of pitch-black flames in its mouth suddenly surged. It spewed out and shrouded Su Qin. It's over. When the dozens of peerless grandmasters saw this scene, their hearts sank. After the demonic dragon killed Su Qin, its next target would probably be them. With the strength that the demonic dragon had shown, which martial artist present had the confidence to survive? You're playing with fire in front of me? At this moment, a smile appeared on Su Qin's face. He looked directly at the pitch-black flames that were rapidly shrouding him. In the depths of his eyes, there was a faint image of the sun hanging in the sky and the golden crow suppressing the world. Buzz. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the pitch-black flames that seemed to be able to burn everything quickly gathered within 10 feet of Su Qin. They floated and burned around Su Qin in an extremely obedient manner. Under the cover of the pitch-black flames, Su Qin's eyes were calm. He was like a god of fire, controlling all flames in the world. Chapter 241. In front of the War God Temple. Su Qin stood with his hands behind his back. Within a radius of a few dozen meters around him, pitch-black flames gathered and slowly burned like stars surrounding the moon. The flames that the demon dragon spat out seemed to be able to burn everything. When they got close to Su Qin, not only did they not hurt him, they even broke free from the demon dragon's control. All the peerless grandmasters were stunned. The demon dragon had existed in the War God Temple for at least thousands of years. In their eyes, it had long surpassed ordinary mythical venerables. Even if Su Qin could block the flames spat out by the demon dragon, he must have exhausted all his means and might even be severely injured on the spot. But now, Su Qin just stood there and didn't even move, yet he was able to keep the demon dragon's flames within a few feet of him. What kind of method was this? What kind of ability was this? Venerable, Jianghu was also shocked. He was the closest to Su Qin and could see much more than the other peerless grandmasters. In Jianghu's eyes, Su Qin did not just block the dark flames, but also took control of the flames from the demon dragon. It was unbelievable. Compared to the shock of the others, Su Qin's expression was calm. He casually glanced at the black flames burning around him, then turned his gaze back to the demon dragon. What a pity, my picture of the great sun is only at the beginner level. At most, I can affect these flames and ensure that I will not be hurt. Su Qin thought silently. The beginner level of the picture of the great sun was limited to Su Qin. But if the picture of the great sun was at the beginner level, Su Qin could really control all the flames in the world. Before the demon dragon spat out the flames, Su Qin could directly detonate them. It was terrifying to the extreme. However, even the beginner level of the picture of the great sun was not something the demon dragon could deal with. The demon dragon wanted to kill Su Qin with the flames, which was no different from letting a fish drown. Roar! The demon dragon's blue eyes flashed with a very human-like surprise. It seemed to be wondering why the dark flames it spat out would change like this. The next moment, The demonic dragon stretched its body. Its two horns were like swords piercing straight into the sky. Its sharp claws shone with a cold light, and its black scales had a cold metallic luster. Even though its chi and blood were deteriorating, the aura in its body was still like a suppressed volcano that could erupt at any time. It was far from what an ordinary legend could withstand. Rumble. The demonic dragon stood in front of the war god shrine, and a terrifying aura spread out as it silently charged toward Su Qin. Although the demonic dragon was not a real divine dragon, the bloodline that flowed in its body was related to the divine dragon. It contained all kinds of incredible potential, and its physical body was extremely strong. Because of this, even though Su Qin easily blocked the black flames that it spewed out, the demonic dragon didn't care at all. This was because it hadn't used its most powerful attack yet. At that moment, everyone else saw a terrifying scene. The demon dragon that was hundreds of meters long seemed to have turned into a black bolt of lightning that swept through everything in the world, and even the air started to distort. As for Su Qin, in this vast scene, Su Qin was as inconspicuous as a speck of dust. Master? Xianku's heart tightened and his face was full of worry. Third uncle is invincible. Li Wan next to him wasn't so worried. Although she was frightened by the demonic dragon that swooped down, Li Wan had absolute confidence in Su Qin. Run. The other peerless grandmasters felt their legs go weak. Compared to the black flames just now, the demonic dragon rushed towards Su Qin personally. Its huge dragon body covered the sky and was far more shocking than the black flames. Slash. Su Qin didn't say anything. He directly pulled out a strange sickle-shaped blade that was curved like a full moon from the void and slashed at the demonic dragon without hesitation. Slash. Heaven and earth seemed to have transformed into a pitch-black ocean, with only a streak of light that looked like a spatial crack slashing through the air. Crack. A wound appeared on the demonic dragon's huge body. The blade light from the demonic blade directly penetrated the demonic dragon's body. Roar. The demonic dragon roared violently in pain. Unfortunately, although the blade light from the demonic blade was a few meters long, which was enough to cut a person in half, the demonic dragon's body was too huge. It was hundreds of meters long, and a wound of a few meters was insignificant on such a huge dragon body. If it wasn't for the demonic blade's aura that seemed to come from the abyss of hell that spread wildly to other parts of the body, the wound would have healed in a few seconds. Slash again. Su Qin didn't hesitate. He held the demonic blade and slashed several more times. The blade light flashed like a spatial rift and almost instantly, it was close to the demonic dragon. This time the demonic dragon learned to be smart. It knew that its body couldn't block the demonic blade. Its body suddenly turned into a black shadow and dodged several slashes from the demonic blade. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. The dignified war god temple's guardian demon dragon was actually afraid of Su Qin's saber. It was simply shocking. That blade, a great grandmaster's eyes fell on the demonic blade in Su Qin's hand, and his heart trembled. Although they didn't know why a Buddhist venerable like Su Qin used a blade as a weapon, at this moment, the blade light slashed out by this blade was so sharp that it could destroy everything. He's not that stupid after all. Su Qin saw that the demonic dragon didn't dare to confront the demonic blade head-on, and a smile appeared on his face. The demonic blade was obtained by Su Qin when he signed in the cave world. It was said to have some relationship with the supreme demon god in the depths of the world. Su Qin hadn't found any existence that could block the blade light slashed out by the demonic blade. Even the heaven and earth great formation outside Immortal Abode Island that was set up by an earth immortal like Lord Donghai was cut in half by the demonic blade. In that case, Su Qin put away the demonic blade, took a step forward, stood in the air, and walked towards the demonic dragon. What? Many great grandmasters widened their eyes in disbelief when they saw this scene. The demonic dragon was originally good at close combat. If Su Qin wanted to deal with the demonic dragon, the best way was to distance himself from the demonic dragon and continuously use the blade in his hand to consume the demonic dragon. But now, Su Qin was actually rushing straight towards the demonic dragon? Roar! When the demonic dragon saw this scene, a trace of excitement flashed in its huge dragon eyes. It was still hesitating on how to approach Su Qin, but the other party directly took the initiative to approach it. Buzz. The demonic dragon's huge dragon body suddenly bloomed with endless power of chi and blood. Vaguely, a dragon shadow appeared and roared towards the sky. The terrifying aura suppressed the entire Kunlun Mountain. At this moment, all the living beings on Kunlun Mountain had a vague urge to kneel down. It was as if the suppression from the essence of life made the minds of countless living beings go blank. The demonic dragon was obviously going all out. Its chi and blood were already declining. If it stimulated its chi and blood power like this, it was simply courting death. However, as long as it could devour Su Qin and absorb Su Qin's huge chi and blood vitality, it would definitely make a huge profit. Not only would it be able to live for hundreds or thousands of years, but it might even be able to break free from the shackles of the War God Temple and regain its freedom. After all, after tens of thousands of years, even the War God Temple couldn't exist forever. It was already in a state of extreme decline. Otherwise, the demonic dragon wouldn't have come to the War God Temple. However, in the face of such a scene, Su Qin's expression was still calm and indifferent. He raised his right hand slightly. Die. Su Qin slowly stretched out his palm. From the moment he stretched out his palm to the moment it landed, its aura changed constantly. There was the 5 Thunder God Fist, the vast Buddhist Pearl Demon subduing divine art, and the endless and profound 9 notes of the demonic path. In an instant, at least hundreds and thousands of peerless divine arts were revealed from this palm. These peerless divine arts had been completely mastered by Su Qin, and they had even surpassed the realm of the Creator. In the end, these hundreds and thousands of peerless divine arts were all merged into one and merged into Su Qin's palm. Coupled with his huge chi and blood body, it could be said that he could already exert 50% of Su Qin's strength. But Su Qin's palm power was restrained to the extreme. In the eyes of outsiders, it was just an ordinary palm. Compared to the scene where the demonic dragon stimulated its chi and blood and even faintly summoned the dragon shadow that reached the sky, it was simply insignificant, like dust. However, the next moment, the two silently collided with each other. A terrifying power suddenly erupted as if the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. Strands of fluctuation spread out in all directions with Su Qin and the demonic dragon as the center. Su Qin's outstretched palm remained motionless. The power of hundreds and thousands of peerless divine arts gathered together was undoubtedly displayed at this moment. It was enough to crush an 8th heavenly layer legend and shake a 9th heavenly layer legend. Boom. Under everyone's shocked gazes, Yi Zichen's expression changed. The demonic dragon's huge body began to crack under Su Qin's palm, and horrifying wounds appeared one after another. If it wasn't for a faint light that appeared in the demonic dragon's body at the critical moment, it would have been torn apart. The entire place was dead silent. All the peerless grandmasters were stunned on the spot. No one had thought that Su Qin would be so terrifying that even the demonic dragon, who had been guarding the War God Temple until now, could not withstand his palm. Ha 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 ha. Awesome. Again. After Su Qin struck with his palm, the battle intent in his heart slowly boiled. A surge of vitality that was comparable to or even stronger than the demonic dragon appeared and shrouded the entire place. Su Qin strode forward and walked directly toward the demonic dragon. He raised his right hand again and slowly grabbed down. Roar! The demonic dragon let out a wail. At this moment, how could it not know that it was no match for Su Qin? It didn't even have the qualifications to fight with Su Qin. Immediately afterward, the demonic dragon turned into black lightning again and fled into the War God Temple. It had been scared witless by Su Qin. If it continued to stay, it was afraid that it would really die. It ran away? Su Qin frowned slightly. It had to be said that the demonic dragon's speed when it turned into black lightning was extremely fast. Ordinary mythical legends might not even be able to catch it. If it wasn't for Su Qin's domain, they might not have been able to react. Do you think you can run away? Su Qin's body emitted a light that was like the sun. It overlapped and finally condensed into a golden sun. Su Qin stood in the center of the sun. A 3-legged divine bird that was burning with flames flew up, exuding a strong, immortal, and eternal aura. With the blessing of this 3-legged divine bird, Su Qin's aura rose infinitely. He reached out his right hand and easily grabbed the demonic dragon. Then, with a pull of his left hand, the demonic dragon that was hundreds of meters long was torn in half. Black dragon blood with surging aura fell from the sky. No matter how the demonic dragon struggled, it was easily torn apart by Su Qin's hands like thin paper. In the 9th year of the Empire of Tang, Su Qin tore the demonic dragon apart at the peak of Kunlun Mountain. Chapter 242. The demon dragon was dead. After the massive dragon body was torn apart by Su Qin, a dim divine sense appeared. It wanted to charge into the War God Temple, but it was stopped by Su Qin, who was already prepared. Then it was completely reduced to ashes, its body and soul destroyed. The demon dragon was very strong. Even if its vitality was declining and Shoyuan was close, ordinary mythical legends didn't even have the ability to resist in front of the demon dragon. If it wasn't for the restriction of the war god temple, all the creatures on the continent would have been slaughtered. Especially at the last moment when the demonic dragon stimulated his chi and blood, the combat strength he displayed had already reached the level of a ninth heaven legend. His ferocity was unparalleled, and in the era when the vitality tide was still, such combat strength was absolutely invincible. Unfortunately, the demon dragon met Su Qin. Su Qin's body had almost completed 6 transformations. The strength of his body alone had definitely reached the level of an Earth Immortal. Ordinary Earth Immortals were even inferior to Su Qin in terms of physical strength. Although the demon dragon had the bloodline of a divine beast, Su Qin also cultivated the picture of the great sun. To some extent, Su Qin's divine beast aura was stronger than the demon dragon's. In addition, the demon dragon's vitality had already declined. Although it was barely activated, it was far from being able to crush Su Qin. In the end, it was killed by Su Qin with hundreds of thousands of peerless divine arts and supplemented by the picture of the great sun. In fact, if the demon dragon was still alive, Su Qin would really consider using the Buddha's palm. After decades of meditation, Su Qin had completely mastered the first move of the Buddha's palm, I, the unique and righteous. Once used, the sky and earth would be enveloped by the light of Buddha. This was known as the strongest divine art passed down by Buddha. Even Su Qin didn't know what the upper limit of its power was. But the flesh of the demon dragon can be collected. Su Qin touched his chin, a thoughtful look on his face. And just as Su Qin was thinking, everyone on the scene looked at the scene in front of them, dumbfounded. Amo Long is dead? The old woman with the walking stick swallowed hard. She raised her head and looked at Su Qin, who was standing in the air with his hands behind his back. Her heart was in turmoil. This was a devil dragon. This demonic dragon had existed since the war god temple's first appearance. It had lived for countless years since ancient times and had long surpassed the terrifying divine beast that was a martial arts legend. Such an existence had actually died? Furthermore, it had died in such an insignificant manner that it could not even put up a decent struggle before it was torn apart on the spot and its dragon blood scattered everywhere. Gulp. At the summit of Kunlun Mountain, the hands and feet of some of the peak great grandmaster level martial sages who had other thoughts turned cold when they saw this scene, feeling like they had fallen into an abyss. After the demon dragon was born, they were not shocked, but rather delighted. If it wasn't for the demon dragon, no one would have dared to refute Su Qin's words of, "The war god temple belongs to me." But the mystic dragon gave them some leeway. Some of the peak great grandmaster level martial sages present did not hope that the mystic dragon could kill Su Qin, but it could at least stall Su Qin or severely injure Su Qin so that both sides would suffer. This way, Su Qin would be powerless to stop them from entering the war god temple. And inside the war god temple, without the demon dragon's protection, the great opportunity in the deepest part of the temple would be at their disposal. It was the best of both worlds. And just as everyone was in shock, Su Qin had already begun to prepare to collect the dragon blood and dragon meat scattered on the ground. The demon dragon of the war god temple, to be precise, could not even be considered a flood dragon. It could only be said that it had a trace of a true dragon's aura. It was precisely under the influence of this aura that it could grow to this day and survive in the war god temple until now. One had to know that even the monster race's Shoyuan was far superior to the human race, let alone the demon dragon. However, compared to the human race, the cultivation speed of the other races was much slower. The peerless geniuses of the human race might reach the Earth Immortal realm in a few hundred years, but the monster race would probably need to spend more than 1,000 years to reach this realm. If I absorb all of this dragon blood and dragon meat, I might be able to complete my 6th metamorphosis. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. Now that his physical body had almost completed the 6th metamorphosis, if he bathed in dragon blood, he might be able to go one step further and complete the 6th metamorphosis. Of course, this was also because the demon dragon of the war god temple was not at a high level. Coupled with the fact that its vitality was declining, the essence contained in the dragon blood and dragon meat was extremely limited. Although it was somewhat helpful to Su Qin, it was not a qualitative change. Otherwise, if it was a full-grown demon dragon or a real flood dragon, it would still be very helpful to Su Qin. Not to mention completing the 7th metamorphosis of his physical body, but at least he would be able to take a step toward the 7th metamorphosis. There's too much dragon blood and dragon meat. Su Qin enveloped the entire peak of Kunlun Mountain with his domain and frowned slightly. The demon dragon was hundreds of meters long, and its dragon body covered the sky. After Su Qin tore apart the demon dragon's body, the dragon blood that spilled out was at least tens of thousands of pounds. Coupled with the demon dragon's body, it was probably the size of a small mountain. Although this weight was not worth mentioning to Su Qin, it would be extremely troublesome to carry it around. As for the system space that Su Qin had, the system space could only accommodate the treasures obtained from the system sign-in. As for other things, it could not be stored in. Let's refine it directly. Refine all the impurities in the dragon blood and dragon meat. Su Qin suddenly made a decision in his heart. The next moment, with a thought in Su Qin's mind, all the dragon blood and dragon meat within the domain began to slowly gather towards him. At this moment, a cluster of flames suddenly appeared in front of Su Qin's eyes. This cluster of flames was the 9 Yang divine fire condensed by Su Qin using the 9 Yang divine art. In addition, when Su Qin cultivated the Great Sun diagram, he faintly contained the aura of the 3-legged golden crow, causing the power of the 9 Yang divine fire to skyrocket by several levels. Refining the flesh and blood of the fallen demon dragon was completely done by him. Walala. A large amount of dragon blood was burned by the 9 Yang divine fire, and a large amount of black dragon blood continued to decrease. When the other great grandmasters in the distance saw this scene, they only felt that the shock in their hearts was simply indescribable. Not only did Su Qin forcibly tear apart the demon dragon, but he also refined all the dragon blood and dragon meat of the demon dragon with a raise of his hand. One must know that even if the demon dragon had fallen, there was still a terrifying aura within its flesh and blood. Even if an ordinary myth could refine it, it would take decades to do so step by step. But Su Qin directly refined all the dragon blood and dragon blood with some kind of flame. But time passed. Half an hour later. Under the burning of the 9 Yang divine fire, the dragon blood that weighed tens of thousands of pounds was reduced to only 9 drops. These 9 drops of dragon blood were as black as ink, and vaguely, there seemed to be a dragon-shaped shadow roaring in them. Not bad. Su Qin nodded slightly with a satisfied look. These 9 drops of dragon blood were the most precious thing in the body of the demon dragon that was hundreds of meters long. Moreover, the terrifying aura in the dragon blood had been removed by Su Qin. If an ordinary person were to absorb it, they would definitely be reborn and their physical body would be far stronger than those of the same level. They could even reach the level of a myth with their physical body. Su Qin only glanced at the 9 drops of dragon blood, then took out a jade bottle and put all the dragon blood into it. He then carried it with him, preparing to consume the dragon blood after returning to Chang and city and completely complete the 6th transformation of his physical body. After everything was ready, Su Qin glanced at Jianghu and Li Wan, and said casually, "I'm going to the War God Temple. If I don't come out in 10 days you can go back by yourselves." "Yes." Jianghu and Li Wan looked at each other and immediately replied. "As for you?" Su Qin glanced at the many peak grade 1 great grandmasters and said lightly, "You can all go back." "Yes." "Venerable." All the peak grade 1 great grandmasters bowed and then slowly left the top of Kunlun Mountain under Su Qin's gaze. Rise. Su Qin looked around and saw a heaven and earth great array surrounding the entire Kunlun Mountain. This heaven and earth great array was not a killing array, but it was enough to stop all martial artists below the 4th heavenly layer. Even if a 6th or 7th heavenly layer legend breaks in, they will be trapped for a while. In addition, once the great array is touched, Su Qin will know immediately even if he is in the War God Temple. Next. It's time to enter the War God Temple. Su Qin slowly raised his head and looked at the majestic and magnificent War God Temple. Now that the demon dragon in the War God Temple has fallen in the hands of Su Qin, it stands to reason that the War God Temple should be unimpeded for Su Qin. Thinking of this, Su Qin took a step forward and his figure appeared in front of the War God Temple, then took another step and entered the War God Temple. Inside the War God Temple, the world's essence, chi and spiritual vigor are far more abundant than on the mainland, not much weaker than Immortal Abode Island. Su Qin's gaze constantly swept through the strange flowers and grasses in the corners that do not exist in the outside world, as well as the top of the great hall engraved with stars. Now that the world's essence chi is abundant and spiritual vigor is everywhere, how can the War God Temple be spied on by an earth immortal? Su Qin slowly released his divine sense and constantly covered all directions. Lao Dao scholars once said that in the previous essence chi recovery era, several earth immortals had designs on the War God Temple, but they were chased out in disgrace. For earth immortals, as long as they put in the effort, they could have as much essence chi and spiritual vigor as they wanted. For example, the Heaven and Earth Great Formation that Lord Donghai had set up allowed Immortal Abode Island to survive the essence chi recovery period. Although the spiritual vigor spring played a part in it, it was undeniable that Earth Immortals did not care about essence chi and spiritual vigor. Su Qin suddenly seemed to have discovered something. His domain quickly spread out, and the last jade stone appeared before Su Qin. This is the jade stone that records cultivation methods? Su Qin's divine sense probed it and found that there was a mythical level divine skill stored within the jade stone. This should be the great opportunity in the eyes of the martial artists who entered the war god temple in the past. Su Qin guessed. A mythical level divine skill, coupled with abundant essence chi and spiritual vigor, it was no wonder that countless martial artists fought over it. By the way, I have also entered the war god temple. I should be able to sign in here. Su Qin's eyes narrowed slightly. He raised his head and glanced around. System sign in. Su Qin thought for a moment and said in his heart, "Congratulations, host, for signing in successfully. You have received Essence Spirit Pill X1. Chapter 243. Just when Su Qin entered the War God Temple and dozens of Grandmasters left the top of Kunlun Mountain, everything that happened in Kunlun Mountain spread like a hurricane to the whole world. Have you heard? The evil emperor who caused chaos in the world 70 years ago has come out? What's the evil emperor? Let me tell you, the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple also appeared in Kunlun Mountain. What? Didn't they say that the Venerable had left the Shaolin Temple and crossed the sea? How could he appear in Kunlun Mountain? How dare we speculate about the Venerable's thoughts? In a restaurant, many martial artists kept talking. Now that the recovery of vitality was becoming more and more obvious, the cultivation environment was getting easier and easier. Although no legend has been born so far, the number of martial artists under the legend realm was much more than a few decades ago. Coupled with the fact that the Empire of Tang has unified the world and established schools to teach basic martial arts, the number of low-level martial artists has begun to surge like bamboo shoots after the rain. Although it hasn't reached the level of martial artists, it was relatively common for 3 or 4 martial artists to appear in 10 ordinary people. The news you know is too outdated. The Venerable of the Shaolin Temple not only appeared in Kunlun Mountain, but also tore the demonic dragon of the War God Temple with both hands. His power is like a prison, invincible in the world. At this time, a disciple in a brocade robe who was obviously from a martial arts sect said slowly, his face was full of emotion. War God Temple? Demonic dragon? Many martial artists in the restaurant looked at each other, not knowing what was going on. They knew about the War God Temple. During this period of time, the world has been abuzz with news. Even many juniors who have just entered the martial arts path were ready to leave and go to Kunlun Mountain to witness the birth of the War God Temple. But the demonic dragon guarding the War God Temple is already a top secret. Ordinary martial artists, even in the upper realm, can't know about it. Only a small number of martial artists' faces changed slightly, and their eyes flashed with disbelief. What is the demonic dragon? After a while, a martial artist couldn't help but ask the man in the brocade robe. Demonic dragon? The man in the brocade robe shook his head. No one knows the origin of the mystic dragon. We only know that 8,000 years ago, when the War God Temple first appeared, the mystic dragon was already inside. Some seniors speculated that the mystic dragon might have some connection with the mythical true dragon. As soon as he said this, all the cultivators in the restaurant were shocked. They did not know whether the true dragon was a true dragon or not, but according to the man in the brocade robe, the fact that the demonic dragon had lived for 8,000 years was shocking enough. 8,000 years. A full 8,000 years. Not to mention that the demonic dragon was related to a divine beast. Even if it was a pig after living for 8,000 years, wouldn't that be enough for it to become a divine being? Then this devil dragon's strength? A warrior asked cautiously. He has already surpassed ordinary martial arts legends. The man in the brocade robe said seriously, ancient people from thousands of years ago speculated that ordinary martial arts legends might not even be able to escape in front of the demonic dragon. If it weren't for the fact that the demonic dragon was almost too lazy to move during the opening of the War God Temple, I'm afraid no one would dare to enter the War God Temple. Since the demonic dragon is so powerful, how could it fall? A martial artist questioned. Could it be a misunderstanding and in fact, the sage of the Shaolin Temple did not kill the demonic dragon? Yes. Many martial artists nodded in agreement. The man in the brocade robe has completely divinized the demonic dragon and is almost comparable to an immortal. Although the sage of the Shaolin Temple is powerful, he is only comparable to a martial arts legend. How could he kill the demonic dragon? A misunderstanding? The man in the brocade robe sneered, "This is the news brought back by my divine line sect's old ancestor. My divine line sect's old ancestor is a peak grade 1 great grandmaster. This time he went to Kunlun Mountain with several friends. After experiencing this, how could it be false?" The man in the brocade robe said proudly. When the rest of the martial artists heard this, their expressions changed slightly, and their gazes towards the man in the brocade robe became much more respectful. They did not realize that the man in the brocade robe was actually a disciple of the Divine Line sect. The Divine Line sect is a great sect that has been passed down for thousands of years. They have many experts. Some time ago their old ancestor came out of seclusion and entered the peak realm. Since the man in the brocade robe mentioned his old ancestor, this matter is most likely true. I never said that the demonic dragon is not strong. For us, even the old ancestor of the Divine Line sect is no different from a real immortal. But the demonic dragon is strong, but the sage of the Shaolin Temple is even stronger. The man in the brocade robe said this and did not continue. With his status, the reason why he was able to explain so much was because when he heard the news he was also shocked to the core. That was why he said it to ease his emotions. Following the words of the man in the brocade robe. In the entire restaurant all the martial artists were silent, especially the last sentence of the man in the brocade robe. The demonic dragon is strong, but the sage of the Shaolin Temple is stronger. This made many martial artists feel inexplicably shocked, as if they were listening to a heavenly book. After a long while, a martial artist sighed and said, "If the sage of the Shaolin Temple can even kill the demonic dragon, isn't he invincible?" This immediately made most of the martial artists feel the same way, but there were also martial artists who refuted, "The sage of the Shaolin Temple is strong, but the legend of Chang and city is not weak either. It is too early to say that he is invincible." Yes, I also think that the legend of Chang and city is better. I still think that the sage of the Shaolin Temple is stronger. He can even kill the demonic dragon. Can the legend of Chang and city do it? You have never seen the legend of Chang and city in action. How do you know that he can't? Suddenly, in the restaurant, many martial artists began to argue with each other. Was the sage of the Shaolin Temple or the legend of Chang and city stronger? Although the legend of Chang and city did not have the record of killing the demonic dragon, more than one martial arts legend had fallen in his hands. Although they had not fought with the sage of the Shaolin Temple, many martial artists still felt that the legend of Chang and city was stronger. Shaolin Temple. Ancient Buddha lamp. The bronze bell rang. Abbot Huiwen and the court heads gathered in the Dharma court, looking excited. The Venerable has appeared? The warrior monastery chief was still hot-tempered. He was the first to speak, looking happy. Yes. Abbot Huiwen was also crying tears of joy. Su Qin was not only the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple, but also the patron saint of the Shaolin Temple. Su Qin's appearance in Mount Kunlun was tantamount to announcing to the world that the Shaolin Temple's strongest foundation was still there. Let's go to Mount Kunlun and pay our respects to the Venerable. The warrior monastery chief suddenly thought of something and immediately stood up. Wait. Abbot Huiwen stopped him and shook his head, saying, "The Venerable must have his own plans in Mount Kunlun. If we go we will only disturb the Venerable. When the Venerable blames us, who can bear the responsibility?" That's true. The other court heads nodded slightly. Su Qin naturally didn't know that the outside world was shocked by his action of killing the demon dragon in Mount Kunlun. At this moment, Su Qin walked in the War God Temple unhurriedly. Dozens of jade stones floated in front of him. These jade stones are scattered all over the War God Temple. They contain the mythical level divine arts. Su Qin's gaze swept across the jade stone as he thought silently in his heart. Apart from that, the biggest gain is the elemental spirit pill I got from signing in at the War God Temple. Su Qin's mind entered the system space and looked at a milky white elixir that seemed illusory. This elemental spirit pill didn't seem to be a real thing, but was completely formed by divine will. It was extremely magical. Elemental spirit pill. Su Qin sighed as his eyes lit up. According to the information left by Lord Donghai on Immortal Abode Island, if a mythical martial artist wants to ascend to the extreme and enter the Earth Immortal Realm, in addition to condensing a micro-domain, they need to transform their divine will into primordial spirit. However, the transformation of divine will into primordial spirit is extremely dangerous. If they are not careful, their divine will be damaged. At that time, not to mention entering the earth immortal realm, it will be a problem for them to maintain their current realm. And the elemental spirit pill can speed up and even skip this process. I didn't expect to get an elemental spirit pill. Su Qin was overjoyed and satisfied. A divine pill like the elemental spirit pill has long been lost even overseas. Even the medicine god sect, which specializes in refining elixirs, only preserved the remnant recipe of the elemental spirit pill. It's still thousands of miles away from truly refining it. However, according to Lord Donghai, the stronger the primordial spirit accumulated by a mythical martial artist before entering the earth immortal realm, the better. In this way, when they really enter the earth immortal realm, the greater the benefits they will get. Su Qin's mind merged into the system space and carefully sensed the aura emitted by the elemental spirit pill. An elemental spirit pill can indeed help Su Qin transform his divine will into primordial spirit in a short period of time, but if he wants to nurture a truly powerful primordial spirit, relying on just one elemental spirit pill is obviously far from enough. I'm not in a hurry now. Anyway, it's only the first day. With the Tao accumulation accumulated by the War God Temple for tens of thousands of years, not to mention thousands or tens of thousands of sign-ins, at least hundreds of sign-ins won't be a problem. Maybe I can even get some elemental spirit pills later. Su Qin nodded slightly and slowly walked forward. This should be the place where the demonic dragon is sleeping? Su Qin suddenly stopped and looked at a valley in front of him. In this valley, there are faint remnants of the demonic dragon's aura. Behind should be the depths of the War God Temple. The real secret of the War God Temple may be hidden in there. Su Qin's gaze leisurely followed the valley and looked into the distance. From the time Su Qin entered the War God Temple until now, he has been wandering around the periphery. The martial artists who entered the War God Temple in the past were all like this. But after this valley, he will enter the depths of the War God Temple. There's no aura of any living creatures? Su Qin opened the eyes of truth and used the celestial being gazing technique, but he found that the depths of the War God Temple were misty. However, although Su Qin can't figure out what's in the depths of the War God Temple, he is sure that there are absolutely no living creatures inside. Otherwise, it would be impossible to hide from the eyes of truth. I want to see what secrets the War God Temple has. Su Qin pondered for a moment, took a step forward, and strode towards the depths of the War God Temple. Chapter 244. After a while, Su Qin came to a large hall. Where is this? Su Qin looked around with a solemn expression. There was a faint aura in the air that made one's heart palpitate. Is this the deepest part of the War God Temple? Su Qin stopped and looked in front of him. He saw a huge stone wall standing not far away. On the stone wall, there were reliefs carved on it. Unfortunately, most of the reliefs had been damaged and even the entire stone wall had cracks. It was extremely dilapidated. Su Qin frowned. He vaguely realized that this huge stone wall was related to a powerful inheritance, but it was damaged. Did I come here for nothing? Su Qin frowned slightly. He walked closer to the stone wall and wanted to take a closer look at the reliefs on the stone wall. Suddenly, at this moment, there was a sudden change. The stars at the top of the hall began to rotate slowly. It was like a real big star, emitting a star power that could crush everything. Under the endless starlight, a blurry figure in a loose robe appeared, shrouded in the power of the stars. This figure seemed to have stepped out of the void. It was extremely majestic and looked at Su Qin. Boom! When the blurry figure's gaze fell on Su Qin, a majestic voice sounded in Su Qin's ears. Kneel. Accept my inheritance. This voice was like a curse that kept echoing in the War God Temple. It was indelible. If it was an ordinary expert, even a level 7, level 8, or even a level 9 legend, they might have to kneel under this demonic voice. However, a trace of coldness appeared on Su Qin's face. In the depths of Su Qin's ancestral aperture, the huge golden Buddha that pointed to the sky and touched the earth suddenly let out a roar. In heaven and earth only I am supreme. Ah! Su Qin's eyes were calm and his aura was profound. Kneel? You think your imprint is worthy of making me kneel? Su Qin's expression was indifferent, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Suddenly, divine light emerged from Su Qin's body. Countless swastikas, innumerable proverbs and Zen chants appeared. It was difficult to see all of them clearly, but in the end, it returned to its original form. The Buddha suppressed the world, pointing to the sky and touching the earth. It filled the three realms and only I am supreme. Inside the war god temple, the void trembled. Even the power of the stars was completely suppressed by the giant golden Buddha. The golden Buddha's eyes were deep and serene. There was no indifference, no mercy, and no pity. It was as if it was the heavenly Tao that was high above, looking down on all living beings. The aura of supremacy, and vastness shot straight into the 9 heavens. Rumble. The moment the golden Buddha appeared, the entire war god temple began to rumble and tremble as if it could not contain such an inconceivable existence. Under the heavenly cycle of stars, the figure shrouded in starlight saw this scene, and his originally stiff and wooden gaze finally flashed with a hint of intelligence. Buddha, the starry figure seemed to have regained consciousness and bowed slightly to Su Qin. I didn't expect you to be the Buddha's personal disciple. This is the war god temple. If you want it, I'll give it to you. After the starry figure said that, the originally blurry figure collapsed and turned into streams of light. They gathered into an illusory ancient book and floated quietly in front of Su Qin. Su Qin rubbed his glabella. He felt the golden Buddha in his ancestral aperture slowly calm down. It actually alerted the Gautama divine palm? Su Qin was slightly surprised. When the starry figure appeared just now, the demonic sound entered his ears and the ancestral aperture at his glabella. It immediately caused the golden Buddha in his ancestral aperture to change. Otherwise, even if Su Qin could block the demonic sound of the starry figure, he would not be able to do it so easily. That starry figure just now was just an imprint. It's not even a divine will, and yet it could pose such a threat to me. Su Qin was silent. So far, the strongest person Su Qin had seen was Immortal Abode Island's True Lord Donghai. True Lord Donghai was a peak Earth immortal martial artist. Even during the heyday of the last Vitality Tide, he was still considered a powerhouse. However, compared to the starry figure just now, True Lord Donghai was simply not on the same level. Perhaps in terms of strength, the killing formation left by True Lord Donghai was stronger than the imprint of the starry figure. However, in terms of the essence of power, the latter was far superior to True Lord Donghai. That starry figure should be the master of the war god temple. Su Qin thought in his heart. True Lord Donghai is already a peak Earth immortal, and the imprint left by the master of the war god temple has such power. His strength is probably far beyond True Lord Donghai's. Su Qin narrowed his eyes slightly. Also, the master of the war god temple seems to know the Gautama divine palm? Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. Before the starry figure finally collapsed, it once said that it was the Buddha's personal disciple, and the Gautama divine palm was known as the Buddha's personal disciple. Forget it. It's useless to think about this now. Su Qin's gaze turned and landed on an illusory ancient book in front of him. When the starry figure was about to collapse, it left behind this illusory ancient book. Su Qin flicked his finger, and a wave of true essence swept past and directly passed through the illusory ancient book. True essence is useless. Then it should be divine will. Su Qin carefully extended a wisp of divine will. This wisp of divine will was an insignificant part of Su Qin's vast divine will. If there was any sudden change, he could abandon it at any time. Even if the master of the war god temple did something to this illusory ancient book, Su Qin could avoid it in time. But although Su Qin's wisp of divine will entered, everything in the ancient book was immediately revealed. I am Ho Yuan. A moment later, Su Qin suddenly opened his eyes. The illusory ancient book recorded the information left behind by the master of the war god temple. According to it, the master of the war god temple was called Ho Yuan, and the purpose of leaving this war god temple was to choose a successor to inherit the 49 reliefs carved on the stone wall. As for the origin of the 49 reliefs, the master of the war god temple, Ho Yuan, did not go into detail. Su Qin only knew that these 49 reliefs were strange objects that Ho Yuan obtained from the sky when he was traveling the 9 heavens. However, Ho Yuan himself could not understand these 49 reliefs at that time. But he sensed that the relief sculptures weren't simple at all. They might represent some powerful inheritance, so he intentionally preserved them and placed them in the war god temple. Every several thousand years, they would appear in the world, allowing countless geniuses of the later generations to comprehend the 49 relief sculptures together. Seeing this, Su Qin looked up at the huge stone wall not far away. There were dozens of reliefs carved on the stone wall, but most of these reliefs were damaged. Not to mention comprehending them, even seeing them clearly was a problem. What a pity, Su Qin shook his head slightly. The master of the war god temple hid the 49 reliefs in the war god temple, hoping that they could be passed down, but he probably did not expect that these reliefs would be damaged. What's the reason? Su Qin rubbed his chin and pondered. These 49 reliefs were hidden in the depths of the War God Temple. Logically speaking, it should be impossible for them to be damaged. Could it be that because the vitality tide is still, it affected the War God Temple and damaged the reliefs? Su Qin's thoughts raced as he reluctantly thought of a possibility. At this moment, after browsing through the illusory ancient book left behind by the master of the War God Temple, Su Qin already knew that before the War God Temple appeared, it was not hidden in another world, but in the depths of the void in the human world. In essence, the War God Temple was still in the human world but no one could find it. And since it was in the human world, it would be affected by the vitality tide. After experiencing several vitality tides, even if the War God Temple had many backup plans, it would not be undamaged. The world shook, implicated the War God Temple, and finally affected these 49 reliefs. Su Qin's gaze constantly swept across every corner of the War God Temple. The reason why he had such a guess was not based on his imagination, but because other than these 49 reliefs, other places in the War God Temple, especially the halls, also had cracks appearing as if they had been hit by a violent impact. Whether the reliefs are damaged or intact, it's all the same. To me, the most precious thing is this War God Temple. Lin Feng sighed. Su Qin's eyes were burning as he looked at the entire War God Temple. Perhaps the 49 reliefs did indeed represent some kind of divine art, but so what? What Su Qin lacked the least was divine art manuals. Whether it was the Buddha's palm, the 9 notes of the demonic path, or even the 12 divine beast diagrams, which one of them was not a divine art? As for the 49 reliefs, could the divine art that they represented be stronger than these? This War God Temple is a space-type magical treasure. Su Qin muttered to himself with a happy expression. Whether it was the immortal abode island's East Sea True Lord or the illusory ancient book left behind by the War God Temple's master, they all mentioned spatial treasures. Any spatial treasure contained a space that could accommodate everything. Although Su Qin's system space could also accommodate everything, it could only store the rewards from the system. For Su Qin it was more or less inconvenient. But a true spatial treasure was different. As Su Qin became stronger, he could feel the preciousness of spatial treasures. For example, the dragon blood and dragon flesh of the demonic dragon outside the War God Temple just now. If Su Qin had a true spatial treasure, there would be no need to waste time refining the dragon blood on the spot. He could just throw it into the spatial treasure. But a true spatial treasure was different. As Su Qin became stronger, he could feel the preciousness of spatial treasures. For example, the dragon blood and dragon flesh of the demonic dragon outside the War God Temple just now. If Su Qin had a true spatial treasure, there would be no need to waste time refining the dragon blood on the spot. He could just throw it into the spatial treasure. If Su Qin had a true spatial treasure, there would be no need to waste time refining the dragon blood on the spot. He could just throw it into the spatial treasure. Chapter 245. Space magic treasures were a type of magic treasure. Strictly speaking, Su Qin's 9 Yao Bao demon-suppressing seal and other divine weapons were magic treasures, but they were offensive magic treasures, not space magic treasures. To refine a space magic treasure, in addition to needing space crystals, the refiner also needed to have a certain understanding of space. Otherwise, no matter how many space crystals there were, it would not be possible to refine a space magic treasure, because it was impossible to open up the space inside the space crystal. Even at the peak of the last vitality tide, space magic treasures were hard to come by. At least, Su Qin did not find any in the cave of True Lord Donghai. However, according to the information left by True Lord Donghai, he originally had a space magic treasure, but that space magic treasure was damaged in the war with the cave world. Especially when a certain demon god of the cave world opened his eyes and swept his gaze towards the human world, not to mention the space magic treasure, even those powerhouses were seriously injured. And this War God Temple should belong to the pinnacle of space magic treasures. Just the area that Su Qin walked through was dozens of miles in size. If all the places in the War God Temple were counted, it would be close to 100 miles. It was simply like a small world. Even the space magic treasure owned by True Lord Donghai was only the size of a cave. Usually, it could only store important treasures. How could it compare to the vastness of the War God Temple? Although space magic treasures are incredible, and even creatures can survive in them, it is not a real world after all. No matter how abundant the vitality spiritual opportunity is, it is impossible to comprehend the real great Tao of heaven and earth inside. Su Qin thought in his heart. In martial arts cultivation, those below the myth realm may not care about the great Tao of heaven and earth, but if they step into the myth realm, they need to truly comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth. Comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth was mysterious. Even an earth immortal like true Lord Donghai could not explain it in detail, but it really existed. If a myth realm martial artist wants to break through, they must comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth. Simply put, if a myth realm martial artist is trapped in the War God Temple, no matter how talented they are, it is impossible to cross the bottleneck because there is no condition for a breakthrough. In a way, the environment in a space magic treasure was countless times more terrifying than the silence of the Vitality Tide. The Origin Chi Tide was silent, but the Origin Chi spiritual opportunity had decreased, but it did not disappear. As for the great Tao of heaven and earth, it was still there. The War God Temple's demonic dragon was far weaker than it was at its peak. Aside from the fact that its blood chi had declined, the War God Temple had restricted the demonic dragon's ability to advance further. If space magic treasures exist, then those great sects overseas that inherited the legacy from the peak of the last Vitality Tide must also have space magic treasures that were passed down. Perhaps there is a trump card from the peak of the last Vitality Tide. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. Originally, he had learned from the Lao Dao cultivator of the Dao One sect that there were many powerful sects overseas, and even 7th heavenly layer legendary martial artists were extremely rare. Only the old ancestors who were in deep slumber could reach this level. However, from the looks of it now, the fact that these great sects were able to survive until now meant that they must have grasped all sorts of trump cards. However, to refine the War God Temple within a month, Su Qin frowned slightly. After the War God Temple appeared, it would only last for a month. After a month, the War God Temple would once again return to the depths of the void. In other words, Su Qin had to completely refine and absorb the War God Hall within a month. Otherwise, if Su Qin still hadn't refined and absorbed it after a month, then he would probably have to wait until the next time the War God Hall emerged into the world. According to the previous times when the War God Temple appeared, the next time would be at least 1,000 years later. With Su Qin's growth rate, he would probably become an immortal in 1,000 years. Why would he still need a mere space magic treasure? According to the information left behind by the War God Temple's master, there are 2 ways to refine the War God Temple. The first is to refine it inch by inch with divine sense, and the second is to use a domain to control the War God Temple's weapon spirit. Su Qin nodded slightly. The so-called weapon spirit is not a living creature, but the spirituality of a magic treasure. It's just an instinct. For example, Su Qin's 9 Yao Bao demon-suppressing seal, and even the demon god's blade all have weapon spirits. However, these divine weapons and devil blades were obtained by Su Qin from signing in, so the weapon spirits were directly controlled by Su Qin. But if others wanted to control these divine weapons and devil blades, not to mention other things, just the demon god's blade alone was enough to make most of the mythical warriors go crazy. Of course, the War God Temple's weapon spirit is not as evil as the demon god's blade. Coupled with the erosion of time, the War God Temple's weapon spirit has become very weak. But even so, it's not easy for Su Qin to find the weapon spirit, especially when the time is limited to a month. Not to mention a mythical warrior, even an Earth Immortal would find it difficult to do so. There are at least 100 miles of area in the War God Temple. If I refine it inch by inch with divine sense, I might not be able to complete it even after decades. Su Qin's face turned gloomy. Refining with divine sense is not just a matter of enveloping the area. It also requires one to go deep into the War God Temple, which is too time-consuming. Although the War God Temple's master, Ho Yuan, left that mark, although he said that he would give the War God Temple to me, he probably didn't want to. A strange look appeared on Su Qin's face. If the War God Temple's master was really willing to give the War God Temple to Su Qin, he would definitely obediently give the War God Temple's weapon spirit to him, instead of letting Su Qin find the weapon spirit himself. If it's other mythical warriors, it's absolutely impossible to find the weapon spirit within a month, but I'm different. Su Qin thought as a smile flashed across his face. He has the Eye of Truth and the Celestial Seer technique, which allows him to see through all the chi in the world. The important thing is that if he is willing to spend time, there's nothing in the world that can be hidden from him. As for the War God Temple's weapon spirit, as long as it exists in the War God Temple, it can't escape Su Qin's lock. Let's begin. Su Qin didn't waste any time. Even if he's full of confidence, he won't underestimate it. 1. An inexplicable fluctuation spread out in all directions with Su Qin as the center. At the same time, Su Qin opened the Eye of Truth and used the Celestial Seer technique, constantly looking at every place in the War God Temple. In the following time, Su Qin spent all his time looking for the War God Temple's weapon spirit in addition to signing in every day. Although the vitality in the War God Temple is far more abundant than in Immortal Abode Island, the most important thing now is to refine the War God Temple. As long as the War God Temple is refined, everything will belong to Su Qin, let alone a mere vitality. Time passed slowly. 7 days passed in a blink of an eye. At a certain moment, Su Qin suddenly opened his eyes and laughed. "Haha, I finally caught you." Su Qin stretched out his right hand and made a grabbing motion in the air. Suddenly, a trace of invisible aura appeared in Su Qin's palm. "This is the War God Temple's weapon spirit?" Su Qin looked carefully. The War God Temple's weapon spirit is invisible and intangible, but Su Qin can clearly feel that the other party has faintly merged with the entire War God Temple. If it wasn't for the fact that the entire War God Temple is declining and even the weapon spirit is dispirited, Su Qin wouldn't have been able to catch it so easily. After all, the War God Temple's weapon spirit in its heyday can easily mobilize the power of the entire War God Temple, which is equivalent to crushing down from hundreds of miles away. It's enough to suppress most legends, and even Earth immortals have to retreat thousands of miles away. Next, it's time to refine it. Su Qin's expression turned solemn. As long as the weapon spirit is refined, the entire War God Temple will be his. And refining the weapon spirit isn't difficult. According to Su Qin's estimation, it will take at most 10 days. Thinking of this, Su Qin's divine sense turned into chains one after another, locking the invisible aura in his palm and then slowly refining it. Outside the War God Temple, Jianghu and Li Wan are waiting for Su Qin to come out. The Venerable One has been in there for almost a month. Why hasn't he come out yet? Jianghu looked at the majestic War God Temple with a trace of worry on his face. After the War God Temple appears, it will only last for a month. After a month it will disappear again. If Su Qin hasn't come out before then, he will probably disappear along with the War God Temple. And according to the rule of the War God Temple appearing once every 1,000 years, the next time the War God Temple appears again will be more than 1,000 years later. Such a long time is almost equivalent to announcing Su Qin's death. Don't worry, third uncle will definitely come out. Li Wan comforted from the side. In the past month, Li Wan has lived a very fulfilling life, and he doesn't worry about Su Qin's comfort at all. That's right, the Venerable One's strength is unparalleled. He can even kill that demon dragon. A mere War God Temple naturally can't do anything to the Venerable One. Jianghu thought for a while and his expression softened a little. Suddenly, just as Jianghu was about to say a few words, the War God Temple, which was originally standing there quietly, suddenly shone brightly. Countless rays of light started from the War God Temple and spread in all directions, covering the entire Kunlun Mountain in a few breaths. The War God Temple is hazy, like the eternal blue sky, shrouding above all living beings. This? Jianghu saw this scene and was dumbfounded. Even Li Wan, who has always been carefree, blinked his big eyes and was stunned on the spot. Jianghu and Li Wan weren't the only ones who were shocked. The many martial artists who were still on Kunlun Mountain were also shocked when they saw this scene. Although Su Qin let dozens of great grandmasters leave the peak of Kunlun Mountain, he did not say that they can't stay in Kunlun Mountain. The peak of Kunlun Mountain is the peak of Kunlun Mountain, and Kunlun Mountain is Kunlun Mountain. What is this? War God Temple, did something happen to the War God Temple? Is the War God Temple going to close? Counting the time, it's almost been a month. That's not right. According to the ancient records, the War God Temple has appeared several times in the past until it closed and disappeared. There were no anomalies. How could this scene appear now? Countless martial artists were discussing, full of puzzlement. Especially some peak grade 1 great grandmasters. Although they have not entered the War God Temple, they have already investigated the information of the previous generations who entered the War God Temple. Such a scene has never happened before. Could it be? Several peak grade 1 great grandmasters looked at each other, and the same thought flashed in their minds. Could it be that the change in the War God Temple was caused by the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple? And at this moment, on the peak of Kunlun Mountain, Jianghu and Li Wan stared at the entrance of the War God Temple. Compared to others who can only faintly see the outline of the War God Temple, they can see every change in the War God Temple from the top of the mountain. That is. Jianghu's pupils suddenly shrank. Under his shocked gaze, a slender and tall figure, like an immortal god, walked out from the depths of the War God Temple. Chapter 246. Venerable. It's the Venerable. The Venerable came out. Jianghu was shocked and his face was full of excitement. He was just worried that Su Qin would be trapped in the War God Temple, but Su Qin came out, how could he not be relieved? Third uncle. Li Wan's eyes were wide open. For some reason, Su Qin gave her a very strange feeling at this time, as if the entire majestic War God Temple was trampled under his feet. He finally came out. Su Qin also smiled. There was an accident in refining the War God Temple's artifact spirit, and it was delayed for a few days, which caused Su Qin's refining speed to slow down. But he still managed to finish refining it within a month. And for nearly a month, Su Qin didn't stay idle in addition to refining it. He naturally signed in on time every day. In addition to the elemental spirit pill he got on the first day, Su Qin signed in more than 50 elemental spirit pills. The elemental spirit pills he received every time he signed in ranged from 1 to nearly 10. As for the elemental spirit pill, Su Qin also signed in and received some other pills such as the imperial spirit pill, the spirit transforming pill and so on. However, these pills are basically useless for Su Qin in his current realm, and they are far from being as urgent as the elemental spirit pill. Right. Today's sign and opportunity hasn't been used yet. Su Qin suddenly thought of something and stopped in front of the entrance of the War God Temple, and said in his heart, "System, sign in. Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Received the War God Catalog." A cold, mechanical voice sounded in Su Qin's ears. War God Catalog? Su Qin's face changed slightly. If he remembered correctly, the 49 relief sculptures left by the War God Temple's master, Ho Yuan, on the stone wall deep in the War God Temple are an inheritance called the War God Catalog. In fact, the name, War God Temple, was given by the master of the War God Temple based on the War God Catalog. It meant to be the palace where the War God Catalog was stored. Su Qin didn't expect that he would be able to obtain this inheritance that even the master of the War God Temple couldn't comprehend for hundreds of years. It must be known that the divine arts obtained by signing in by the system, even if it is obscure and difficult to understand, Su Qin will naturally master it. For example, the Buddhist scripture, the past Amitabha Sutra, for thousands of years, no one has been able to cultivate it. However, after Su Qin signed in and obtained it, he mastered it in a short time. The War God Temple master had paid an incalculable price but was still unable to fully comprehend the War God Catalog. He had no choice but to have countless geniuses of the later generations attempt to comprehend it together. But the results were still minuscule. At the very least, Su Qin had never heard of a martial artist who had entered the War God Temple obtaining the War God Catalog. Originally, Su Qin had already given up on the Battle God Catalog. After all, not to mention the fact that the War God Catalog was already damaged, even if it wasn't damaged and was placed in front of Su Qin in perfect condition, Su Qin probably wouldn't be able to understand it. But now the system had given him the War God Catalog. Even if the War God Catalog was really a heavenly book, Su Qin would still be able to comprehend it. But just as Su Qin was thinking, a huge wave of enlightenment surged in his mind. Not good. Su Qin's expression changed. He immediately sealed most of the insights in his mind. With the vastness of these insights, if Su Qin really started to absorb them at this moment, he would probably have to go into seclusion directly. Hence, Su Qin only roughly glanced at the many insights regarding the War God Catalog. He planned to carefully comprehend them after returning to Chang'an City. The War God Catalog isn't a physical technique, nor is it a true essence technique, nor is it a spiritual will technique. It's a divine art that cultivates domains. Su Qin had a thoughtful look on his face. Although he had only slightly come into contact with the vast insights of the War God Catalog, he roughly understood what kind of divine art the War God Catalog was. According to the information that Su Qin had just learned, cultivating the War God Catalog would allow one to condense the War God domain. And the War God domain was far more terrifying than ordinary domains. The domain here referred to a true phenomenal success domain, not the miniature domain condensed by a mythical realm martial artist. This Battle God Catalog is truly incredible, Lin Fan muttered to himself. Su Qin was amazed as he thought quickly in his heart. Even he was far from comprehending the power of domains. It was said that powerhouses at the level of Earth Immortals had mastered phenomenal success domains. With a thought, their domain could cover an area of 100 miles just like a real immortal god. It could be said that even for Earth Immortals, domains were a very powerful means. That's not right. It's just a domain now. Why would the master of the War God Temple attach so much importance to it? Su Qin frowned slightly. According to his guess, the master of the War God Temple had probably surpassed Earth Immortals and reached the level of a supreme powerhouse. For such a powerhouse, domains were important, but it was definitely not everything. There was no need to pass down this divine art with a huge spatial Dharma treasure. No hurry. Take it slow. Wait until I return to Chang'an City, then I'll carefully comprehend the War God catalog. Su Qin calmed himself down and a satisfied look appeared on his face. Su Qin's harvest on this trip to Kunlun Mountain was bountiful. Not only did he obtain an immortal fruit like the peach of immortality that could extend one's life by 1,000 years, but he also obtained more than 50 elemental spirit pills and other pills. With so many elemental spirit pills, once Su Qin entered the 9th heaven, he could directly condense his essence spirit and push the power of his essence spirit to an extremely high level. At that time, as long as Su Qin ascended to the extreme and stepped into the Earth Immortal realm, he would definitely be able to become a powerhouse among the Earth Immortals in a short time. Other than that, Su Qin also obtained the War God Catalog, a divine art that even the master of the War God Temple could not obtain. Su Qin pondered as he walked out of the War God Temple. Venerable One. Third Uncle. Shen Ku and Li Wan immediately greeted him. Third Uncle, the War God Temple is going to disappear. Li Wan looked at the War God Temple. At this moment, the War God Temple was slowly becoming illusory, as if it would escape into the deep void at any time. It's only temporary. Su Qin shook his head and said casually. Although Su Qin had refined the artifact spirit and successfully made the War God Temple recognize him as its master, the War God Temple was too big. Even if Su Qin was the master of the War God Temple, it was very difficult for him to put away the War God Temple with his current strength. But soon, when I become an Earth Immortal, I'll be able to completely take out the War God Temple. Su Qin was not reluctant at all. According to his estimation, he would be able to become an Earth Immortal in 50 years at the latest. At that time he would have enough time to take the War God Temple away. In any case, the War God Temple was here and would not run away. The Tao connotation inside would not be lost, so Su Qin was not in a hurry. After all, before Su Qin became an Earth Immortal, he did not lack cultivation resources and did not need to sign in at the War God Temple at all. Of course, the Great Sun painting of the 12 Divine Beasts painting was an exception. It's time to go back. Su Qin thought silently when he saw the War God Temple disappear completely. Although his trip to Kunlun Mountain this time was fruitful, he had spent more than a month. It was time to leave. Just as Su Qin was about to return to Chang'an City. In the overseas martial arts world, in the depths of the Snow God Palace, many elders led by the Snow God Palace stood respectfully before a vast altar. The 108th Palace Lord of the Snow God Palace beseeches the old patriarch to awaken and protect the Snow God Palace from the great calamity. The Snow God Palace Lord had a solemn expression as she shouted loudly. Her voice resounded throughout the entire altar, echoing non-stop. After a long time, an old voice slowly sounded. It's already the 108th generation. This old voice seemed to be filled with emotion as it spread to the ears of the people in the Snow God Palace. The Snow God Palace Lord stood respectfully on the spot, not daring to reply. Inside this altar was the place where the ancestors of the Snow God Palace slept. At this moment the old voice continued, "Speak. What happened that requires you to wake us up?" Although they were struggling at death's door by sleeping, indirectly achieving the goal of continuing the Shoyuan, every time they woke up the amount of time they could sleep would shrink. For the Snow God Palace Lord to come here and wake them up, something big must have happened that affected the entire Snow God Palace. Reporting to the old patriarch, the current goddess of the Snow God Palace and an elder have both died. The Snow God Palace Lord composed herself and said, "What else?" The old voice said nonchalantly. For the Snow God Palace, even the death of the Snow God Palace Lord was not a big deal, let alone the death of the goddess and an elder. The purpose of these ancestors' slumber was to ensure the prosperity of the Snow God Palace. As for other matters, it was not a big deal. The great battlefield has appeared, the Snow God Palace Lord said word by word. When these words came out, the old voice in the altar fell silent. After a while she spoke again, but her tone was clearly more solemn. "You mean to say that the current goddess of the Snow God Palace and an elder have both died in the great battlefield?" The great battlefield was the core of the recovery of the Vitality Tide. If the Snow God Palace wanted to continue its legacy for thousands of generations, it had to occupy a region in the great battlefield. Only then could it enjoy the great opportunities brought about by the recovery of the Vitality Tide. Of course, the Snow God Palace could choose not to fight. However, the consequences of not fighting might not be obvious in the short term, but in the long run, the other great sects would obtain great opportunities from the great battlefield. If the Snow God Palace remained indifferent and allowed the gap between them to widen, the Snow God Palace would inevitably decline after hundreds or thousands of years. That's right. The Snow God Palace Lord's expression was solemn. Now, there is at least a seventh heaven legend in the great battlefield. The fallen goddess and an elder of the Snow God Palace may have something to do with that seventh heaven legend. The Snow God Palace Lord paused for a while and then continued. The great battlefield is very important. The Snow God Palace must move to the great battlefield. Only then can we obtain enough benefits when the vitality tide truly recovers and moves towards its peak. And if the Snow God Palace wants to move to the great battlefield, the first thing we have to deal with is that seventh heaven legend. The Snow God Palace Lord's meaning was very clear. She hoped that the sleeping ancestors would take action and help the Snow God Palace secure a territory in the great battlefield. This was an important node that concerned whether the Snow God Palace could continue to be passed down. Only the powerful ancestors would be able to do it. I understand. I will personally make a trip to the great battlefield. After a long while, the old voice sounded again. Chapter 247. In front of the sacrificial altar in the depths of the Snow God Palace. When the Snow God Palace Master and the others heard that the old ancestor had agreed to her request, they finally felt at ease. The other elders of the Snow God Palace were also delighted. According to the ancient records, the land of great strife was the core of the recovery of the vital chi tide. If the Snow God Palace could occupy a certain area in the land of great strife, their foundation would definitely increase greatly in the future. Who knew, they might even be able to give birth to a few land immortals. When that time came, the status of the elders of the Snow God Palace would also rise. They would obtain more cultivation resources on the martial path, and there would be hope for them to break through. Just as the Snow God Palace Master and the other elders were feeling excited, they saw a figure slowly walking out from the sacrificial altar. This figure had a hunched back and his footsteps were slow. He gave off an extremely old feeling. Under the gazes of the Snow God Palace Master and the others, this figure slowly walked to the front of everyone. Greetings, old ancestor. The Snow God Palace Master and the other elders bowed in unison as they greeted him loudly. So, it's old ancestor Shueshin. The Snow God Palace Master carefully raised her head to take a look, and her heart trembled. Old ancestor Shueshin was an 8th heaven legend of the Snow God Palace 900 years ago. His might had shaken the entire overseas martial path world. Before old ancestor Shueshin fell into a deep slumber, he had been overseeing the Snow God Palace and overlooked the overseas region. Even the Dao One sect, which had produced several land immortals and was ranked in the top 5 among the many strong sects, was nothing in his eyes. If old ancestor Shueshin hadn't built a great reputation for the Snow God Palace, the current Snow God Palace definitely wouldn't be as outstanding as it was now. Rise all of you. I fell into a deep slumber a little later, so I can still make a few moves. The other old ancestors are in a much worse state, especially first ancestor. A hint of worry appeared on Shueshin's face as he spoke. Compared to other patriarchs who had been in slumber for at least 1,000 years, Patriarch Shueshin had only been in slumber for 900 years. He was indeed considered young. In addition, Patriarch Shueshin was very powerful. He was at the peak of the 8th firmament and was already beginning to touch the threshold of the 9th firmament. First ancestor. The Snow God Palace Master's expression changed slightly. First ancestor was the oldest ancestor sleeping in the sacrificial altar of the Snow God Palace. It was said that he had been sleeping for over 2,000 years and was the true pillar of the Snow God Palace. According to the ancient records passed down from the Snow God Palace, first ancestor was already at the peak of the 9th heaven over 2,000 years ago. He was even preparing to ascend to the extreme and break through to the realm of earth immortals. However, it was a pity that first ancestor failed to break through to the realm of earth immortals. With no other choice, he could only seal himself and enter a deep slumber. The self-sealing secret technique outside the sea also had its limits. Over 2,000 years was enough to wipe out 2 generations of earth immortals. First ancestor of the Snow God Palace wasn't the devil dragon of the War God Hall. He had a trace of the bloodline of a divine beast. Coupled with the environment of the War God Hall, he barely managed to survive for tens of thousands of years. The Shoyuan of the demon race was already far superior to the human race, let alone the devil dragon who had a trace of connection with the legendary divine beast. To first ancestor, no matter how much he sealed his chi, blood and consciousness, he would still die of old age in the end. It was just that he would die later than a normal death. This was also the problem that all the slumbering patriarchs of the high sex had to face. The self-sealing secret technique couldn't allow one to sleep forever. After a long time, their chi, blood and consciousness would still decay. Is first ancestor all right? The snow god palace master asked with concern. If first ancestor couldn't hold on, it would definitely be a huge loss to the snow god palace. Even if she, the palace master of the snow god palace, fell, it would still be a far greater loss. Don't worry. He can still hold on for a few more decades. Old ancestor Shuexin shook his head and said. At the same time. Almost at the same time, Black Source sect, Wanjian school, and the other high sects woke up their old ancestors. Old ancestor Shuexin of the Snow God Palace was still considered low-key. When he woke up, he didn't cause much of a commotion. However, when the old ancestor of Wanjian school walked out of his slumber, he immediately summoned 10,000 swords and condensed a divine sword that reached the heavens and the earth above Wanjian school. The sword aura swept across 100 miles. As for the old ancestor of the Kuragenkyo, he was even more terrifying. The moment he woke up, with the Kuragenkyo as the center, everything turned into a pitch-black world. The aura of a pinnacle myth was released without restraint as though he was venting something. Instantly, the entire overseas martial arts world was in a panic. Generally speaking, the sleeping old ancestors of the high sects were the ultimate foundation. They would never come out unless it was a last resort. But now these old ancestors were waking up one after another. Obviously, something earth-shattering had happened. At present, there are a total of 6 old ancestors of the high sects that have woken up. Among them, the old ancestors of the Snow God Palace, Kuragenkyo, and Wanjian School were the first to wake up. The other 3 woke up half a day later. Some overseas myths felt their scalps go numb. How many high sects were there overseas? Now that 6 of them had jumped out at once, it was simply inconceivable. What the hell happened? Why did the old ancestors of these high sects wake up? Some myths were puzzled. I heard that the current goddess of the Snow God Palace and the elder have fallen. Wanjian School also lost an elder and a disciple. As for the Kuragenkyo, even the vice sect master Mingyu died. Could it be because of this that these old ancestors have woken up? Another myth put forward his opinion. Impossible. Immediately, a myth stood up and retorted, how much do these old ancestors cherish their lives? Not to mention the fall of a few elders and disciples. Even if the sect master died, as long as there is no danger to the inheritance of the sect, they will not come out. When the other myths heard this, they immediately nodded in agreement. Indeed. If the deaths of just a few elders were enough to wake up those sleeping old ancestors, then those old ancestors of the great sects would have died long ago. What was the point of sleeping? Could it be because of the matter of the land of war? Is the prophecy of the Tianji sect true? The land of war has already appeared? The myth who had just spoken had a slight change in his expression. At the beginning, the matter of the goddess of the Snow God Palace and several other disciples of the high sects looking for the land of war was not a secret. Other myths had already known about it, but it was later covered up by the fall of the elders. When these words came out, the complexions of many legends changed. If it was really because of the land of war, the behavior of the Snow God Palace and the other high sects to wake up their old ancestors at all costs could be explained. According to the records left behind from the last, Origin Chi-Tide era, the land of great battle was the core of the entire world. Every Origin Chi-Tide recovery era, the land of great battle was different, but without exception all the land of great battle under the future, Origin Chi-Tide recovery, would burst forth with the brightest light. Once any of the high sects takes the initiative in the land of war, it will certainly have a far-reaching impact and will have a pivotal position in the future. It seems that the land of war has really appeared. Why don't we also go to the land of war to take a look? Some of the legends were tempted. They were very self-aware and knew that they couldn't compare with a great sect like the Snow God's Temple, but these legends didn't want to occupy a vast area in the land of great struggle. They just planned to occupy a small mountain first. There was no conflict with those high sections. Humph. Don't think too highly of yourself. That land of war is obviously not a good place. If the Snow God Palace and the other high sects did not suffer a big loss, how could they wake up their old ancestors? There were still some myths who were very clear-headed and were not tempted by the land of war. If the land of war was really so easy to occupy, Why would the high sects like the Snow God Palace and the Wanjian School wake up their old ancestors? One had to know that every time these ancestors woke up, their slumber time would be shortened by a bit. However, after all, the myths who were aware of this were in the minority. More myths quietly inquired about the land of war and then went out to sea. After all, for the vast majority of myths, most of the overseas martial arts cultivation resources have been occupied by the high sects, and could not support the progress of rogue myths like them. However, the emergence of the land of great battle gave these legends hope. Especially now that the major sects have yet to occupy the land of great battle, it meant that they had a greater chance of obtaining the great opportunities in the land of great battle. Just as the overseas martial arts world was in turmoil, Su Qin had already left Kunlun Mountain and returned to Chang'an City. As for Xianku, he was sent back to the Shaolin Temple by Su Qin. Of course, before this, Su Qin personally guided Xianku for a while. The last time Su Qin guided Xianku, he was still at the 3rd heavenly layer, and now he was already at the 8th heavenly layer. Compared to before, Su Qin's guidance this time was more profound and simple, and every word made Xianku feel a lot more. After a few hours, even if Su Qin did not say anything, Xianku wanted to rush back to the Shaolin Temple as soon as possible. Not bad, Arhat has hope. Su Qin finally glanced at Xianku and evaluated in his heart. Xianku has the Buddha's heart. Although it is easy to cultivate in the early stage and step into the grade 1 great grandmaster realm is as simple as eating and drinking, but when he really makes the ultimate leap and enters the realm of Venerable Arhat, the so-called Buddha's heart has become a shackle. The Shaolin Temple has been open for thousands of years, and a total of 7 or 8 people with Buddha's heart have been born, but none of them have been able to step into the realm of Arhat. Originally, in Su Qin's view, it would be extremely difficult for Xianku to take that step. Although it is not hopeless, it is still very slim. But now, with the recovery of the vitality tide, coupled with the guidance of Su Qin, the 8th heavenly layer, Xianku's possibility of reaching the realm of Arhat has greatly increased. Of course, even if everything goes well, it will take decades for Xianku to reach the realm of Arhat. By that time, Su Qin would have entered the realm of Great Arhat and would be able to compete with the Earth Immortals. The realm of Great Arhat is the realm after the realm of Arhat, which is equivalent to the Earth Immortals. Although the names are different, the essence of power mastery is the same. Moreover, once Su Qin becomes Great Arhat with the various trump cards he has, ordinary Earth Immortals will definitely not be his opponent. Especially after Su Qin breaks through, he will open the second inheritance of the Buddha's palm. With all these added together, it will definitely be able to raise Su Qin's combat power to an incredible level. While Su Qin was thinking, he had already returned to the Imperial Palace with Li Wan. Shortly after Su Qin arrived at the Eastern Palace, the Emperor of Tang and Empress Su Yueyun rushed over nervously. It has been more than a month since what happened on Kunlun Mountain, and naturally, it has already spread to the Imperial Palace. Although the outside world rumored that the one who attacked on Kunlun Mountain was the Venerable of Shaolin Temple, Su Yueyun and others have long known that the so-called Shaolin Temple's Venerable was just an identity of Su Qin. The world fiercely debated whether the legend of Chang'an City or the Venerable of Shaolin Temple was stronger or weaker, and even fought over it. But in the eyes of Su Yueyun and others, it was extremely funny. Whether it was the Venerable of Shaolin Temple or the legend of Chang'an City, they were both Su Qin. What's the difference between the strong and the weak? Third brother, I heard that a demon dragon appeared in the War God Temple. The Emperor of Tang couldn't help but ask. Even though he had long known that Su Qin was unfathomable, and that even the high and mighty martial arts legends could only be killed by Su Qin with a single slash. But the demon dragon was not an ordinary martial arts legend, and yet it was still killed by Su Qin, which was simply shocking. Don't worry whether it's the demon dragon or the War God Temple, they have been resolved. Su Qin said with a gentle smile. Now that the demon dragon's body was gone, and as for the War God Temple, Su Qin had refined it. Once Su Qin reached the extreme sublimation and stepped into that step, he could take the entire War God Temple, and naturally the Emperor of Tang's worries would not occur. Thank you, third brother, for your help. The Emperor of Tang breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly thanked him. It's okay. Su Qin waved his hand. Even without the Emperor of Tang's request, he would have gone to Kunlun Mountain. Besides, Su Qin's trip to Kunlun Mountain this time also gave him countless benefits. Not to mention other things, the more than 50 elemental spirit pills he obtained from signing in at the War God Temple was enough for Su Qin to complete all the accumulation of the 9th heaven in the shortest time and directly break through to a higher realm. Just this point alone was enough for Su Qin to make a trip, not to mention that compared to other gains the elemental spirit pills were nothing at all. Even the War God Temple fell into Su Qin's hands, and according to the time the War God Temple had existed, the accumulated Dao accumulation was equivalent to an endless gold mine. And unlike the relieved expressions of the Emperor of Tang and the others, the Lao Dao of the Dao One sect was completely shocked. He didn't know that Su Qin had already refined the War God Temple, but just killing the demon dragon of the War God Temple was enough to set off a storm in the Lao Dao's heart. The demon dragon's strength was terrifying to the extreme. In the previous era of vitality recovery, several Earth Immortals joined forces and wanted to enter the War God Temple, but in the end they were driven out in disgrace. It was precisely because of the demon dragon. But now, the demon dragon that could block the joint forces of several Earth Immortals was actually killed by Su Qin. This was a kill, not a defeat. The difficulty of the two was not on the same level at all. Senior, how could you have such terrifying strength? The Lao Dao swallowed his saliva, full of horror. Although he faintly realized that perhaps after tens of thousands of years, the demon dragon's vitality and strength had declined and its strength had greatly decreased, but no matter how great the loss was, it was still a demon dragon. Su Qin was able to kill the demon dragon so cleanly, even if he was not an Earth Immortal, he was probably not far from it. Okay. All of you can leave. I'm going into seclusion for a while. Su Qin chatted for a while more, then waved his hand and announced that he was going into seclusion. Then he went to the majestic hall under Chang'an City. Now let's count our gains. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. This trip to Kunlun Mountain had taken him a whole month. Of course, the harvest was also very pleasing, at least far more than the previous trip to Immortal Abode Island. Let's take a look at the Immortal Peach first. Su Qin's heart moved and a fist-sized red spirit fruit appeared in front of Su Qin. The moment this spirit fruit appeared, a terrifying vitality began to spread, filling every inch of the air. Chapter 248. This is the Peach of Immortality? Su Qin carefully looked at the spirit fruit in front of him that was filled with rich vitality. This was the first time Su Qin took out this Peach of Immortality from the system space since he signed in at the peak of Kunlun Mountain. Even in the War God Temple, Su Qin's mind would at most enter the system space to observe. After all, the War God Temple was left behind by Ho Yuan, and there might be some backup plans. Before he completely refined it, Su Qin wouldn't expose too many of his secrets in the War God Temple. Especially a peerless fruit like the Peach of Immortality that could extend one's life by 1,000 years. One had to know that the most precious thing for a real martial arts powerhouse was never the divine arts, dharma treasures or spirit artifacts. It was Shoyuan. Only by continuing to live could one be qualified to consider divine arts and dharma treasures. Otherwise Shoyuan's life would be over. The vitality that this Peach of Immortality exudes is too terrifying. But without this vitality, how can it extend one's life by 1,000 years? Su Qin sat cross-legged and looked at the Peach of Immortality in front of him quietly, thinking in his heart. Eating this Peach of Immortality will not only extend one's life by 1,000 years, but also heal all injuries in an instant with the help of the endless vitality in the Peach of Immortality. Both the physical body and divine sense will be restored to their original state. Su Qin was amazed. Even with Su Qin's eyesight, he was also very emotional. The physical injuries were easy to heal, but the divine sense injuries couldn't be seen or touched. One could only rely on themselves. The Peach of Immortality could heal all injuries to one's divine sense. This alone was better than most divine pills in the world. However, compared to the effect of the Peach of Immortality that could extend one's life by 1,000 years, this effect was insignificant. I, Shoyuan, have enough energy so I don't need to eat the Peach of Immortality for the time being. I will consider eating it when I reach the peak and take that step. Su Qin thought in his heart. There was no turning back once one crossed a large realm. It would be fine if one succeeded, but if one failed, one would die on the spot. If one was lucky, one would suffer heavy injuries. Their vitality would deteriorate, their divine sense would collapse, and their strength would plummet. The Lao Dao warrior from the Dao One sect had once said that over the past thousands of years, many ninth firmament peak mythical creatures had been born overseas. These peak mythical creatures had condensed domains and essence souls, reaching perfection. But in the end he failed when he stepped into the Earth Immortal realm. Since then there was no news of him. Su Qin had the fleshly rebirth god art, so he wasn't afraid of injuries to his physical body. However, if his spiritual will was damaged he would have a headache. However, having the Peach of Immortality was equivalent to giving Su Qin a way out. Even if Su Qin failed to take that step, he would still have the opportunity to try again in a short period of time. Consuming the Peach of Immortality now is equivalent to wasting the healing effect of the Peach of Immortality. It's not worth it. Su Qin shook his head and kept the flat peach into the system space. Unfortunately, there is only one Peach of Immortality. If there were more, I would be able to share them with little sister and the others. Su Qin sighed softly. Although the Peach of Immortality was precious, Su Qin knew that strength was the foundation. As long as he could continue to break through, he wouldn't have to worry about the lack of life-prolonging treasures in the future. Whether it was Su Yueyun, the family Su, or even the Empire of Tang, they all relied on Su Qin's strength to suppress everything. It was precisely because Su Qin was strong enough that the world was at peace today. In addition to the Peach of Immortality, there are also a few elixirs such as the Essence Soul Pill. Several elixirs appeared in front of Su Qin again and he kept glancing at them. The Essence Soul Pill can condense the Essence Soul. It is a divine elixir that can accumulate energy after crossing the 9th firmament. But what's the use of the Soul Formation Pill and the Soul Controlling Pill? Su Qin glanced at the other two elixirs. Forget it. It's still too early to think about this. I should prepare to enter the 9th firmament as soon as possible. Su Qin put away the elixirs and immersed his mind into the War God Catalog again. Strictly speaking, the War God Catalog was Su Qin's biggest gain this time. Even the War God Temple, which was a spatial Dharma treasure, was only a place to store the War God Catalog. As for the Essence Soul Pill, it was only useful for the 9th firmament martial artists. Once they crossed this level, it wouldn't be very useful. But the War God Catalog was a divine art that even the War God Temple Master Ho Yuan yearned for. Although Su Qin didn't know what level Ho Yuan was at, it was obvious that he was far stronger than a peak Earth immortal like perfected Lord Donghai. It was very likely that he had reached the omnipotent realm. The War God Catalog is a domain art. By cultivating the War God Catalog, one can transform their own domain into the War God domain. Su Qin kept comprehending the War God Catalog. After being instilled by the system, all the intricacies of the War God Catalog flowed in Su Qin's heart. If the War God Temple Master knew about this, he would definitely vomit blood in anger. The War God Catalog that he had paid a huge price for but couldn't get was as simple as eating and drinking to Su Qin. The War God Catalog is divided into 49 reliefs and progresses step by step. If you cultivate all 49 reliefs, you will be able to form the War God's paradise. Su Qin glanced at the Battle God Catalog as shock appeared on his face. He finally knew why the War God Temple Master, an omnipotent expert, was still obsessed with the War God Catalog and even used a spatial Dharma treasure to carry the War God Catalog and pass it down. It turned out that cultivating the War God Catalog would form the War God Grotto Heaven. This was simply unbelievable. What was a Grotto Heaven? Compared to a domain, a Grotto Heaven was a small world of its own. It was filled with essence chi, spirit vigor, and even had its own laws. It's a pity that the War God Grotto Heaven is too far away from me. I can't even cultivate the War God domain, let alone the War God Grotto Heaven. Su Qin shook his head. According to the War God Catalog, the first step of cultivating the War God Catalog was to have a phenomenal domain. A phenomenal domain could only be obtained when one became an Earth immortal. As for Su Qin's domain, it was only a miniature domain. It was still a long way from a phenomenal domain that could cover 100 miles. No hurry. I'll take it slow. In any case, I'll be able to break through in at most 20 years. I'll cultivate then. Although Su Qin was a little disappointed, he didn't have much regret. Instead, the War God Catalog was right there. Once Su Qin's cultivation level was high enough, it would be a matter of time. Next, I'll cultivate to the 9th heaven. Su Qin's expression turned serious. He took out hundreds of divine pills and spirit liquids from the system storage and started cultivating. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, several months had passed. In these few months, Su Qin didn't cultivate in seclusion all the time. Occasionally, he would return to the palace and guide the cultivation of his family Su. Apart from that, Su Qin would also leave the palace and stroll around Chang and city to experience the bustling world of mortals. Martial cultivation wasn't just about true essence and the physical body, it was also about the transformation of one's mental state. The closer Su Qin was to the breakthrough, the more he understood. Just as Su Qin was cultivating in silence. Overseas martial world, Dao Yi sect. The sect master of the Dao sect picked up the gourd at his waist and took a swig of wine. He looked into the distance and muttered to himself, calculating the time, the patriarchs of the Snow God Palace and the Kuragenkyo should have arrived at the battlefield by now, right? Sect master, I don't understand why our Dao sect didn't awaken the patriarchs. A young Taoist beside him couldn't help but ask. In the past few months, with the awakening of the patriarchs of the Snow God Palace, the Kuragenkyo and the Wanjian school, these three great sects had almost dominated the overseas martial world. Especially the Kuragenkyo awakened Qiyuan Laozu. It was said that he came from 1,800 years ago and was once invincible in that era. If it weren't for the flaws in the Kuragenkyo's cultivation method, he would have taken that step and become a land immortal long ago. Awaken? Why would our Dao sect awaken the patriarchs? The sect master was baffled. He took another swig of wine from the gourd. Whether it's the Kuragenkyo, the Snow God Palace, or the Wanjian school, it's all because of the deaths of their disciples and elders. But our Dao sect. At this point, a strange expression appeared on the sect master's face. Ever since the deaths of the Snow God Palace, the Kuragenkyo and the other great sect's elders, he would often check on the life flames of the disciple Yanhai and the elder who had gone to the battlefield. The sect master was almost ready to extinguish the two's life flames at any time. However, what surprised the sect master was that the two's life flames were still burning well. In fact, the sect master had used a secret art several times to trace the life flame's owner's current state through the life flames. In the end, the sect master's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His disciple Yanhai and the Dao sect's elder were in better condition than ever before. Their strength had improved again. It was unbelievable. The other great sect's elders and disciples had died without even their divine consciousnesses escaping. However, not only were the two disciples and elders of his Dao sect alive, they seemed to be doing well. If news of this spread out and the Kuragenkyo and the Snow God Palace learned of it, their patriarchs would probably head to their Dao sect instead of the battlefield. It's just that, the battlefield? The young Taoist hesitated for a moment and said cautiously. You mean, what if the Snow God Palace and the Kuragenkyo get the upper hand in the battlefield? The sect master asked. That's right. The young Taoist nodded immediately. The land of the great battle was the core of the recovery of the vitality tide. It was a key part of the future world. If the Snow God Palace and other major sects were to occupy it, it would be a disaster for the Dao sect. Don't worry. Now that the vitality tide has just begun to recover, it's still far from its heyday. The real opportunities in the battlefield have yet to appear. Let the Snow God Palace and the others explore the way, the sect master said indifferently. The emergence of the battlefield was not overnight. It was gradually revealed with the recovery of the vitality tide. Also, when the sect master said this, a smile appeared on his face. It's not just our Dao sect. There are a few other old fellows who are also watching the show. A few other old fellows? The young Taoist's heart tightened and he did not dare to continue asking. At this moment, outside Chang'an City, several silhouettes appeared silently. My Snow God Palace's goddess Bingling fell here? The Snow God Palace's patriarch Shuexin looked at Chang'an City with cold eyes. A few years ago, the Snow God Palace's goddess Bingling led the Kuragenkyo Wanjian school and other disciples to Chang'an City. They wanted to suppress the empire of Tang and conquer the battlefield. In the end, they were all killed one by the legend of Chang'an City. The news had long spread throughout the world. A little investigation was enough to find out about this. Therefore, the Snow God Palace's patriarch Shuexin and the others came directly to Chang'an City to join forces to suppress the legend of Chang'an City. Can't we just kill our way in? A man with ordinary facial features said coldly. He was like a divine sword that could shock the heavens. Kill our way in? At this moment, a young man with a cold aura like a ghost spoke. He looked to be about 18 years old, but his aura was as dark and unfathomable as an endless abyss. It was Qiyuan Laozu of the Kuragenkyo. Wouldn't it be a pity to kill so many living beings? Why don't you let me slaughter them all and devour their essence and blood to cultivate the devil art? Qiyuan Laozu's tone was calm, but there was extreme cruelty in it. Hearing this, the Shuexin patriarch frowned slightly but did not dare to say anything. This time, the Snow God Palace, the Kuragenkyo and the Wanjian school's patriarchs had joined forces. The most powerful one was Qiyuan Laozu. Even someone as proud as Patriarch Shuexin felt fear from the bottom of her heart when she faced Patriarch Qiyuan. Not only because Qiyuan Laozu was the most powerful, but also because Qiyuan Laozu had awakened because Shouyuan had reached the end of his life. If he continued to sleep, he would die of old age. Don't worry. Before we find the legend of Chang'an City, I won't go on a killing spree. Qiyuan Laozu glanced at the Shuoxin Patriarch and the Wanjian School's Patriarch and said with a smile, "Let's go in." Qiyuan Laozu took a step forward slowly and walked toward Chang'an City. "I'd like to see what kind of powerful being can be born in this place." The Shuoxin Patriarch and the Wanjian School's Patriarch looked at each other and followed him into Chang'an City. Chang'an City was bustling with people coming and going. Qiyuan Laozu and the other two slowly walked on the street. "There's no aura of a peak legend here?" The Shuoxin Patriarch's divine sense constantly shrouded in all directions as he frowned slightly. "That should be the palace. There are a few legends auras, but they are still far from the peak legends." Qiyuan Laozu narrowed his eyes and looked in the direction of the palace. With their strength, even if they were 10 times stronger, they wouldn't be able to kill Mingyu. "That's right." The Wanjian School's Patriarch's face darkened. "What should we do now?" The 3 patriarchs of the various sects had joined forces to come here for the peak legend of the Land of Great Battle. Now that they couldn't find the peak legend, wouldn't they have come in vain? "What should we do?" "Continue to search." "I don't believe it. Even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground and let this place bleed for thousands of miles, we must find him." Qiyuan Laozu's expression was cold as he said word by word. The faces of the Shuoxin Patriarch and the Wanjian School's Patriarch darkened. They had already felt Qiyuan Laozu's monstrous murderous intent. Qiyuan Laozu could really slaughter all the millions of creatures here and then dig 3 feet into the ground of Chang'an City. Just as the Shuoxin Patriarch and the Wanjian School's Patriarch were about to go to the palace to suppress those legends and then enslave the Emperor of the Empire of Tang to ask about the peak legend, a leisurely voice sounded. "What are you looking for?" They saw a man with deep eyes looking at them quietly a few meters away. The 3 patriarchs, including Qiyuan Laozu, all changed their expressions and looked at Su Qin in disbelief. "You are." Chapter 249. In Chang'an City. On the street. People came and went and it was very lively. But Patriarch Shuoxin of the Snow God Palace and the Patriarch of the Wanjian School were shocked and looked at Su Qin in shock. They were at least legends of the 7th heaven, especially Patriarch Shuoxin, who was at the peak of the 8th heaven. His divine thoughts could easily cover a radius of dozens of miles, but neither the Patriarch of the Wanjian School nor the Patriarch of the Shuoxin noticed Su Qin's presence before he spoke. Su Qin appeared there out of thin air like a ghost. What did this mean? It meant that if Su Qin wanted to, he could definitely transform into the world's most terrifying assassin. Before he made a move, even a legend of the 8th heaven like Shuoxin would not be able to detect him. "Are you the sleeping patriarchs of the overseas sects?" Su Qin looked at the 3 patriarchs of the Shuoxin with great interest. The Eye of Truth was constantly observing their qi, and even the circulation of their vital essence was clear to him. In Su Qin's eyes, whether it was Patriarch Shuoxin, the Patriarch of the Wanjian School, or Qiyuan Laozu who had been silent all this time, they were all legends of the peak, but their qi and blood had begun to decline and were no longer at their peak. It was almost the same as what the Lao Dao cultivator of the Daoyi sect had said. Their qi and blood had declined and they had fallen into a deep sleep with a self-sealing secret technique. "Are you the legend who is in charge of Chang'an City?" Patriarch Shuoxin of the Snow God Palace looked solemnly at Su Qin and said word by word. How could they not have guessed that the pinnacle legend that they were looking for was right in front of them? However, Patriarch Shuoxin originally thought that Su Qin was just a legend of the 7th heaven, but now it seemed that his strength was far beyond that. Could a 7th heaven legend hide from the perception of ancestor Shuoxin and approach him silently? Su Qin smiled and did not reply to Patriarch Shuoxin's question. Instead, he looked at Patriarch Shuoxin and the other 2 thoughtfully. Su Qin had been on the path of martial arts for decades, and all the enemies he had encountered were far weaker than him in terms of realm. It was the first time that Patriarch Shuoxin and the other 2 human experts were at the same realm as Su Qin. Of course, Qingqiu Qingling on Immortal Abode Island and the demonic dragon in the War God Temple were not humans, so they were not included. "Hee fellow Taoist, you're really something." At this moment, Qiyuan Laozu suddenly sneered, "Let's not talk about anything else. Just this aura concealment technique alone is enough to be unparalleled in the world." Qiyuan Laozu's eyes flashed with wisdom. In his opinion, Su Qin must have hidden here with an aura concealment technique since he had appeared here silently. At first glance, it seemed unbelievable, but in reality, it was not worth mentioning. The most important thing about aura concealment techniques was to conceal one's aura. If Su Qin had remained silent and retreated secretly, Qiyuan Laozu would have been troubled. However, now that Su Qin had taken the initiative to speak, it was tantamount to giving up on his area of expertise and digging his own grave. Aura concealment technique? Wanjian School's patriarch sighed in relief. It was inconceivable that an aura concealment technique could hide from their perception. However, no matter how inconceivable it was only an aura concealment technique. It did not increase one's combat strength by much. At this moment, countless thoughts flashed through the mind of Wanjian School's patriarch. He was more and more certain that Qiyuan Laozu's judgment was correct. If Su Qin was not using an aura concealment technique, why would he suddenly speak and expose himself? The more the patriarch of Wanjian School thought about it, the more confident he became. He looked at Su Qin with a hint of embarrassment. He was the patriarch of Wanjian School, 1,000 years ago. How could he be frightened by a junior like Su Qin? If word got out, he would definitely be laughed at by his peers. Aura concealment technique? Su Qin laughed. He was close to a breakthrough. Both his qi and divine will were hidden deep inside his body. He looked no different from an ordinary person. That was why Qiyuan Laozu believed that he had used an aura concealment technique. However, in a way, Qiyuan Laozu was right. I don't care what aura concealment technique you have used. You have killed a disciple of my sect. Surrender now and I might spare your life. Shueishin's patriarch took a step forward and shouted. Do it. 3 terrifying auras like dragons kept entangling and pouncing on Su Qin. Whether it was the 10,000 Sword Sect's patriarch Shuaxan, or Patriarch Qiyuan, they were all pinnacle myths. Though their qi and blood were deteriorating, they could still suppress an ordinary 7th or 8th heavens myth when they worked together, even if they didn't use their full strength. Buzz? The air began to distort as if it could not withstand the pressure. However, no matter how the 3 patriarchs joined forces, it was as if they were nothing in the eyes of the passing Chang and citizens. This was a real fight between experts. For a pinnacle legend like Ancestor Qiyuan, unless he truly went all out in a life-and-death battle, every strand of his power would be extremely restrained. Only when he truly collided with his opponent would it suddenly erupt. Before that, it would not cause any impact at all. Su Qin was still calm in the face of this scene. He was unmoved. Under the gaze of Shueishin's patriarch and the other 2, all their attacks dissipated silently as if they had fallen into the sea when they were within 100 feet of Su Qin. This is... The patriarch of Shueishin and Wanjian School were shocked and could not hide their astonishment. The 3 of them joined forces. Even if they did not use their full strength, ordinary peak legends could not resist. If Su Qin had used all kinds of means and paid a certain price to block their joint attack, Shueishin's patriarch could somewhat understand. However, Su Qin just stood there and did nothing and everything was over. This was unbelievable. Domain. You condensed it? Qiyuan Laozu stared at Su Qin with certainty. Domain? The patriarch of Shueishin and the patriarch of Wanjian School looked at each other. In fact, even if Qiyuan Laozu did not say it out loud, they had guessed it. Other than a domain, what else could be capable of quietly dissolving the joint attack of their 3 patriarchs? You have good eyesight. Su Qin nodded slightly and said lightly. Unfortunately, it's too late. Go to hell. Su Qin's mind moved, and the power of his domain began to spread rapidly, covering Qiyuan Laozu and the other 2. Once Qiyuan Laozu and the other 2 fell into Su Qin's domain, it was equivalent to their lives being in Su Qin's hands. Oh no! The patriarch of Shueishin's expression changed drastically. If they really allowed Su Qin's domain to cover them, she and the patriarch of Wanjian School would definitely die. As for running? In front of a peak legend who had condensed a domain, the most foolish thing to do was to run. Running away was the stupidest thing to do. No matter how fast one ran, could they be faster than the domain? Unless they gave up their physical body and escaped thousands of miles away using their divine consciousness. However, the price of this method was too high, especially for the patriarch of Shueishin, whose qi and blood had already begun to decline, and Shouyuan's qi and blood were running out. To him it would only increase his lifespan by a few months. Qiyuan. The patriarch of Shueishin looked at Qiyuan Laozu who was next to him. Sigh. Qiyuan Laozu sighed softly. A pitch-black domain power also descended, barely blocking Su Qin's domain. The 2 were in a stalemate. Su Qin looked at Qiyuan Laozu in surprise. He did not expect the other party to have condensed a domain as well. Although the Eye of Truth was said to be able to see through all qi, the power of the domain was hidden in the sea of consciousness. Unless it was actively used, even Su Qin might not be able to see it. However, your qi and blood are already declining. How long can you live if you use your domain? Su Qin glanced at Qiuan Laozu, who had a serious expression, and smiled disdainfully. For a martial artist like Su Qin who had abundant qi and blood and Shoyuan, using his domain was just a matter of thought. However, for Qiuan Laozu, every time he maintained his domain, his qi and blood would decline again. It was tantamount to hastening his death. Fine. It just so happens that I didn't have enough fun killing the demonic dragon last time. I'll use you guys to practice. Su Qin rubbed his wrist and thought to himself. In Su Qin's eyes, the domain was just a method. At most, it was a method that was more convenient, but it was far from Su Qin's true strength. The reason why Su Qin used his domain just now was that he was too lazy to make a move and wanted to suppress with his domain. But now, it seemed that this idea was obviously impossible. Su Qin still had to use a few moves. At the same time, outside Chang'an City, several legends from overseas were gathered here, looking at the incomparably majestic Chang'an City from afar. Tsk, Qiuan Laozu of the Kuragenkyo, ancestor Shueshin of the Snow God Palace, and the ancestor of Wanjian School should have already entered Chang'an City, right? A gray-haired man smiled. After Qiuan Laozu of the Kuragenkyo and the others woke up, they did not immediately go to the land of war. Instead, they adjusted for more than 10 years before leaving. After all, they had slept for so many years and suddenly woke up, they definitely needed time to adapt. Therefore, the legends who came to the land of war to take advantage of the situation, arrived at the land of war before Qiuan Laozu and the others. Calculating the time they should have arrived. The other legends nodded slightly, looking at Chang'an City with anticipation. They naturally did not dare to compete with a peak legend like Qiuan Laozu for Chang'an City, but they watched from afar, waiting for Qiuan Laozu and the peak legend of Chang'an City to fight. There was no problem. I don't know if the legend of Chang'an City can block Qiuan Laozu and the others. A plump woman who looked to be in her 30s sighed. Block? The gray-haired man sneered. Qiuan Laozu roamed the sea more than 1,000 years ago, and more than one peak legend fell in his hands. If it weren't for the flaws in the Kuragenkyo cultivation method, I'm afraid he would have already stepped into the Earth Immortal realm. But even so, Qiuan Laozu also condensed a domain. Who can stop such a peerless figure? The gray-haired man shook his head slightly and continued. With Qiuan Laozu's character, once he suppresses the peak legend of Chang'an City, he will definitely slaughter all the creatures in Chang'an City to cultivate the devil art. So that's how it is. The rest of the legends seem to have understood something. In my opinion, at this moment, Qiuan Laozu might. The gray-haired man was about to speak when he saw a dark domain rising from the depths of Chang'an City, madly spreading in all directions. Is that Qiuan Laozu's domain? The gray-haired man was slightly taken aback and then smiled. It seems that the battle is over. Qiuan Laozu intends to directly use his domain to sacrifice hundreds of creatures. Suddenly, at this moment, kacha. A saber gleam that resembled a spatial rift flashed past, slicing Patriarch Qiuan's pitch-black domain into two. Whoosh! Qiuan Laozu's domain shattered. The gray-haired man's expression froze, and he looked at all this with a stunned expression. Chapter 250. Qiuan Laozu of the Kuragenkyo not only stepped into the mythical realm of the ninth heaven, but also condensed a domain and dominated an era overseas. More than 1,000 years ago, even the top 5 behemoths like the Daoyi sect were not willing to provoke Qiuan Laozu, who was in the limelight. If it weren't for the flaws in the Kuragenkyo cultivation method that prevented the transformation of the divine sense into the primordial spirit, Qiuan Laozu would have probably become an earth immortal. Of course, if it weren't for the Kuragenkyo cultivation method that was close to the devil path and had almost no bottlenecks, Qiuan Laozu wouldn't have reached such a realm. But in any case, Qiuan Laozu's strength was definitely at the peak below the earth immortal. The power of the domain, coupled with the strange cultivation method of the Kuragenkyo, was enough for him to dominate the mythical realm of the ninth heaven. But now, in the eyes of the gray-haired man and other overseas mythical warriors, Qiuan Laozu, who was like a god, had his domain shattered by a blade aura, and his aura was declining. What the hell happened? The gray-haired man's pupils suddenly shrank, and his whole body froze on the spot. The other mythical warriors were even more frightened. Under the blade aura that cut off the dark domain, they almost fell to the ground in fright. Rumble. Just when everyone was in a daze. In Jianghu city, several auras completely erupted. Under the incredulous gaze of the gray-haired man and the others, for escape light soared into the sky and stopped 1,000 meters above Jianghu city. That's Qiwan Laozu? The gray-haired man looked up and used all his eyesight to see 4 figures standing 1,000 meters above the sky, and one of them was Qiwan Laozu. At this moment, Qiwan Laozu was extremely embarrassed, his hair was disheveled, and although he was still standing in the air, his aura had obviously begun to decline. Opposite Qiwan Laozu, there was also a young man with a long aura. Although the gray-haired man had never seen this person before, he guessed that this young man was the mythical warrior of Jianghu city, the mysterious powerhouse who shattered Qiwan Laozu's domain. To be able to suppress Qiwan Laozu, I'm afraid he has also condensed a domain. The gray-haired man stood there and looked up at Su Qin's figure in a daze. Nowadays in the overseas martial arts world, there were not many peak legends who had stepped into the 7th heaven, let alone the domain realm. Other than the patriarchs who were in deep sleep in the various major sects, there were only a handful of peak legends who were truly vigorous and full of shouyuan. Not bad. You can actually withstand my blade and not die? Su Qin held the demon god's blade and looked at Qiwan Laozu with interest. Although Qingqiu Qingling and the demonic dragon from the war god temple could also block the demonic god's blade, they relied on their powerful bodies as monsters. This was especially true for the demonic dragon, whose body was several hundred meters long. Although the demonic god's blade, which was several meters long, was able to inflict heavy damage on the demonic dragon's body, it was unable to truly harm the demonic dragon. But Qiwan Laozu was different. Qiwan Laozu was a human, and his blood qi was declining. He had relied on a self-sealing secret art to survive until today. The fact that he was able to block the demon god's blade made Su Qin look at him in a new light. Your Excellency, Qiyuan's expression was unsettled. The blade that Su Qin slashed out just now had directly shattered his domain, and the blade will spread out and follow the invisible power of the domain into his body. If not for the fact that Qiwan Laozu's illusory demon body had reached the phenomenal level and could switch between illusion and reality at will, he would have been killed by that slash. And the instant that Qiwan Laozu and Su Qin exchanged blows, especially when they rose up and stood 1,000 meters in the air, naturally alarmed countless beings in Jianghu city. What's that? Father, mother, there's someone in the sky. There's someone in the sky? Have you become stupid from practicing martial arts? Many people in Jianghu city looked up at the sky. Most of them were ordinary people and naturally they couldn't see clearly what was 1,000 meters in the air. But they could vaguely see 4 black dots standing there, and no matter how the wind howled, they still stood firm. Did the third brother make a move? In the palace, the Emperor of Tang hurried to the top of the city wall and looked up at the sky. He could vaguely see 4 black dots. Who is fighting the third brother? The Emperor of Tang couldn't help but ask. Your Majesty, that is Qiwan Laozu of the Jianghu and the 2 Grand Patriarchs of the Wanjian School of the Snow God Palace. The Lao Dao scholar of the Dao Yi sect's face changed drastically and he couldn't believe it. When Su Qin killed the vice sect masters and elders of the Snow God Palace of the Jianghu on Yingzhou Island, the Lao Dao scholar had already predicted that these great sects wouldn't let the matter rest. In particular, the Lao Dao scholar had been in Jianghu city for some time. After realizing the benefits of this place for cultivation, he was even more certain that the Jianghu and the other great sects would continue to send people here. But what the Lao Dao scholar didn't expect was that the Snow God Palace of the Wanjian School would awaken their own Grand Patriarchs. In particular, the Jianghu had even invited Qiwan Laozu, a peerless demon who had run rampant overseas 1,000 years ago. The Lao Dao scholar's face turned pale and he trembled all over. If it was only one of the Grand Patriarchs of the Snow God Palace or the Wanjian School, he still had confidence in Su Qin. After all, Su Qin had also condensed a domain. Wouldn't it be easy for him to deal with a peak legend who hadn't condensed a domain? But the appearance of Qiwan Laozu gave the Lao Dao scholar a headache. Su Qin's domain was not fake, but Qiwan Laozu had also condensed a domain. According to Qiwan Laozu's reputation from 1,000 years ago, if Su Qin encountered him, it would be difficult for him to deal with him. Moreover, the other 2 Grand Patriarchs were beside him. The Lao Dao scholar had already begun to think of a way to secretly take the Emperor of Tang and a few families Su out of Jianghu city to avoid trouble. As for the millions of people in Jianghu city, the Lao Dao scholar could only apologize. With his strength, protecting the Emperor of Tang and family Su was already his limit. How could he save millions of people? Are these people very powerful? The Emperor of Tang saw the Lao Dao scholar's pale face and asked in a low voice. More than powerful. The Lao Dao scholar sighed softly. Not to mention Qiyuan Laozu, a peerless demon who had dominated overseas, just Shuexin of the Snow God Palace alone was powerful enough to overlook all living beings. Without Su Qin's protection, the Empire of Tang wouldn't be able to withstand a few blows from these grand patriarchs. Ruan Qing and Yin Hai's faces also turned pale. They didn't know the grand patriarchs of the major sects as much as the Lao Dao scholar, but they also knew how terrifying these grand patriarchs were. How could the major sects from overseas monopolize most of the overseas martial arts cultivation resources? Wasn't it because of the deterrence of these grand patriarchs? Your Majesty, hurry up and gather all the important people. We have to leave Chong and city as soon as possible, the Lao Dao scholar immediately said solemnly. Leave Chong and city? The Emperor of Tang's face changed. The Lao Dao scholar had said a lot, but he didn't hear it clearly. But this sentence made the Emperor of Tang realize the seriousness of the matter. However, at this moment, rumble. 1,000 meters in the air, Qiyuan Laozu finally made his move. He raised his skinny right hand and a terrifying black aura filled the air, pressing down on Su Qin. In an instant, the void seemed to freeze, and only Qiyuan Laozu's finger was left. It's over. It's done. Seeing this, the Lao Dao scholar's hands and feet turned cold. The fight between two pinnacle myths who had condensed their domains was a rare event that happened once in hundreds or thousands of years, even overseas. For these overlords, when they fought with all their might, the collision of their domains was enough to turn an area of dozens of miles into a dead zone. Before Su Qin and Qiyuan Laozu fought, the Lao Dao scholar was confident that he could take the Emperor of Tang and family Su out of Chang and city to avoid trouble. But now, as the battle became more and more intense, the Lao Dao scholar couldn't even protect himself, let alone take them away. At this moment, under the gazes of countless creatures, Su Qin's face showed a trace of contempt. If your qi and blood were vigorous and your strength was at its peak, I would have taken you seriously. But now, Su Qin shook his head. In Su Qin's eyes, whether it was Qiyuan Laozu, the ancestral patriarch of Shuexin, or the ancestral patriarch of Wanjian School, they were just pitiful creatures who relied on their secret arts to survive. Their qi and blood were declining and their strength had plummeted. Bastard! Qiyuan Laozu was enraged. How could he not notice the contempt in Su Qin's words? In Qiyuan Laozu's eyes, Su Qin must have used all his strength to cut open his domain. At this moment he had been preparing for a killing move for a long time. It was good enough that he wasn't severely injured. How could he laugh at his declining qi and blood? Go to hell. Qiyuan Laozu's eyes widened as an evil black light suddenly appeared on his body. Endless black mist gushed out from Qiyuan Laozu's sleeves and gathered like a giant black cloud. From afar, this black cloud was as big as the sky and covered half of the sky. Rumble. The black cloud grew larger and began to move slowly, shrouding Su Qin. These black clouds were filled with endless death qi. Over the years, old ancestor Qi Yuan had slaughtered countless creatures and absorbed all of their death qi to form them. If an ordinary legend came into contact with a trace of this death qi, they would develop a demonic barrier and suffer qi deviation. Even if they were 9th heavenly layer legends, they could only retreat 1,000 miles in front of the death qi that filled the sky and did not dare to confront it directly. Coupled with Qiyuan Laozu's all-out finger, it could be said that even if Su Qin was also a peak legend who had condensed a domain, he was in danger. The next moment, the endless black cloud of qi of death quickly swept over and drowned Su Qin in an instant. Looking from below, it was as if the black cloud had swallowed up Su Qin's entire body. Qiyuan Laozu won. Outside Chang'an City, the gray-haired man's heart calmed down and a smile appeared on his face. This black cloud is Qiyuan Laozu's killing move. Back then, more than one peak legend was defeated by this move. Even if the peak legend in Chang'an City can break the domain with one strike, once he falls into this black cloud of qi of death, I'm afraid that he will be restrained and will have difficulty moving. If he is not careful, he will most likely die in the hands of Qiyuan Laozu. The gray-haired man seemed to know Qiyuan Laozu very well and spoke with assurance. I see. The rest of the legends nodded and looked at old ancestor Qiyuan in awe as he waved his hand to disperse the endless black clouds. At this time, Qiyuan Laozu's aura was very strong, as if he had returned to the heyday of Shoyuan 1,000 years ago. Above the imperial city, the Emperor of Tang and the others' expressions changed. Although he did not know what the black cloud was, it was obviously not a good thing for Su Qin to fall into it. At this time, behind Qiyuan Laozu, Patriarch Shuexin of the Snow God Palace and the Patriarch of Wanjian School clapped and laughed. Qiyuan Laozu is indeed Qiyuan Laozu. This legend in Chang and city has condensed the domain. Even overseas he is an unparalleled powerhouse. But in the end he was defeated by Qiyuan Laozu. Of course. 1,000 years ago, old ancestor Qiyuan's fame was like thunder to the ears. How could a mere legend from a remote corner resist him? The Patriarch of Wanjian School was full of smiles. However, before he could finish speaking, he saw that the originally airtight black clouds suddenly began to boil. Whoosh! In the middle of the endless black cloud, a gap of several meters suddenly split open. Su Qin slowly walked out with his hands behind his back. Around Su Qin, wisps of crimson-red flames floated. The black mist formed by the endless death aura was quickly ignited like thin paper under the burning of these crimson-red flames. In an instant, it spread throughout the entire black mist. What is this? The Patriarch of Wanjian School and Patriarch Shuexin were stunned and couldn't believe it. This move is condensed from my life and death qi. How can it be ignited by flames? Qiyuan Laozu was also shocked. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that such a ridiculous thing could happen. If only flames could deal with his killing move, Qiyuan Laozu would have died 1,000 years ago. How could he have made such a great name for himself? At this moment, as Su Qin walked out, all the black clouds were ignited by the red flames. They followed some kind of connection in the void and rushed to Qiyuan Laozu like a long dragon. Oh no! Qiyuan Laozu was terrified. Even the black clouds made of pure death qi couldn't withstand the red flames, let alone his body of flesh and blood. Run! Qiyuan Laozu wanted to retreat, but the flames spread too fast. These flames seemed to have intelligence and firmly locked onto Qiyuan Laozu. Whoosh! A spark fell on Qiyuan Laozu's body, and suddenly the red flames burned fiercely. Qiyuan Laozu's flesh, true essence, and even divine thought were ignited and soon spread to his bones and organs. In the end, amidst Patriarch Qiyuan's miserable howls, the crimson flames rapidly spread and burned him into nothingness. Before Qiyuan Laozu died, he tried to use some means to block the flames. He even decisively abandoned his body and tried to escape with his divine thought. But his struggle was like a thin paper and couldn't withstand the burning of the flames. Qiyuan Laozu had fallen. Everyone who saw this scene was blank and their eyes were dull as if they had seen a ghost. Qiyuan Laozu is dead? Outside Chang and city, the gray-haired man stood on the spot and murmured to himself. The several legends next to him were silent. They looked at each other and could already predict what kind of shock this matter would cause when it spread to the outer seas. Chapter 251. Qiyuan Laozu. Ever since the Kuragenkyo was founded, he was at least one of the top 5 Kuragenkyo in terms of strength. Perhaps only the founder of the Kuragenkyo and a few others could overpower Qiyuan Laozu. But such a terrifying expert who could dominate the martial arts world overseas had died. Even his divine will couldn't escape, and his body and soul were destroyed. If the gray-haired man and the others who were watching the battle outside Chang and city were only shocked, then the Patriarch of Shuexin and the Patriarch of Wanjian School were completely terrified. This is impossible. How could Qiyuan Laozu die? How could he die? The Patriarch of Wanjian School was in a daze and his voice trembled. At this moment, there was only one thought in the mind of the Patriarch of Wanjian School. Qiyuan Laozu was dead. What should they do? Even Qiyuan Laozu couldn't stop Su Qin. How could the two of them face Su Qin? Whether it was the Patriarch of Wanjian School or the Patriarch of Shuexin, they never thought that Su Qin would let them go. Qiyuan. The Patriarch of Shuexin's face was ashen. Su Qin looked at the spot where Qiyuan Laozu was burned into nothingness. His expression was still calm. Qiyuan Laozu was indeed powerful. But he made an extremely stupid decision. He used the yin qi of death to deal with Su Qin. The black cloud of death that Qiyuan Laozu summoned was indeed strange enough. It could completely suppress an ordinary peak mythical level expert, but it was nothing in the eyes of Su Qin. Su Qin had signed in for decades and had mastered more than thousands of methods. Many of them were used to restrain the yin qi of death. Especially after Su Qin had mastered the picture of the Great Sun, he had been tainted with a wisp of the aura of the Supreme Divine Beast, the three-legged golden crow, which caused the power of the 9 Yang divine art to increase by several levels. The Nine Suns Divine Fire condensed from the Nine Suns Divine Art was originally the most masculine and masculine. Coupled with the aura of the three-legged golden crow, even though it was still far inferior to the legendary Great Sun True Fire, burning some of the death aura and yin qi was as simple as drinking water and eating food. If Qiuan Laozu hadn't used the aura of death to deal with Su Qin, he wouldn't have died so tragically in such a short time. He would still have been able to struggle for a while, but he had taken the initiative to use the aura of death to envelop Su Qin. Then he was locked down by the aura of the Nine Suns Divine Technique that was tainted with the aura of the three-legged golden crow. In the end he was burned into nothingness. Although the Nine Yang Divine Fire was powerful, it had to be able to burn the opponent first. Qiuan Laozu's action was to take the initiative to approach the Nine Yang Divine Fire. Under such circumstances the outcome was already decided. Run. Just as Su Qin was thinking, the Patriarch of Shuexin and the Patriarch of Wanjian School suddenly turned into a beam of light. They burned their qi, blood, and divine thoughts and fled toward the sea at an extremely terrifying speed. Now that Qiuan Laozu had completely fallen, no matter how stupid the two of them were, they wouldn't think that they were a match for Su Qin. Therefore, the Patriarch of Shuexin and the Patriarch of Wanjian School fled hundreds of miles away almost at the same time. In order to survive, the Patriarch of Shuexin and the Patriarch of Wanjian School fled in opposite directions. They wanted to waste more of Su Qin's time so that they could escape. Whether it was the Patriarch of Shuexin or the Patriarch of Wanjian School, they knew very well that with Su Qin's strength that could kill Qiuan Laozu, once he was ready to chase after them, they would have no chance of escaping. However, the two of them fled separately. Even if Su Qin chased after them, he could only choose one direction. This was tantamount to buying a lot of time for the other person. You can't escape. Su Qin grasped the void with his right hand and pulled out the demon god's blade again. He slashed twice in the direction of the Patriarch of Wanjian School and Shuexin. Buzz. The terrifying blade light seemed to turn into a spatial gap and disappeared in an instant. At this moment, with the surge of Su Qin's strength, the power of the demon god's blade also increased by countless times, far surpassing the power of the blade light that Su Qin slashed out in the cave world. No. The Patriarch of Shuexin couldn't help but look back and see the blade light that followed closely behind. In an instant, the Patriarch of Shuexin was scared out of his wits. He remembered that Su Qin had cut off Qiuan Laozu's domain with this blade light. Even the domain couldn't block this blade, let alone him. Rise. The Patriarch of Shuexin's thoughts fluctuated. Finally, his divine sense began to vibrate. He abandoned his physical body and disappeared at an even more terrifying speed. The Patriarch of Shuexin's qi and blood were already declining. Shuyuan was about to die. Now that he had abandoned his physical body, even if he survived, he could only last for a few months. However, the Patriarch of Shuexin still did so, because she wanted to send the news of Su Qin's strength back to the Snow God Palace. Unfortunately, even though the Patriarch of Shuexin had abandoned his physical body, he still couldn't escape the blade light of the demon god's blade. On the shore of the East Sea, the Patriarch of Shuexin's divine sense was destroyed. The blade light cut through the sea and stirred up monstrous waves. The same happened to the Patriarch of Wanjian School. He was directly cut in half by the blade light of the demon god's blade. All the power of his divine sense dissipated under the terrifying aura of the abyss. The Patriarch of Shuexin had fallen. The Patriarch of Wanjian School had fallen. Together with the fallen Qiuan Laozu, the three patriarchs who came to the continent this time had all fallen. Outside Chang'an City, the gray-haired man was shivering. Although Su Qin hadn't glanced at them from the beginning to the end, the gray-haired man still felt a bone-chilling coldness. 3 pinnacle mythical creatures have fallen, including a pinnacle mythical creature like Patriarch Qiuan who had condensed a domain. This is huge news. The gray-haired man felt his teeth trembling. When the rest of the mythics heard this, they suddenly felt sorrow in their hearts. Whether it was Qiuan Laozu, the Patriarch of Shuexin, or the Patriarch of Wanjian School, they were all peak mythics overseas. Now that they had all fallen here, for them, it was no different from a bolt from the blue. The land of great battle is too dangerous. The gray-haired man whispered to himself, his face pale. Even in the overseas martial arts world where there were many mythical warriors, the fall of a peak mythical warrior was a major event that happened once in 100 years. It must involve 2 major sects completely falling out with each other, let alone 3 peak mythical warriors falling out together. It can be said that, except for the era when many major sects were fighting together, or when there was the birth of an Earth immortal, it was impossible for such a thing to happen in any other era. What kind of existence was a peak mythic? It was enough to become the foundation of a major sect, suppressing it for hundreds of years. Even if Shoyuan reached the end of his life, he could still use a self-sealing secret technique to live forever. Therefore, it was almost impossible for 3 peak mythics to fall in a short period of time overseas. But now, they had just arrived at the land of great battle when they saw this scene. Under such circumstances, if the land of great battle was not dangerous, then where was it not? Today 3 peak mythics had fallen. Tomorrow, a major sect with thousands of years of inheritance might be destroyed. Thinking of this, the gray-haired man and the other mythics suddenly had the idea of going back obediently. Back overseas, with their strength, as long as they did not provoke the major sects, at least they would not be in danger of falling. But here, even Qiuan Laozu was dead, who could guarantee that they would be alive? At the same time, on the city wall of the imperial city, the Lao Dao master of Dao 1 school was dumbfounded. That's it. The Lao Dao master was in disbelief. He originally thought that Qiuan Laozu and Su Qin would fight, and the collision of the 2 domains would inevitably result in blood, but now? Before the Lao Dao master could react, Qiuan Laozu was dead? Then ancestor Xuexin and the ancestor of Wanjian school also fell. How was this possible? The Emperor of Tang looked at the Lao Dao master strangely. What the Lao Dao master said just now really scared him, but now the Emperor of Tang did not know what to say. Ruan Qing and Yin Hai's expressions were similar to the Lao Dao master's. The Emperor of Tang had never been overseas, so he might not know the deterrence of the ancestors of the various sects, but they were mythics from overseas, so how could they not know this? Master is too strong. Yin Hai swallowed and couldn't help but say. Yes. Ruan Qing nodded. They quickly accepted the fact in front of them. The ancestors of the various sects were as powerful as gods, but Su Qin was even stronger. Thinking of this, Ruan Qing and Yin Hai relaxed a lot. Only the old Taoist priest kept muttering to himself. This is impossible. Qiuan Laozu. Cura Genkyo? In the end, the Lao Dao master sighed. Cura Genkyo has really suffered a great loss this time. For a great sect like Cura Genkyo, even if the sect master fell, it would only be a period of depression, and it would not hurt their foundation. But for someone like Qiuan Laozu to fall, it was a great loss. Even their own foundation was gone, so how could it not be a great loss? At this time, after Su Qin killed ancestor Xuexin and the ancestor of Wanjian school, he looked in several other directions. There are still 3 peak mythics. Su Qin pondered for a while and ignored it. The 3 peak mythics that Su Qin felt were very strange. They were not from the Snow God Palace, Wanjian school or Cura Genkyo. Facing these mythics who had no enmity with Su Qin, as long as they did not provoke him, Su Qin was too lazy to suppress them. It's time to go back. Su Qin's thoughts moved, and under everyone's shocked gaze, he returned to the imperial palace. Third brother. The Emperor of Tang immediately came up. The Lao Dao master of Dao 1 sect, Yin Hai, Ruan Qing and the others also came up. Okay. I will be in seclusion for the next few years. If there is nothing else, don't disturb me. Su Qin casually said a few words and then announced. Now that his aura was almost complete, it was time to step into the 9th heaven. Once Su Qin stepped into the 9th heaven with a large number of essence spirit pills, he could transform his divine will into essence spirit in a short time. Once the essence spirit was formed, Su Qin's combat strength would skyrocket again. At that time, with other trump cards, he would be close to an Earth immortal. Seclusion? The Lao Dao master of Dao 1 sect was dumbfounded. The strength that Su Qin had just shown was already shocking. Even in the entire overseas martial arts world, there were not many who could compete with Su Qin. Under such circumstances, Su Qin was going to seclusion again? Generally speaking, seclusion meant that a breakthrough was imminent. In the eyes of the Lao Dao master, with Su Qin's current strength, if there was any breakthrough, could it be that he would step into the Earth immortal? Chapter 252. An Earth immortal. The Lao Dao disciple of the Dao Yi sect was in a daze. Even overseas where martial arts flourished, an Earth immortal was a legend. Many of the great sects that had been passed down for thousands of years were left behind by an Earth immortal. Even the Cura Genkyo had never been an Earth immortal. There was indeed a flaw in the Cura Genkyo's cultivation method. It could not transform one's divine sense into a primordial spirit. Even the most talented disciple would be stuck at the 9th heaven. But on the other hand, it also showed the difficulty of becoming an earth immortal. To become an earth immortal, not only did one need to step into the ninth heaven mythical realm, but one also needed to form a miniature domain and transform one's divine sense into a primordial spirit. Moreover, even if one completed all these, whether or not one could successfully enter the earth immortal realm was another matter. In the history of many great sects, there was no lack of talented disciples who failed to become earth immortals. And the consequence of failure was the decline of one's chi and blood, the collapse of one's divine sense, and finally, one had to seal oneself and fall into a deep sleep. The Lao Dao disciple of the Dao Yi sect thought quickly and became more and more shocked. If it were anyone else, the Lao Dao disciple would think that even if they were fully prepared, they might not be able to successfully become an earth immortal. But Su Qin. Ever since he met Su Qin, the Lao Dao disciple had been shocked countless times. If even Su Qin could not step into the earth immortal realm, then there was probably no martial artist in the world who could reach the earth immortal realm. Su Qin ignored the Lao Dao disciple's shock. He continued to give a few more orders, then turned around and left. He came to the majestic underground hall of Chang and City. That Qiyuan Laozu does have some tricks up his sleeve. Su Qin sat cross-legged, and a sense of urgency suddenly rose in his heart. Although it was easy for him to kill Qiyuan Laozu, in fact, it was completely because he countered Qiyuan Laozu's methods. The black clouds gathered by the endless aura of death could certainly suppress most of the pinnacle myths in the world, but Su Qin was obviously not one of them. Not only was he not there, but Su Qin's picture of the great sun also completely restrained these evil means. Otherwise, if Qiyuan Laozu had used other killer moves, Su Qin would not have been able to finish him off so easily. He would have needed to raise his hand a few more times. I'm still too weak. The overseas martial arts world is prosperous and has been passed down from the previous Vitality Tide recovery era. They must have many trump cards. Su Qin's heart sank. If he was an earth immortal, Qiyuan Laozu would not even be able to get within 100 miles of Chang'an City. He would be crushed into powder by the realm of great accomplishment. Why would Su Qin have to do it himself? Many of my techniques can only be unleashed when I reach the land god realm. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated, and his desire for a breakthrough grew. For example, the minimum requirement for the War God catalog was to reach the realm of great accomplishment. Only Earth Immortals could have a realm of great accomplishment. As for those below Earth Immortals, even Su Qin could only condense a miniature realm, which could only cover a radius of 100 feet. It was still a long way from reaching the realm of great accomplishment, which could cover 100 miles. Another example was the Buddha's palm, which was known as the strongest divine skill passed down by Buddha. Su Qin had only inherited the first move, I, the unique and righteous. As for the other 8 moves, he could only obtain them one by one when Su Qin took that step. There was also the picture of the great sun in the picture of the 12 divine beasts. Su Qin's picture of the great sun was only at the entry level, but even so, it had brought a lot of help to Su Qin. The flames that had to burn Qiyuan Laozu were tainted with a wisp of the aura of the 3-legged golden crow. Otherwise, if it was just the 9 suns' divine fire, how could it threaten a peak god? However, although the picture of the great sun was powerful with Su Qin's current wealth, not to mention mastering it, even if it was just a small accomplishment, it was not something he could achieve in a short time. Prepare to break through to the 9th heaven. As long as I enter the 9th heaven, I can use the immortal spirit elixir to transform my divine will into a primordial spirit. Then, I can break through to a higher realm in the shortest time possible. Su Qin made up his mind and slowly closed his eyes. The vigorous and endless true essence in his body began to circulate and boil. At the same time, a large number of divine elixirs suddenly appeared in front of Su Qin. All of them could promote the cultivation of a peak myth. Even in the overseas martial arts world they were extremely rare and a large number of them were even lost. But at this moment, these divine elixirs were placed in front of Su Qin like candy beans, allowing Su Qin to consume them freely. Just as Su Qin went into seclusion again and was preparing to enter the 9th heaven. In a bamboo forest hundreds of miles away from Chang'an City, 3 figures stood there quietly. If a myth martial artist were here, he would definitely find that the aura of these 3 figures was terrifying, as if they were heaven and earth. They were 3 peak myths. However, at this moment, the 3 peak myths, who were supposed to be in control of everything, were sweating profusely. Qiyuan Laozu is dead? A peak myth on the left had a terrible look on his face. These 3 peak myths were also the patriarchs of the overseas major sections. Since the awakening of the three patriarchs of Kuragenkyo, Snow God Palace and Wanjian School, they had shaken the entire overseas region. In addition, the news of the land of great battle had spread. As the patriarchs of their respective sects, they naturally wanted to fight for a territory for their sects in the land of great battle. Therefore, they had also awakened and joined forces to prepare for the upcoming Great World. Originally, the three peak myths had only come to watch and had no intention of competing with Qiyuan Laozu and the others. After all, Qiyuan Laozu was a peak myth for more than 1,000 years. He had condensed a domain and his strength was far beyond theirs. Even if the three peak myths wanted to compete, they could not win. However, what the three peak myths did not expect was that in the face of Qiyuan Laozu and the other two patriarchs, the myth of Chang and City was not afraid and did not retreat. Instead, he fought against the three and killed Qiyuan Laozu and the other two patriarchs. What kind of terrifying power was this? Especially when Su Qin walked out of the black clouds that were completely condensed from endless death aura. The wisps of flames that he summoned seemed to be able to burn together. Even if they were hundreds of miles away, they still felt fear. Too strong, too terrifying. The second peak myth had an emotional expression. If it were not for the fact that Su Qin's aura was still at the myth realm, they would have thought that Su Qin had stepped into that step and become an earth immortal. Fortunately, we did not go with Qiyuan Laozu and the others. The third peak myth's tone was full of joy. They were also peak myths. Even if they were not as strong as Qiyuan Laozu, they were not much weaker than the patriarch of Shueishin and the patriarch of Wanjian School. However, with the strength that Su Qin had shown, even if the three of them were to join forces, it would only be a matter of 3 more slashes. The land of great strife has only appeared in the past 10 years. How could such a terrifying expert be born? The first peak myth voiced the doubts in his heart. It should be known that only when the vitality tide began to recover would the land of great strife be born. Before the recovery of the vitality tide, the so-called land of great strife was just a barren continent. Not to mention peak myths, even myths were extremely rare. It was far from being comparable to the overseas martial arts world. However, in such a gutter-like place, a true dragon like Su Qin had appeared. Then what should we do now? The second peak myth asked cautiously. They had deliberately joined forces. In addition to watching Qiyuan Laozu make his move, they also had the idea of seizing a piece of territory. But now, even if they were given 10 guts, they would not dare to fight for the territory of the Empire of Tang. Qiyuan Laozu, the two patriarchs of the Snow God Palace and Wanjian School were examples. The territory of the Empire of Tang is guarded by the one in Chang and City. Of course, we don't have to seek our own deaths. The third peak myth thought for a while and continued, but on this continent, the Empire of Tang only controls the most prosperous territory in the center. As for the border areas, they are not owned by the Empire of Tang. If we occupy these remote areas, the Empire of Tang will not have any objections, and the one in Chang and City will naturally not attack us. As soon as these words came out, the eyes of the other two peak myths suddenly lit up. Although the remote areas on the edge of this continent were far less fertile than the center, they were still part of the land of great strife. If they could occupy them, it would also be beneficial for their sections. It was better than doing nothing. A few days later, everything that happened in Chang and City was completely spread overseas. Suddenly, the entire overseas martial arts world was boiling. Qiyuan Laozu is dead? Since 900 years ago, many of the major sects completely shed all pretense of cordiality and awakened their patriarchs. How long has it been since a peak myth has fallen? The peak myths of this land of great strife are too terrifying. Qiyuan Laozu has condensed a domain, and his life-saving ability is much stronger than ordinary peak myths, but he still died. Countless overseas myths were constantly talking, venting the shock in their hearts. What kind of existence was a pinnacle myth? Ancestor Qiyuan was even above ordinary pinnacle myths. Such a terrifying powerhouse had actually fallen in the land of the great battle. He had fallen in the hands of a powerhouse that they had never stopped fighting. How could they not be shocked? The Kuragenkyo has really fallen this time. The death of Mingyu is bearable, but now even Qiyuan Laozu is dead. Tisk tsk. A myth looked in the direction of the Kuragenkyo and said meaningfully, Kuragenkyo. There was dead silence. From the Kuragenkyo sect leader to the Kuragenkyo disciples, their faces were filled with grief and a trace of panic. If a Kuragenkyo disciple had fallen in the land of great strife, it would only make the Kuragenkyo people united against a common enemy, and the Kuragenkyo deputy sect leader Mingyu had fallen in the land of great strife, it would only make the Kuragenkyo extremely angry. But now, even the Kuragenkyo's Qiyuan Laozu had fallen in the land of great strife. Everyone in the Kuragenkyo, including the Kuragenkyo sect leader, only felt panic from the bottom of their hearts. That's right. It was panic. It wasn't anger, hatred, or sorrow. It was fear. Because the death of Qiyuan Laozu had completely exceeded the Kuragenkyo's bottom line, and no one in the Kuragenkyo had even thought of revenge. Chapter 253. Overseas. Kuragenkyo. The Kuragenkyo sect leader sat high above, his expression uncertain. In fact, as early as a few days ago, the Kuragenkyo had confirmed that Qiyuan Laozu had fallen, because Qiyuan Laozu's life fire in the depths of the Kuragenkyo had been extinguished. The extinguishment of the life fire meant that the owner of the life fire was completely dead, and his body and soul were destroyed. What should we do now? The Kuragenkyo sect leader was silent for a while, then looked at the elders and said, "The fall of Qiyuan Laozu was an unprecedented blow to the Kuragenkyo. This blow not only meant that the Kuragenkyo had lost a powerful ancestor, but it also shattered the invincibility of their ancestors in the hearts of countless Kuragenkyo disciples. It was similar to the destruction of faith. Sect leader, I don't think we can continue to provoke the peak legend of the land of great battle." At this time a Kuragenkyo elder said tentatively, "Can't continue to provoke?" The Kuragenkyo sect leader's expression did not change, but he sighed in his heart. With the Kuragenkyo's heritage, there were naturally ancestors more powerful than Qiyuan Laozu, but these ancestors were all in decline, and Shoyuan was exhausted, so they could not attack more than a few times. In order to avenge Qiyuan Laozu, it was not worth sacrificing the Kuragenkyo's true heritage. Besides, no one knew whether the Kuragenkyo could kill the peak legend of the land of great battle even if they used all their resources and paid all the price. If they could not kill him after the ancestors attacked, Shoyuan's vitality would be completely exhausted, and they would all die, and the Kuragenkyo would have to bear the terrible revenge of Su Qin. At that time, it would be the Kuragenkyo's true end. In a flash, various thoughts flashed through the Kuragenkyo sect leader's mind, and finally he got up and said, "In that case, don't mention this matter again." Yes. The Kuragenkyo sect leader made the final decision. The rest of the elders and countless Kuragenkyo disciples breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and could see the joy on each other's faces. Meanwhile, inside Raytheon. Raytheon's headmaster was a majestic man with faint thunder patterns on his face. He looked up at the sky, then looked in the direction of the land of great struggle, shook his head and said, "I didn't expect that even Qiyuan Laozu would fall. The land of great strife is indeed the land of great strife. Even though it hasn't even been 10 years since its recovery, it's already so dangerous." The Thunder God sect master's voice boomed like a thunderclap, causing the entire hall to vibrate. "Headmaster, what should we do now?" a Raytheon elder asked with a frown. Raytheon was known as the Master of Thunder, the nemesis of all evil things in the world. Even when the Kuragenkyo was at its peak, they did not provoke Raytheon. But with Qiyuan Laozu's cultivation, even if the ancestors of Raytheon woke up, it would be impossible to destroy his body and soul so easily. According to the news sent back, the peak legend is only suppressing the Empire of Tang. As for the outside of the Empire of Tang, he will not intervene. The land of great strife has just recovered and will continue to expand in the future. We can find a place at the edge of the land of great strife and slowly move Raytheon there." Raytheon's headmaster said indifferently. With the strength Su Qin had shown, even someone as strong as Raytheon was not willing to provoke him without knowing the depth of his strength. Otherwise, if one of their ancestors fell like the Kuragenkyo Snow God Palace, it would be a huge loss. But not wanting to provoke him did not mean giving up on the land of great strife. Raytheon's headmaster's current plan was to temporarily occupy a position in the land of great strife, even if it was just a remote area at the edge. As for other matters, they would talk about it later. Anyway, for a great sect like them, as the recovery of the vitality intensified, their strength would only get stronger and stronger. In the end, they might recover a trace of glory like the previous vitality recovery era. Yes. Many Raytheon disciples bowed and said, "Medicine God sect." A white-haired old man sitting cross-legged in front of a huge pill furnace slowly opened his eyes. Below him were many alchemists and elders of the Medicine God sect. Among the many great sects overseas, the Medicine God sect was a very special existence. The other greater sects would more or less have some enemies, but the Medicine God sect was different. Even the Black Origin sect, a sect that wantonly slaughtered people, would be extremely courteous to the Medicine God sect. This was because the Medicine God sect controlled 60% of the divine pills and elixirs overseas. If that was all, it was not a big deal. After all, alchemists who only knew how to refine pills were nothing to those great sects that stood at the peak. At worst, they could just capture them and raise them in captivity. However, the Medicine God sect was not only good at alchemy, but it was also quite powerful. It was rumored that the Medicine God, who founded the Medicine God sect, was an earth immortal. The Medicine God sect that he left behind was strong enough to crush anything. The appearance of the land of great strife is very likely to give birth to the legendary 1,000-year-old elixirs. If our Medicine God sect obtains it, there is hope to refine a furnace of divine elixirs. The white-haired old man looked at the many alchemists of the Medicine God sect and said slowly, "Our Medicine God sect disdains to fight for other places because someone will deliver it to us. But for the land of great strife, our Medicine God sect will fight for it." After the white-haired old man finished speaking, the other alchemists got up one after another and prepared to head to the land of great strife. As the news of the land of great strife spread, especially the fall of Qiyuan Laozu and the other two old ancestors, it was tantamount to confirming the authenticity of the land of great strife. Apart from the land of great strife, which was rumored to bear the weight of the world, where else could make three peak legends fall? Therefore, the entire overseas martial arts world was completely shaken. In the beginning, only the Snow God Palace, the Kuragenkyo, and a few other great sects were shaken. But now, almost all the great sects overseas were alarmed. The land of great strife was the core of the recovery of the vitality tide. It bore the weight of the real world in the future. For any force or individual, it would have an unprecedented impact. Therefore, almost all the great sects began to secretly move towards the land of great strife. Due to Su Qin's deterrence, these great sects were unwilling to clash with the Empire of Tang. They chose an area outside the Empire of Tang as a temporary base for their sections. The Empire of Tang. Just as Su Qin was in seclusion, the world returned to peace again. Su Qin killing Qiyuan Laozu and the other two old ancestors of the great sects overseas only shocked a few people. But for the vast majority of the martial artists in the Empire of Tang, it had no impact. Whether it was Qiyuan Laozu or the great sects overseas, for ordinary martial artists, they were too far away. And with the passage of time, several years had passed in the blink of an eye. The people on the border of the Empire of Tang gradually discovered that there seemed to be some kind of change taking place outside the border. The Empire of Tang may have unified the world, but in fact, outside the Empire of Tang, there were still many territories that had not been ruled by the Empire of Tang. It was not that the Empire of Tang did not want to conquer these territories, but the environment of these territories was harsh and not suitable for the survival of ordinary people. For example, in the far west, yellow sand filled the sky. Not to mention ordinary people, even martial artists would not dare to stay there for long. There was also the far north ice field, where a drop of water would turn into ice. The environment was even worse than the far west. But now, in the eyes of ordinary people, there was a strange phenomenon. Some martial artists were in a mountain valley in the far east, smelling the fragrance of pills. It was full of vitality as if it were a paradise on earth. There were also martial artists in the far north that discovered a giant ice crystal palace, as if it were a jade palace in the heavens. There were even people in the far west, in the forbidden area of life where yellow sand filled the sky, who heard the chanting of Buddha, as if Buddha had descended to the world. And at this moment, in the palace of the Emperor of Tang, the Emperor of Tang was looking at the memorials placed on the dragon table with a worried face. Naturally, he was the first to learn about the various strange phenomena outside the border of the Empire of Tang, and he confirmed from the Lao Dao of the Dao sect that the reason for these strange phenomena was probably the means of the powerful sects overseas. However, even though he knew this, the Emperor of Tang could do nothing. After all, at present, these powerful sects and the Empire of Tang minded their own business. They only acted outside the Empire of Tang and seemed to be living in harmony. But the Emperor of Tang knew that the reason why these powerful sects were so obedient now was that they had not figured out the upper limit of Su Qin's strength. In addition, many powerful sects kept each other in check, so no one dared to take the first move, which led to the current situation. Once the balance was broken, the consequences would be unimaginable. Your Majesty, the ice field in the far north should be occupied by the Snow God Palace and Raytheon. As for the valley in the far east, I'm afraid that the Medicine God sect has taken action. In the far south, not far from the Emperor of Tang, the Lao Dao of the Dao sect spoke quickly and told the Emperor of Tang all the powerful sects that he could recognize. As for the far west, the chanting of Buddha can be faintly heard. At this point, the Lao Dao paused for a moment and said solemnly, "I'm afraid it's the overseas Buddhist sect, the 10,000 Buddha Palace, that has come." 10,000 Buddha Palace? The Emperor of Tang was slightly stunned. He knew that Su Qin had stayed in the Shaolin Temple for a few years and had become the venerable of the Shaolin Temple, so he was curious about this overseas Buddhist sect. That's right. There are many powerful sects overseas, but only the 10,000 Buddha Palace is a Buddhist sect. The Lao Dao master's tone revealed a hint of inexplicable meaning. Seeing this, the Emperor of Tang couldn't help but ask, "Is this 10,000 Buddha Palace very powerful?" "Very powerful." The Lao Dao master nodded solemnly. At least the Kuragenkyo Snow God Palace isn't willing to fight with the 10,000 Buddha Palace. The 10,000 Buddha Palace is known as the origin of Buddhism. It has been passed down since the last vitality tide. Legend has it that in the depths of the 10,000 Buddha Palace, there is a Saraira left behind by a true Buddhist powerhouse. The Lao Dao master exclaimed with a look of amazement. A true Buddhist powerhouse. The Emperor of Tang was silent for a long time before he sighed. "I hope the 10,000 Buddha Palace won't take the initiative to cause trouble." "Probably not. Those old monks in the 10,000 Buddha Palace are only interested in Buddhism. As for the power of the dynasty, they don't care." The Lao Dao master comforted. "I hope so." The Emperor of Tang nodded. Just as the world was undergoing great changes, and many of the overseas Buddhist sects were arriving outside the Empire of Tang. Under Chang'an City. In the black, majestic hall. Su Qin's breakthrough had also reached a critical juncture. Chapter 254. Go. Dozens of divine pills were stuffed into Su Qin's mouth like candy. The divine pills entered his throat and immediately turned into a terrifying spiritual vigor that surged into Su Qin's limbs and bones, constantly nourishing his body. The amount of divine pills and spiritual liquids that Su Qin swallowed in a day of cultivation could be said to be a massive amount. It was enough to reach the consumption of an ordinary peak legend for several months. Several years had passed since the seclusion. The amount of divine pills consumed during such a long time was enough to make the overseas medicine god sect stunned. Only Su Qin, who had signed in for decades and accumulated countless divine pills and spiritual liquids, was qualified to squander them like this. But even so, after these years of seclusion, Su Qin's accumulated divine pills and spiritual liquids were decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost 1/10 of them had been consumed. After several years of hard work, everything is perfect. Today is the day to step into the 9th heaven. Su Qin suddenly opened his eyes. With a thought, 9 divine pills appeared in front of him again. These 9 divine pills appeared in the outside world as soon as they left the system space and began to faintly appear. When Su Qin saw these 9 divine pills, a hint of pain appeared on his face. These 9 divine pills were the ones he would use when he was preparing to take that step. But in order to ensure that this breakthrough was foolproof, he could only bear the pain and take them out. After all, if the divine pills were used up, he could continue to sign in. But if the breakthrough failed, the impact on Su Qin would definitely be far greater than the loss of divine pills. Thinking of this, Su Qin immediately swallowed a divine pill. Walala. Su Qin only felt a cold flame burning in his body. The true essence that was originally condensed to the extreme began to transform again under the burning of the flame. Rumble. The next moment, Su Qin began to break through the bottleneck of the 9th heaven. An endless amount of spiritual ether gathered, and a huge amount of divine consciousness gushed forth, all of them rushing towards the shackles of the 9 heavens. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, another few months passed. In these few months, Su Qin had already swallowed the remaining 8 divine pills. The terrifying medicinal power continued to accumulate in his body. It was today. Su Qin only felt a sudden roar in his ears, and then the true essence in his body continued to condense and shrink, as if it had reached some kind of limit. When Su Qin saw the true yuan through his inner vision, he realized that he had already transformed his true yuan to the extreme. Next, unless he advanced to a higher realm, his true yuan would not continue to transform. Is this the 9 heavens? Su Qin breathed a sigh of relief. After entering the 9th heavenly layer, Su Qin naturally had a feeling that he couldn't go any further. At this moment, Su Qin had already stepped into the 9th heaven, almost reaching the end of the Arhat realm. Even in the overseas martial arts world, there were very few legends who had reached the realm of Su Qin, and most of them had been sleeping with their own secret techniques. Next, I just need to transform my divine will into a primordial spirit, and then I'll be able to become an earth immortal. Su Qin looked excited. The cultivation of the ninth heaven was not like the previous eighth heaven and seventh heaven, which were divided into the early, late, and complete stages. No matter what kind of martial artist, once they stepped into the ninth heaven, it was equivalent to standing at the peak. At least in terms of true essence, they had reached the limit and there was no further progress. For any ninth heavenly layer martial artist, there were only two things they needed to do. One was to condense the micro-domain. The second was to transform the primordial spirit. If one wanted to break through to the real earth immortal realm, these two conditions were indispensable. However, generally, martial artists who had reached the ninth heaven were already 400 or 500 years old, or even close to 500 years old. There were only a few years before the end of Shoyuan's life. To complete the condensation of the micro-domain, or the transformation of the divine will, was tantamount to a fool's dream. Perhaps there was a method of longevity overseas, but according to the Lao Dao of the Taoist sect, the method of longevity overseas could only extend one's life by a few decades at most, and it could not be repeated. A few decades may be half a lifetime for ordinary people, but in the eyes of a ninth heaven legend who aspires to become an earth immortal, it was nothing. I have the elemental spirit pill, there is no problem in transforming the primordial spirit. A smile appeared on Su Qin's face. For most ninth heaven legends, if they wanted to transform the primordial spirit, even if there were enough resources in the outside world, and everything went smoothly without any bottlenecks, it would still take decades to slowly grind. In addition to condensing the micro-domain, in simple terms, if a martial artist wanted to break through to the earth immortal realm, after entering the ninth heaven legend realm, they would need at least 100 years of Shoyuan to have a glimmer of hope. But this was just a glimmer of hope. But Su Qin had the elemental spirit pill, which was enough to shorten a few decades to a few years or even a year. This was because Su Qin wanted to experience the process of transforming the primordial spirit step by step. Otherwise, with more than 50 elemental spirit pills as a foundation, it was estimated that a few months would be enough. I wonder, to what extent can more than 50 elemental spirit pills improve my primordial spirit? Su Qin's face was filled with anticipation. Although it was said that as long as the primordial spirit was transformed, the minimum prerequisite for breaking through to the earth immortal realm would be met. But if the process of breaking through to the earth immortal realm was smoother and the greater benefits after entering the earth immortal realm, one would need to constantly increase the quantity of the primordial spirit in the ninth heaven. The bigger the primordial spirit, the more improvement one would get after breaking through. However, regarding this point, even if Su Qin looked through the ancient books on Immortal Abode Island and learned everything from the Lao Dao of the Taoist sect, he only had a rough understanding of it. As for the specifics, he did not know much. After all, for any ninth heaven martial artist, after transforming the primordial spirit, the Shoyuan would be exhausted. Under such circumstances, they would want to break through to the earth immortal realm as soon as possible. How could they stop to improve the primordial spirit? Besides, except for the elemental spirit pill, which was a few pills that targeted the primordial spirit, other ninth heaven martial artists had no way to improve the strength of their primordial spirit. I have the peaches of immortality. Breaking through to the earth immortal realm is a sure thing. Even if I fail, I still have a chance to try again. When Su Qin faced the bottleneck of the earth immortal realm, his expression was normal. He was not like other ninth heaven martial artists who were facing a great enemy, as if they were experiencing a life and death crisis. After all, Su Qin was different from other legends. He still had more than 900 years of Shoyuan. If he took the peaches of immortality, he could live for another 1,900 years. With such a long time, even a pig could step into the earth immortal realm, let alone Su Qin. But now is not the time to rush. I have just entered the ninth heaven. I should stabilize my realm first, and then prepare to take the elemental spirit pill. Su Qin was an extremely cautious person. Even if he had full confidence, he would strive to do his best and not leave himself a trace of failure. At this point, Su Qin closed his eyes again and began to stabilize his aura. Deep in the western desert, yellow sand filled the sky here, and there were often terrifying sandstorms. If ordinary martial artists dared to go deep into this place, it would not take long for them to be torn to pieces by the sandstorms. And at this moment, in a place where endless yellow sand raged, a temple slowly stood there. This temple was not big. It was obvious that it had just been built and was rarely seen. However, under the blowing of the endless yellow sand, it remained majestic and unmoving. All of the yellow sand storms naturally dissipated within a few hundred meters of the temple. And in front of the four sides there was a stone tablet. On the stone tablet, 3 words were engraved: 10,000 Buddha's Hall. Ninth Ancestor. This time, you woke up from your deep sleep and came to this place of great battle. You spent several months building this temple with your own hands, establishing the foundation of our 10,000 Buddha's Hall here. An old monk said slowly. Finally, there was a trace of doubt in his tone. But, Ninth Ancestor, why do you plan to enter the Empire of Tang? The old monk looked at a figure in front of him. This figure was also a monk, but he was extremely young, as if he was a 15-year-old youth with red lips and white teeth. But from beginning to end, the old monk did not treat the young monk as a real youth. The old monk knew that although the young monk in front of him looked young, he was in fact a peak-level venerable, the 9th ancestor of the 10,000 Buddha's Hall. 9th Ancestor. The peak-level legend in the Empire of Tang has unfathomable strength. Even a demon like Qiyuan Laozu fell in his hands. If you rashly enter and arouse his vigilance, it will be a disaster and not a blessing, the old monk could not help but say. Although he was very confident in the 9th Ancestor's strength, as one of the foundations of the 10,000 Buddha's Hall, he was not weaker than Qiyuan Laozu. But now, in this place of great battle, there was not only the peak-level legend in the Empire of Tang. The other great sects overseas had more or less sent their own ancestors to set up their dojos in this place of great battle, and slowly moved their overseas foundations here to prepare for the future. At this time, if the 9th Ancestor and the peak-level legend in the Empire of Tang fought, regardless of who won or lost, wouldn't it give the other great sects' ancestors a chance? If the 9th Ancestor and the peak-level legend in the Empire of Tang were both injured, or if the 9th Ancestor won, he would also be seriously injured. At this time, if another expert of the same level came, it would be difficult to say whether he would live or die. This was also the reason why many of the great sects only stopped at the edge of the place of great battle, and did not immediately attack the Empire of Tang. Of course, it was because Su Qing killed Qiyuan Laozu, and his strength was valued by all the great sections. But the more important reason was that the great sects were wary of each other. I went to the Empire of Tang this time, not to become an enemy of the peak-level legend, but because I felt the aura of Buddha on this continent. A trace of fanaticism appeared on the face of the young monk named 9th Ancestor. The 10,000 Buddha's Hall came from the previous era of vitality recovery, and was known as the source of Buddhism. But in fact, even the many hall masters and the 9 ancestors of the 10,000 Buddha's Hall had never really felt the existence of Buddha. But now, the 9th Ancestor could faintly feel a trace of Buddha's aura in the place of great battle, which was simply incredible. If it were not for the fact that this aura was extremely vague, and even the 9th Ancestor could not be sure, it was just a vague feeling, then the 10,000 Buddha's Hall would have all 9 ancestors at this moment. Buddha? The old monk's pupils shrank and his expression was aghast. Chapter 255. Deep in the Western Desert. In front of the 10,000 Buddha's Hall. The old monk was shocked. He never thought that the 9th Ancestor would find the aura of a real Buddha on this continent. Although the 10,000 Buddha's Hall had been passed down since the last vitality tide, and there was a Buddhist relic in the depths of the 10,000 Buddha's Hall, the old monk knew that the so-called Buddhist relic was just a Buddhist expert who had surpassed the realm of great Arhat. There was an essential difference between them and a real Buddha. I'm not sure. The 9th Ancestor looked like a teenager. He shook his head and said in a low voice, "That's why I want to enter the Empire of Tang to find the real Buddha." The 9th Ancestor looked in the direction of the Empire of Tang and said lightly, "This place is the foundation of the 10,000 Buddha's Hall, and it can't be without a peak Arhat expert, so I've contacted the 6th Ancestor and the 7th Ancestor. They will arrive in at most a few days after I leave," the 9th Ancestor said softly. The 9th Ancestor said softly. The 6th Ancestor and the 7th Ancestor? The old monk was shocked. The 10,000 Buddha's Hall was different from the other powerful sects overseas. As long as the other powerful sects entered the 7th heaven and became a peak legend, they could use a self-sealing secret technique to fall into a deep sleep. After tens of thousands of years, even the weakest great sects had accumulated more than 10 patriarchs. Some of the stronger great sects even had more than 20 patriarchs. But the 10,000 Buddha's Hall was different. In the 10,000 Buddha's temple, There was no need for an ordinary peak arhat to use a self-sealing secret technique. This was because after a Buddhist powerhouse reached the end of their lifespan, they could pass away and condense their cultivation into a sarira to protect the 10,000 Buddha's temple. Only a peak arhat who had condensed a domain would consider self-sealing and going into a deep sleep. Therefore, although there weren't many ancestors in the 10,000 Buddha's hall in the past thousands of years, there were only 9, according to the order of their slumber. But whether it was the most mysterious first ancestor or the youngest 9th ancestor, they were at least peak arhat who had condensed a domain. Among them, the first ancestor, the second ancestor, and the third ancestor were the most powerful. Although they weren't great arhat, they were faintly approaching that level, with their domain and primordial spirit formed. The first ancestor, the most mysterious ancestor, was probably already half a step into the realm. Arhat. Fourth ancestor, fifth ancestor to 9th ancestor was weaker, but no matter how weak they were still peak arhat who had condensed a domain, and had extremely terrifying strength. Although Patriarch Qi Yuan of the Black Origin sect was strong, there was still a gap between him and the 9 ancestors of the 10,000 Buddha Hall. Even if they were all able to condense a domain, there would still be differences in strength due to the difference in cultivation methods and secret techniques. If the 9th ancestor really contacted the 6th ancestor and 7th ancestor of the 10,000 Buddha's hall, then with these 2 peak arhats and the 9th ancestor, the 10,000 Buddha's hall could be said to be impregnable on this continent. All right. I'll leave this place to you. Ancestor 9 glanced at the old monk, then took a step forward and disappeared. Farewell, 9th ancestor. When the old monk saw this scene, he immediately bowed deeply in the direction of Tangguafang. At the same time, underground cave world. Su Qin walked out of the city lord hall and stood on the city wall of Cathode City. Mohim stood beside him respectfully. As for the other demon kings of Cathode City, they were the same. After signing in these years, Su Qin could feel that the branch of the ancient demon tree in Cathode City was almost unable to continue signing in. In the past few years, Su Qin had obtained a lot of fire elemental demonic elixirs from signing in Cathode City. He even obtained a few drops of the fire elemental demon god's blood that was faintly exuding heat. What a pity. If I want to cultivate the great sun painting to small success, these fire elemental demonic elixirs are not enough. Su Qin's expression remained unchanged, but he sighed in his heart. Although after cultivating the great sun painting, Su Qin could transform into the strongest fire elemental divine beast, the 3-legged golden crow, roaming the world and burning everything. But now the problem Su Qin is facing is that not to mention cultivating the great sun painting, even reaching the small success stage of the great sun painting is extremely difficult. In fact, if Su Qin can devour those drops of fire elemental demon god's blood, he may have an unexpected gain. Not to mention cultivating the great sun painting, but reaching the small success stage shouldn't be a problem. But now Su Qin can't even touch those drops of fire elemental demon god's blood, let alone devour them. Whether it's the demon god's blood obtained from signing in Demon Cloud City or Cathode City, it's as if it's not in this space. Su Qin can only see it with the naked eye. As for touching it or enveloping it with his domain, or scanning it with his divine sense, he can't do it at all. It's time to prepare for the next sign and location. Su Qin's thoughts fluctuated. He looked at the volcano under the Cathode City and thought quickly. In the past few years, Su Qin hasn't been idle. He asked Mohim to inquire about the Emohua region. However, in the entire Emohua region, there are some places like Cathode City, where fire elemental demon chi is abundant, and there must be a lot of Dao accumulation. However, all of them are occupied by demon race powerhouses. These demon race powerhouses are at least peak demon kings, especially in a place called Fire God Valley, where there is suspected to be an existence beyond the demon king living in seclusion. Just as Su Qin was slowly thinking and preparing to head towards the several targets he had planned, his eyes suddenly fell on the underground volcano under the Cathode City. When was this volcano formed? Su Qin narrowed his eyes and asked. Master. Mohim blinked. She didn't expect Su Qin to be interested in the volcano under Cathode City. Master, no one knows when this volcano was formed, but it's at least older than Cathode City. Thoughts flashed through Su Qin's mind one after another. He suddenly found that he had ignored a very important thing. The underground volcano under the Cathode City might also contain Dao connotation. Since Su Qin entered Cathode City, the place where he signed in has always been under the branches of the ancient demon tree deep in the city lord's hall. Su Qin subconsciously felt that the Tao accumulation on the branches of the ancient demon tree was the Tao accumulation of the entire underground volcano and cathode city. But in fact, the existence of this underground volcano has completely surpassed that of cathode city. The two may not be what Su Qin thought. I'm going out. The more Su Qin thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. He took a step forward and disappeared from cathode city. This devil concubine and the other devil lords exchanged glances, their faces filled with confusion. Since Su Qin came to cathode city a few years ago, he spent most of his time in seclusion in the city lord's hall. Not to mention leaving cathode city, even the number of times he left the city lord's hall could be counted on one hand. Just when Mohim and the other demon kings were puzzled, Su Qin had already arrived at the depths of the underground volcano. The terrifying heat filled every inch of the air. Even an ordinary demon king would not be able to withstand it if they stayed here for a long time. Sooner or later they would be infected by the fire poison. But Su Qin was different. His body was powerful, and he had the divine ability to regenerate flesh and blood. Coupled with the protection of his domain, he could walk here almost as if he was taking a stroll. There are a few fire-type spirit herbs growing here? Su Qin glanced around a few times and found that in some corners of the volcano wall, under the boulders and in the depths of the boiling magma, there were faint inexplicable fluctuations. With a sweep of his divine sense, he immediately knew that they were the fire-type spirit herbs growing here. Even if I guessed wrong, it's not a wasted trip. With a thought, Su Qin put away these fire-type spirit herbs, looking quite satisfied. These fire-type spirit herbs have been growing for countless years and contain a large amount of fire elemental energy. They are the best consumables for cultivating the Great Sun diagram. Next, I just need to wait until the next day to verify my guess. Su Qin's face turned solemn and he waited here. The reason why Su Qin went deep into this place was naturally to see if he could sign in inside the volcano. If he could sign in, Su Qin wouldn't need to run around anymore. After all, the cave world was not the human world on the surface. In the human world on the surface, the strongest strength that Su Qin knew so far was only the major sects overseas, and they didn't even have a powerhouse at the Earth Immortal level. But in the cave world, the demon gods in the depths of the world were definitely the highest level of combat power that Su Qin had come into contact with. Even if these demon gods were excluded, there were still many demon kings in the cave world. Just the Mohua territory alone was enough to crush the human world on the surface. If Su Qin continued to run around in the cave world, wouldn't he be in trouble if he provoked an old monster of the demon race in seclusion? Even if Su Qin was only an incarnation in the cave world, it still consumed nearly half of Su Qin's vitality and divine sense. If he lost them here, it would definitely be heartbreaking. Therefore, in the cave world, Su Qin tried his best to keep a low profile. Unless there was really no other way, he wouldn't go out and run around. Time passed slowly. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Deep in the underground volcano under Cathode City, Su Qin suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. It's almost time. The sign and opportunity has also been refreshed. Su Qin calmed down and said in his heart, "System, sign in." Congratulations to the host for signing in successfully. Obtained Flame Demon Pill, *100. A mechanical, cold voice sounded in Su Qin's ears. Flame Demon Pill? Su Qin couldn't help but widen his eyes. He had obtained the Flame Demon Pill before, and it was similar to the Red Flame Demon Pill, but Su Qin obtained a total of 100 Flame Demon Pills here. When Su Qin signed in Cathode City, although he occasionally obtained other treasures in terms of fire element demonic pills alone, on average he could get about 5 to 8 Flame Demon Pills per sign-in. But now, in just one sign-in, Su Qin obtained 100 Flame Demon Pills, which was more than 10 times more than what he got in Cathode City. It's just the first sign-in and I already have such a harvest. If I continue, it will be even better. Su Qin's heart was burning with passion. As the first stone diagram of the 12 divine beast diagrams, the power of the Great Sun diagram is unimaginably terrifying. Once it is cultivated, one can truly transform into the strongest divine beast. The only drawback is that it consumes too many resources. But now, Su Qin has a feeling that perhaps the small success of the Great Sun diagram is no longer so far away. When I can no longer sign in Cathode City, I will use this place as a permanent sign-in location. Su Qin quickly made up his mind. The Empire of Tang. The world's essence chi tide is still recovering, and the environment of heaven and earth has become easier to cultivate. Originally, the upper realm was enough to dominate a region, but after a few years in a small county town, there may be a martial artist of the upper realm. And just as the empire of Tang was thriving, a young monk entered the empire of Tang from the western desert. This young monk was extremely low-key. He wandered around the mountains and rivers as if he was looking for something. If it wasn't for a certain peak grade 1 great grandmaster of the evil path who provoked this young monk and was slapped to death by the other party, no one would know that there was such a powerhouse in the Tang Empire. Vajra Temple. As one of the 4 Buddhist sects, even if the Vajra Temple's inheritance is not as long as the Shaolin Temple, it is still thousands of years old. During this period, many venerable arhat have come out. Especially 50 years ago, the Buddha of the Vajra Temple went to the Shaolin Temple and was defeated. Since then, the Vajra Temple has completely disappeared, almost in a state of seclusion. But with the gradual recovery of the world's essence Qi tide, several holy monks have been born in the Vajra Temple. In particular, the abbot of the Vajra Temple has completed the transformation of his body and reached peak grade 1. But on this day, all the disciples of the Vajra Temple gathered outside the door, and the abbot and the temple protectors were facing a great enemy. And in front of them stood a young monk. The young monk's appearance is extremely young, but there is a sense of vicissitudes of life in his eyes. Just by standing there, the young monk made all the disciples of the Vajra Temple, including the abbot, pale. In the eyes of the people of the Vajra Temple, the young monk not far away was like an indomitable Buddha, looking down at them. Unfortunately, there is nothing here that I am looking for. The young monk's eyes were calm as he glanced at the people of the Vajra Temple and said lightly, "The young monk is the 9th ancestor of the 10,000 Buddha Hall. After entering the empire of Tang, he has been searching for the aura of Buddha that he sensed. But unfortunately he found nothing. As a last resort, the 9th ancestor came to the Vajra Temple to try his luck. The disciples of the Vajra Temple saw a trace of pity on the 9th ancestor's face and were angry, but there was nothing they could do. When the 9th ancestor first arrived at the Vajra Temple, he casually released a wisp of aura and suppressed the entire Vajra Temple. Even if the disciples wanted to attack the 9th ancestor and defend the dignity of the Vajra Temple, it would be meaningless. Who is this monk? Is he also a Buddhist? Why have I never seen him before? Could he be the Venerable Arhat? But isn't the Venerable Arhat of the Shaolin Temple the only one who is still alive? The guardian kings of the Vajra Temple thought quickly. At this time, the abbot of the Vajra Temple reluctantly stood up. "Master, could you be the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple?" "The Shaolin Temple?" The 9th ancestor was slightly stunned and shook his head. "I'm not from the Shaolin Temple." "You mean there is the Venerable Arhat of the Shaolin Temple?" The 9th ancestor seemed to have thought of something and a trace of interest appeared on his face. "Yes, the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple is extremely powerful and is on par with the legend of Chang and City. They are known as the strongest in the world." The abbot of the Vajra Temple saw the 9th ancestor deny and immediately said truthfully, "How is that possible?" The 9th ancestor frowned. "The legend of Chang and City is an anomaly. Could it be that there is more than one such anomaly?" Although the 9th ancestor said so, he did not believe it at all. The legend of the pinnacle was rare. Even in the prosperous overseas martial arts world, there were only a few of them in an era. It was already incredible that there was a legend of the pinnacle who could kill Qiyuan Laozu in Chang and City. However, according to the abbot of the Vajra Temple, there was more than one legend of Chang and City? How was that possible? It had only been more than 10 years since the recovery of the vitality tide. How could there be 2 legends of the pinnacle in such a short time? I don't know who is stronger between the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple and the legend of Chang and City. The abbot of the Vajra Temple lowered his head and thought for a while. He did not dare to jump to a conclusion. When the 9th ancestor heard this, his expression gradually changed. In his view, it was obvious that the abbot of the Vajra Temple was spreading a false rumor. In fact, the strength of the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple could not have reached that level. But the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple once killed the demonic dragon guarding the War God Temple on the peak of Kunlun Mountain. The abbot of the Vajra Temple looked at the 9th ancestor carefully. The 9th ancestor's expression was originally calm, but when he heard the words War God Temple, his expression changed slightly. Then, when he heard that the demonic dragon of the War God Temple was killed by the Venerable of the Shaolin Temple, his expression froze. Chapter 256. The 10,000 Buddhist Temple was one of the major sects overseas. It was passed down from the previous vitality tide and was known as the source of Buddhism. Naturally, it had records of the War God Temple. As an ancestor of the 10,000 Buddhist temple, Ancestor 9 knew very well what the War God Temple represented. It was a place that even Earth immortals could not enter without permission. It was rumored that it was left behind by a supreme expert. However, with the end of the previous vitality tide, the War God Temple also disappeared without a trace. Ancestor 9 did not expect that the words War God Temple would appear on this continent. Ancestor 9's face was slightly solemn. His first thought was whether the War God Temple mentioned by the abbot of the Vajra Temple was the same as the one he knew. After all, although the words War God Temple were uncommon, it was not the only one in the world. However, the demonic dragon mentioned by the abbot of the Vajra Temple surprised Ancestor 9. If it was just the War God Temple, it might be a coincidence. However, with the addition of the demonic dragon, it matched the records of the War God Temple in the 10,000 Buddhist temple. "You're not lying to me?" Ancestor 9's expression was solemn as he stared at the abbot of the Vajra Temple and said word by word. The demonic dragon in the War God Temple was someone that several Earth immortals could not do anything to in the last vitality tide. In the end, they were driven out with their heads and faces covered in dust. Even the Buddhist Grand Arhat would not be able to do anything to such a beast. How could it fall in the hands of an Arhat venerable? A monk does not lie. The abbot of the Vajra Temple put his palms together and said in a low voice, "Yes." Ancestor 9 seemed to have suddenly thought of something. It has been more than 10,000 years since the last vitality tide. After such a long time, even if the War God Temple still exists, the demonic dragon's chi and blood must have declined. Its strength should have fallen out of the myth realm. Ancestor 9 thought of this and nodded slightly. He suddenly figured it out. The demonic dragon was from the demon clan. Although Shoyuan was far superior to humans, it meant that the demonic dragon did not have the limit of Shoyuan. Otherwise, this world would have been ruled by the demon clan long ago. What business would there be for humans? Shoyuan's chi and blood had declined, and his strength had declined. It was not that hard to accept that he was killed by an Arhat venerable. However, even if the demonic dragon was about to die of old age, its innate magic was still there. That venerable Arhat of the Shaolin Temple was able to kill the demonic dragon, so he must have some tricks up his sleeve. Ancestor 9 pondered. He did not suspect that the abbot of the Titanium Temple would lie. Ancestor 9 had been using his domain to observe the abbot's reaction. If the other party was lying, he would not be able to hide it from him. Besides, according to the abbot of the Jianghu Temple, this matter was not known to everyone, but at least it was not a secret. He just had to go out and confirm it. How could the abbot of the Jianghu Temple dare to deceive him in this regard? Perhaps the Buddha I'm searching for is related to this? The ninth ancestor's thoughts raced. Finally, he raised his head and looked in a certain direction. Looks like I have to make a trip to the Shaolin Temple. The ninth ancestor had taken the risk of fighting with the legend of Chang, and entered the empire of Tang just so that he could feel the breath of Buddha. Now that he finally had a clue, how could he give it up? Thinking of this, Ancestor 9 took a step and disappeared on the spot, rushing toward the Shaolin Temple. The abbot of the Jianghu Temple and the Dharmarajas of the temple looked at each other. In the end, one of the Dharmarajas could not help but ask, "Abbot, what is the strength of this person?" "What strength?" The abbot of the Jianghu Temple glanced at the Dharmaraja of the temple. "What strength do you think he has to be able to suppress thousands of disciples of the Jianghu Temple with just his breath?" As soon as he said this, the faces of the Dharmarajas of the temple turned pale. They had some guesses in their hearts just now, but they did not dare to confirm it. Now that they heard the abbot's reply, they were naturally shocked. "Abbot, if this person is a Buddhist venerable, why haven't we heard of him before?" The Dharmaraja of the temple who spoke first asked tentatively. "I don't know either." The abbot of the Jianghu Temple shook his head slightly, a touch of worry appearing on his face. "But I'm afraid the Shaolin Temple is in trouble." The Imperial Palace. The Emperor of Tang frowned as he looked at the information presented on the dragon table. A young monk? Killed a great grandmaster with one slap? The Emperor of Tang muttered to himself. Generally speaking, whether it is a great grandmaster who has transformed once or a grade 1 great perfection who has transformed thrice, there is a gap in strength, but it is absolutely impossible to crush the other. And there is only one possibility for this scene in the information. The young monk's strength has surpassed grade 9 martial Dao and entered the level of Venerable Arhat. As for the specific level of Venerable Arhat, the Emperor of Tang does not know. After all, any Venerable Arhat can kill a great grandmaster with one slap. "Your Majesty, That young monk may be from the 10,000 Buddhist temple. The Lao Dao of the Dao Yi sect said. 10,000 Buddhist temple? The Emperor of Tang put down the information and looked at the Lao Dao. The Lao Dao came from the overseas Dao Yi sect and has seen a lot. Therefore, whenever the Emperor of Tang has doubts, he will ask the Lao Dao to come out and solve his doubts. The Lao Dao was also happy to do so. After spending some time together, he can also see that the Emperor of Tang has a certain status in Suqin. How can the Lao Dao let go of such an opportunity to make friends with the Emperor of Tang? Therefore, for any doubts of the Emperor of Tang, the Lao Dao will answer without hesitation, even if it involves the secrets of the Dao Yi sect. Yes. The Lao Dao nodded. This young monk went to the Jianghu temple not long ago, then left the Jianghu temple and headed south. The Emperor of Tang continued to read the information. Now that the world is unified, the intelligence network established by the Empire of Tang has spread all over the country. In addition, the ninth ancestor of the 10,000 Buddhist temple did not hide and walked directly on the official road. He did not even use the art of flight, so naturally the Emperor of Tang knew his whereabouts. No. This person's target is the Shaolin Temple. The Emperor of Tang's pupils shrank, and his face changed dramatically. According to the information, the young monk should be interested in Buddhism. But now, all the way south, the only Buddhist in the south is the Shaolin Temple. I'm afraid it's too late. The Emperor of Tang's face was heavy. The information he received was all from a few days ago. Now the young monk should have arrived at the Shaolin Temple. No. This matter needs to be known to the third brother. The Emperor of Tang immediately got up and walked quickly toward the East Palace. Not many people in the world knew about the relationship between Suqin and the Shaolin Temple, but the Emperor of Tang was obviously one of them. Therefore, when the Emperor of Tang realized that the Shaolin Temple might be in trouble, he planned to inform Suqin as soon as possible. At the same time, on the Shaoshi Mountain, the ninth ancestor's body was like an illusion as he walked unhurriedly inside the Shaolin Temple. As a peak arhat who has condensed a domain, it was easy for the ninth ancestor to hide from the people of the Shaolin Temple with his strength. There's a heaven and earth array there? The ninth ancestor looked toward the forbidden area of the back mountain with a surprised expression. Interesting. The ninth ancestor took a step and appeared in front of the back mountain. Then he took another step and crossed 90% of the array in the blink of an eye and arrived at the Buddha mountain. Although this heaven and earth array is ingenious, its owner is at most a fourth or fifth layer arhat. It's not the Buddha I'm looking for. The ninth ancestor looked a little disappointed. He came to the Shaolin Temple with high hopes, but this was the result. How could he not be disappointed? Just as ninth ancestor was pondering, he subconsciously took another step and entered the back mountain's Buddha mountain, where Suqin was in seclusion. Buzz. All of a sudden, the ninth ancestor seemed to have triggered some kind of restriction. The heaven and earth array that enveloped the entire forbidden area of the back mountain suddenly began to roar. For a moment, clouds and mist swirled and condensed into mist dragons that circled around the ninth ancestor. A heaven and earth array set up by a fourth or fifth layer venerable can detect me? The ninth ancestor was stunned. And at this moment, the entire Shaolin Temple was in an uproar. The back mountain was where Suqin was in seclusion. Now it was related to the cultivation speed of many disciples of the Shaolin Temple. It could be said to be the most important place in the Shaolin Temple. If such a change happened, it would naturally attract the attention of the Shaolin Temple. In an instant, Abbot Huiwen of the Shaolin Temple, the court heads, and many disciples quickly came to the forbidden area of the back mountain and looked at the ninth ancestor standing outside the Buddha mountain. Trespassers of the Shaolin Temple, die. The warrior monastery's court head had a fiery temper and attacked immediately. The forbidden area of the back mountain had a special meaning to the Shaolin Temple. Now that an outsider had suddenly appeared, the warrior monastery's court head would definitely want to take him down first. The ninth ancestor frowned and moved his mind. Suddenly, the warrior monastery's court head, who was rushing toward him, only felt the air solidify and his body was imprisoned in place, unable to move. This? The warrior monastery's court head's pupils shrank. In the past 30 years, with the help of the essence-gathering Holy Land formation in the back mountain and the recovery of the Vitality Tide, he entered the Grade 1 Great Grandmaster realm early. Moreover, he was still at the peak Grade 1 and could complete the transformation at any time and become a peak Grade 1. But now, the young monk in front of him, with just a glance, fixed him in place. It was simply shocking. Grade 1 Great Perfection? No, it's Venerable Arhat. The warrior monastery's court head's thoughts turned quickly. Although his body was imprisoned, his thoughts were constantly colliding and he was aware of the strength of the young monk. Not far away, Abbot Huiwen and the court head saw this scene and their expressions changed slightly. They did not continue to attack the ninth ancestor. At this moment, the ninth ancestor was too lazy to pay attention to the people of the Shaolin Temple. He turned to look at the Buddha mountain and whispered to himself, "I don't believe that a trivial heaven and earth formation can stop me." As soon as the ninth ancestor's voice fell, he took another step forward, wanting to enter the Buddha mountain, the place where Su Qin's retreat was. Rumble. In an instant, the entire back mountain's heaven and earth formation was completely alarmed. The world's essence chi accumulated over decades suddenly began to rise, trying to block the ninth ancestor's entry. At the moment when the heaven and earth formation in the back mountain of the Shaolin Temple was shaken. Under Chang and City, above the black majestic hall, Su Qin, who was originally in retreat, quietly opened his eyes. "Who is it?" Su Qin looked up in the direction of the Shaolin Temple. Chapter 257. A myth realm expert has triggered the formation at the back of the mountain? Su Qin's eyes were deep. He instantly opened the real eye and activated the heavenly observation technique. In an instant, all things in the world, including thousands of chi activities, were displayed in front of him. Although Su Qin had left the Shaolin Temple for 30 years, the heaven-earth formation that enveloped the forbidden area at the back of the mountain was still in operation. This heaven-earth formation was personally set up by him. No matter how far away he was, he could still sense some information. The chi activity of a peak myth realm expert? Su Qin frowned slightly. Through the real eye, he saw a chi activity soaring into the sky from the Shaolin Temple tens of thousands of miles away, almost overlooking the area within a radius of hundreds of miles. For Su Qin, the auras of ordinary creatures were too much. As long as it was a living creature, they would all fall into the eyes of truth. As for the auras of legends, they were much less. At present, he could only faintly perceive the auras of legends at the edge of the continent. Occasionally the auras of legends would flash and disappear. As for the peak myth realm expert, it was even more unique. The chi activity of the peak myth realm expert at the Shaolin Temple was as dazzling as the sun in Su Qin's eyes. Why would a peak myth realm expert go to the Shaolin Temple? Su Qin frowned slightly. The real eye could only observe the chi activities, but it could not see everything. Just as Su Qin was about to go to the Shaolin Temple, he suddenly felt something. He looked up at the palace, took a step, and disappeared from the lofty hall. Eastern Palace. Su Qin's figure quietly appeared outside the right spring square. The Emperor of Tang was walking back and forth anxiously. Third brother. Something bad happened. When the Emperor of Tang saw Su Qin, he immediately walked up and said bluntly, "The people of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall have gone to the Shaolin Temple." The 10,000 Buddhas Hall? The Shaolin Temple? Su Qin narrowed his eyes. He had been wondering which pinnacle myth had gone to the Shaolin Temple, but the Emperor of Tang had told him that it was the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. "I understand," Su Qin said indifferently. In fact, even if the Emperor of Tang did not say it, Su Qin could guess that it should be some patriarch of a major sect overseas. After all, there was not a single mythical warrior on this continent, let alone a peak mythical warrior. Only in the overseas martial arts world, which had been passed down from the previous Vitality Tide recovery era, would there be a peak legend. "Senior, do you need my help?" The Lao Dao cultivator from the Dao Yi school said cautiously. The Lao Dao warriors did not know about the relationship between Su Qin and the Shaolin Temple, but since the Emperor of Tang was so anxious and immediately informed Su Qin, the Lao Dao warriors naturally wanted to volunteer and work for Su Qin. "There's no need." Su Qin shook his head slightly. "The one who went to the Shaolin Temple is a peak mythical warrior. You are no match for him." The Lao Dao warrior was an elder of the Dao Yi school, but his strength was only in the fourth heaven. He had no problem dealing with ordinary problems, but if he encountered a peak mythical warrior, the Lao Dao warrior was stunned. In a flash, the Lao Dao warrior's face turned pale, and he could not help but say, "Could it be that the 9 ancestors of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall have awakened?" 9 ancestors? The Emperor of Tang was slightly stunned. The Lao Dao warrior suppressed the shock in his heart and quickly told him about the 9 ancestors of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. The Emperor of Tang's expression also changed when he heard this. If it was just an ordinary venerable arhat, The Emperor of Tang naturally believed that Su Qin could easily suppress him. But the 9 ancestors of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall, even the weakest one was stronger than Qiyuan Laozu. Senior, if it really is the 9 ancestors of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall, I'm afraid the Shaolin Temple is in danger. The Lao Dao warrior's expression was grave. Chang and city was not as far away from the Shaolin Temple as Kunlun Mountain, but it was still close to 10,000 miles away. Even if Su Qin was a peak mythical warrior, it would take him half an hour to cross such a distance. And with the 9 ancestors of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall, if they really wanted to kill, half an hour would be enough to crush the Shaolin Temple hundreds of times. By then, even if Su Qin arrived, it would be too late. Don't worry. Su Qin shook his head slightly and did not say anything. The reason why he did not immediately rush to the Shaolin Temple was that he was using the Eye of Truth to repeatedly observe whether there were other peak mythical warriors lying in ambush near the Shaolin Temple. According to the Lao Dao warrior, there were 9 peak Arhat realm ancestors in the 10,000 Buddhas Hall in hibernation. What if these 9 ancestors worked together to set up a trap to lure Su Qin? Although Su Qin believed that after entering the 9th heaven, unless there was a real earth immortal, there should be no fear. But the 10,000 Buddhas Hall was an overseas Buddhist land that had been passed down since the recovery of the previous vitality tide. It was unfathomable, so Su Qin was naturally extremely cautious. A moment later, Su Qin seemed to have confirmed something. He glanced at the Emperor of Tang and the Lao Dao warrior and said softly, "I'm going out for a while. I'll be back in half a day or a few days." As soon as his voice fell, Su Qin's figure disappeared in front of the Emperor of Tang and the Lao Dao warrior. Third brother, did the third brother go to the Shaolin Temple? The Emperor of Tang could not help but ask. I'm afraid so. The Lao Dao warrior looked solemn and said in a deep voice. Although Su Qin could kill the Kurajenkyo's Qiyuan Laozu, the 9 ancestors of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall were not comparable to Qiyuan Laozu. I hope the 10,000 Buddhas Hall won't completely fall out with him. The Lao Dao warrior sighed in his heart and thought silently. Shaolin Temple. In front of the back mountain forbidden area. Endless clouds and mist shook and gathered into countless clouds and mist dragons, revolving around the 9 ancestors and covering them with a terrifying pressure. Under this pressure, ordinary mythical warriors would not be able to escape unscathed, let alone continue to break in. But the 9th ancestor is obviously not an ordinary mythical warrior. He is the 9th ancestor of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall, a peak Arhat who has condensed a domain and swept through the overseas martial arts world for an era. With the strength of the 9th ancestor, how could the great array in front of him be difficult? Break. The 9th ancestor looked calm and took a step forward. Suddenly, as the 9th ancestor took a step forward, the entire back mountain forbidden area suddenly roared, and the 5 Buddha mountains faintly made tearing sounds, as if they could not bear some kind of monstrous pressure. Not good. Abbot Huiwen's expression changed greatly. The heaven and earth great array that originally suppressed everything was as fragile as a thin paper in front of the 9th ancestor. No matter how slow Abbot Huiwen is, he can see that the heaven and earth great array is about to break. Abbot, what should we do now? Jianghu next to him looked anxious. Shortly after returning from Kunlun Mountain, Jianghu entered the peak grade 1 great grandmaster realm. However, at this moment, in the face of the 9th ancestor who easily broke the heaven and earth great array, the so-called peak grade great grandmaster realm is simply a joke. In Jianghu's eyes, the 9th ancestor's every move is in harmony with heaven and earth, terrifying beyond compare. However, even though he knows that he is far from being the 9th ancestor's opponent, Jianghu has no intention of taking a step back. The back mountain forbidden area is not only the Shaolin Temple, but also the place where Su Qin once went into seclusion. How can it let an outsider casually break in? Just when Jianghu was ready to risk everything to stop the 9th ancestor from continuing to break the array. Suddenly, a wooden sword slowly glowed under his neck, blooming with wisps of aura. The wooden sword floated in the air and broke free from Jianghu's hand, faintly emitting a shocking sword intent. This is. Jianghu blinked and did not react for a long time. In his eyes, this wooden sword will only be activated when he is in danger of life and death, right? Why did it appear now? It's the venerable. Jianghu suddenly thought of something. When he parted with Su Qin at Kunlun Mountain, Su Qin had asked for the wooden sword back and returned it a moment later. At this time, the wooden sword's strange behavior could only be a trick left behind by Su Qin. Apart from Jianghu, Abbot Huiwen and the other court heads were also excited and full of anticipation. Buzz. As the wooden sword floated in the air, a terrifying sword intent surged and brewed. The ninth ancestor, who was about to break the heaven and earth array, suddenly stopped. The ninth ancestor slowly turned his head and looked at the wooden sword floating in the air. A trace of surprise flashed across his face. This sword intent? Could it be the Wanjian school? The ninth ancestor frowned slightly. Among the many exalted sects overseas, only the Wanjian school was famous for its sword Dao. At this moment, when the ninth ancestor saw such a sharp sword intent, his first thought was that someone from the Wanjian school had intervened. No, it's not the Wanjian school. The sword Dao of the Wanjian school is far from as sharp as this sword intent. The ninth ancestor's expression changed slightly. This was the first time his expression had changed since he came to the Shaolin Temple. Could it be that the venerable of the Shaolin Temple is really the peak Arhat? The ninth ancestor was in disbelief. With the ninth ancestor's eyesight, he could naturally see that the existence who left behind this wooden sword should be an expert of the same level as him. In other words, the strength of the venerable of the Shaolin Temple has indeed reached the peak Arhat realm. But how is this possible? Although the land of great battle is the core of the recovery of the tide of vitality, it is only after the tide of vitality has truly begun to recover to a certain extent that it can reveal all kinds of extraordinary aspects. But now, it has been less than 20 years since the recovery of the tide of vitality, and there are already 2 peak mythical level experts. It is simply incredible. Just as the ninth ancestor was thinking. The wooden sword had brewed enough sword intent, and the tip of the sword was pointed upward and slowly slashed down. At the same time, at the position of the sword hilt, an illusory right hand faintly appeared. This illusory right hand continued to spread and condensed into a hazy, illusory slender figure. The slender figure held the wooden sword in his hand as if he was holding a peerless divine sword, and slashed down at the ninth ancestor from afar. Humph! Seeing this scene, the ninth ancestor coldly snorted, and the domain around him slowly spread out, filling the area within 100 feet. Swish! The sword light slashed and cut into the domain. The originally sharp sword light began to slow down after entering the ninth ancestor's domain, and finally barely cut through more than half of the domain before it finally slowly dissipated. Crack! And at this moment, the suspended wooden sword seemed to have completely lost its power, crumbling inch by inch and dissipating into the air. The whole place was dead silent. All the Shaolin Temple disciples turned pale. Everyone, including Abbot Huiwen, looked desperate. Even the wooden sword left behind by the venerable had been shattered. Who in the world could stop the ninth ancestor? If you were here in person, I would be a little wary, but it's just a wooden sword. The ninth ancestor shook his head slightly, and looked at the hazy figure that spread out from the wooden sword. That wooden sword was a great weapon to deal with other legends. Even a 6th heavenly layer legend might be killed by the wooden sword. But it was impossible to use this wooden sword to deal with the ninth ancestor. Is that so? The hazy figure let out a voice that only existed on the spiritual level, and it echoed in the ninth ancestor's ears before quickly dissipating. The ninth ancestor frowned. However, before the ninth ancestor could figure it out, his expression changed again. The ninth ancestor suddenly raised his head and looked in a certain direction. In his perception, a terrifying aura cut through the void, traversing hundreds of miles in an instant, and rushing toward the Shaolin Temple at a terrifying speed. Chapter 258. That's the venerable of the Shaolin Temple? Ancestor 9's expression was solemn. The aura he sensed was of the same origin as the aura exuded by the wooden sword just now. It was obvious that it was the same person. Well, I'd like to see how the peak Arhat of the land of great battle is different from the rest. The depths of Ancestor 9's eyes fluctuated. As the Ancestor 9 of the overseas 10,000 Buddha's Hall, even if he had been sleeping, he had once swept through an era overseas and believed that he was not inferior to any peak legend. Why isn't that person moving? The court heads and Abbot Huiwen of the Shaolin Temple were slightly stunned when they saw Ancestor 9 standing there quietly. It was not an exaggeration to say that the aura that the ninth ancestor had just displayed was monstrous. Whether it was the heaven and earth formation of the back mountain or the palm-sized wooden sword that hung around Shenku's neck, which was left behind by a venerable, they were all quickly suppressed. Logically speaking, such a peerless expert shouldn't hesitate at all. Why did he suddenly stop? While all the disciples of the Shaolin Temple were puzzled, Shenku's heart skipped a beat as he looked in the direction Ancestor 9 was facing. He was only a peak grandmaster, so his divine sense naturally could not cover hundreds of miles like Ancestor 9's and detect Su Qin's aura in advance. But Jianghu had a Buddha's heart and was extremely sensitive to the outside world. He could vaguely guess that Ancestor 9 was waiting for someone. Could it be? Jianghu's eyes lit up. With Ancestor 9's strength, the entire Shaolin Temple could not withstand a single blow from him. Only Su Qin could make him wait so cautiously. Sure enough, a few moments later, a divine aura spread from afar. Abbot Huiwen and the court heads looked up in the direction of the aura, and their faces suddenly changed. That is. Abbot Huiwen was overjoyed. Venerable, it's venerable. The heads of the Shaolin Temple also saw this and immediately cheered. Su Qin was the venerable one of the Shaolin Temple. If it weren't for Su Qin, the Shaolin Temple would have been destroyed by the descendants of the Devil Buddha decades ago. At this moment, before the ninth ancestor was about to suppress the entire Shaolin Temple, Su Qin had unexpectedly appeared like a savior. The court heads were ecstatic. The Venerable One is back. My Shaolin Temple is saved. Many disciples of the Shaolin Temple were shocked. Although the ninth ancestor was extremely powerful, in the eyes of these disciples of the Shaolin Temple, Su Qin was truly invincible. In front of Su Qin, even the ninth ancestor was nothing. Vigorous chi and blood. Condensed the domain. Ninth ancestor's gaze was leisurely. As Su Qin got closer and closer, he could perceive more and more information. Of course, this was also because Su Qin was too lazy to hide it and wantonly revealed his chi and blood fluctuations. Otherwise, if Su Qin wanted to hide it, not to mention the ninth ancestor, even a real Earth immortal would not be able to see it under the cover of the domain. With this level of chi and blood, I think he has at least 100 years of Shouyuan. The ninth ancestor could not determine whether Su Qin was a Shouyuan, but he could tell from Su Qin's vigorous chi and blood that the other party should have sufficient Shouyuan. Although he had reached the peak mythical level and was about to face the end of the Shouyuan, he could still maintain a certain level of strength and would not be like a mortal who could not even walk. But the decline of chi and blood was inevitable. The closer to the end of the Shouyuan, the more chi and blood declined. And with the chi and blood fluctuations displayed by Su Qin, there were at least 100 years of Shouyuan to squander. The ninth ancestor guessed in his heart, and a trace of envy rose in his heart. Naturally, the ninth ancestor did not know that Su Qin had far more than 100 years of Shouyuan left, but more than 940 years. In fact, if he added the Immortality peach, Su Qin's Shouyuan would soar to more than 1,940 years. But Su Qin stepped in and appeared in front of the forbidden area at the back of the mountain. The Lao Dao of the Dao One sect felt that even a peak mythical level expert would need half an incense stick's worth of time to travel tens of thousands of miles. But Su Qin was not an ordinary peak mythical level expert. It would take less than half an incense stick's worth of time to travel tens of thousands of miles. Ever since he entered the ninth heaven, Su Qin had been stabilizing his realm. He had also swallowed most of the fire elemental divine pills and demonic pills he had obtained in the past few years to cultivate the great sun painting of the 12 divine beasts. Now, although Su Qin's great sun painting had not reached small mastery, it was far beyond the beginner level. With this level of great sun painting, Su Qin could slightly borrow a trace of the three-legged golden crow's insignificant ability. For example, speed? Although the three-legged golden crow was known as the most powerful fire elemental divine beast, and the great sun true fire that could burn the sky and cook the earth, flames were only the three-legged golden crow's strongest means. In addition to the flames, the three-legged golden crow's speed was also extremely fast. As a bird-type divine beast, even if the three-legged golden crow was not as fast as a divine beast like the great roc, it was still far superior to other creatures. Even if Su Qin only borrowed a trace of it, it was enough to increase his speed by several times, almost comparable to an earth immortal. I'm finally back. Su Qin ignored the ninth ancestor, and his eyes kept sweeping across every corner of the Shaolin Temple. The Shaolin Temple was where Su Qin had lived for more than 20 years, and he was very familiar with every corner. Venerable One. Abbot Huiwen walked to Su Qin and bowed respectfully. Venerable One. Greetings, Venerable One. Greetings, Venerable One. Many disciples of the Shaolin Temple looked at Su Qin with fanaticism, and one by one, they knelt on the ground and worshipped Su Qin. In an instant, with Su Qin as the center, tens of thousands of disciples of the Shaolin Temple knelt down, and many of them cried tears of joy. Many of them were old people who had been around when Su Qin was still a sweeping monk, and they had personally experienced Su Qin saving the Shaolin Temple from destruction time and time again. Venerable One. Shen Ku also came over and bowed deeply to Su Qin. Su Qin did not say anything, but slowly retracted his gaze and looked at the ninth ancestor, and asked with interest, "Which ancestor of the Thousand Buddha Temple are you?" "I'm ranked ninth." The ninth ancestor looked slightly surprised. He did not expect Su Qin to already know his identity. Until now, the ninth ancestor still had no intention of backing down. Although Su Qin's qi and blood were vigorous and Shoyuan's were abundant, the ninth ancestor was not weak either. As the ninth ancestor of the Thousand Buddha Temple, not only did he cultivate Buddhist divine skills, but he also carried several Buddhist treasures of the Thousand Buddha Temple. In a fight between martial artists, qi and blood was a very important factor. The side with vigorous qi and blood would attack without restraint, while the side with weak qi and blood would have to be cautious, for fear of exhausting their qi and blood and dying on the spot. But other than qi and blood, there were many other factors that affected the outcome of a fight, such as the divine skills cultivated and the strength of the magic treasure. Especially the latter, a powerful magic treasure could definitely increase one's combat strength by several levels. "Since you did not hurt anyone of the Shaolin Temple, I'll give you a chance to attack." Su Qin's expression was neither happy nor sad as he said calmly, "Thank you for letting me win." The ninth ancestor heard this and did not show the slightest modesty. Since Su Qin wanted him to attack first, the ninth ancestor certainly would not hesitate. Rumble. Almost instantly, the ninth ancestor ran his martial skills with all his might. A terrifying aura shrouded the entire Shaolin Temple and quickly spread in all directions. In the face of Su Qin, a peak arhat with vigorous qi and blood, the ninth ancestor did not dare to be careless even if he had several Buddhist treasures from the Thousand Buddha Temple. He immediately attacked with all his strength. Behind the ninth ancestor, there was a heavy sound like a millstone, and a Buddha with glaring eyes appeared out of thin air. This Buddha with glaring eyes was far inferior to the Buddha golden body in the depths of Su Qin's primal aperture at mid-brows. But at this moment, with the ninth ancestor attacking with all his strength, he also exerted a power that exceeded that of a peak legend like Qiyuan Laozu. Could it be that this person is really a Buddha? Abbot Huiwen and the others were all aghast when they saw this scene. At this moment, when they felt the true power of the ninth ancestor, they realized that the ninth ancestor had held back. Otherwise, if the ninth ancestor had directly displayed such strength, the Shaolin Temple would have been destroyed long ago. How could it have held on until Su Qin arrived? Thousand Buddha Temple? The nine ancestors? Abbot Huiwen swallowed hard. They had heard the conversation between Su Qin and the ninth ancestor just now. From those few words, it was not difficult to determine that the ninth ancestor came from a force called the Thousand Buddha Temple, and in this force the ninth ancestor was only ranked ninth. If the ninth ancestor who was ranked ninth had such terrifying strength, then what about the sixth ancestor and the fifth ancestor? Abbot Huiwen did not dare to imagine. However, just when everyone thought that the battle was about to begin, Su Qin, who was standing quietly in place, shook his head slightly and said, "Not enough. Just these alone are not enough." As soon as these words came out, the ninth ancestor's expression suddenly became a little ugly. At this moment he had already activated his divine arts with all his strength. Except for those few Buddhist treasures, it could almost be said that he had used all his strength, but in Su Qin's words it was not enough. The ninth ancestor took a deep breath, raised his right hand, and saw a string of Buddhist beads appear. This string of Buddhist beads was dim and extremely shabby, but the moment it appeared, it automatically flew out, exuding a heart-palpitating aura that enveloped the entire place. This string of Buddhist beads was left behind by a senior arhat. It is one of the Buddhist treasures of the Thousand Buddha Temple and is enough to fight against an earth immortal. The ninth ancestor looked at the Buddhist beads with a hint of awe in his voice. He was telling the truth. The Buddhist beads were indeed a Buddhist treasure left behind by Arhat. However, in order to use this string of Buddhist beads to fight against an earth immortal, one must first be strong enough. Although the ninth ancestor was a peak arhat, he was still a distance away from the realm of arhat and was far from being able to unleash the full power of the Buddhist beads. However, even if the ninth ancestor could not use the Buddhist beads to fight against an earth immortal, it would not be a problem for him to suppress an ordinary peak legend. Boom. As the Buddhist beads rose, heaven and earth seemed to have begun to solidify. The Buddhist beads kept rotating and finally expanded, pressing down on Su Qin. The huge Buddhist beads filled the void and slowly pressed down on Su Qin. Even if Qiyuan Laozu was here, he would definitely turn around and leave, not daring to face the Buddhist beads head-on. Even Abbot Huiwen and the others from the Shaolin Temple felt their hands and feet go cold when they saw the Buddhist beads in the sky. Although they had confidence in Su Qin, the Buddhist beads were too terrifying. Even if they were just looking at it from afar, their minds were about to be suppressed by the Buddhist beads, let alone Su Qin, who was facing the full power of the Buddhist beads. Under everyone's horrified gaze, Su Qin slowly took a step forward, casually raised his right hand, clenched his fist, and punched at the Buddhist beads from afar. The next moment, the fist imprinted on the Buddhist beads. Suddenly, the Buddhist beads vibrated, and the suppression that was slowly descending suddenly stopped. This is? The ninth ancestor, who had a hint of confidence on his face, suddenly had a drastic change in expression as he looked at Su Qin in disbelief. Chapter 259. Oh no! The ninth ancestor seemed to have sensed something. His expression changed drastically as he tried to recall the Buddha beads. Unfortunately, it was too late. Su Qin's gentle punch had already landed on the Buddha beads. The Buddha beads were passed down from the previous era of vitality recovery. It was left behind by a grand arhat of the pantheon of Buddhas. Although it had been through tens of thousands of years, it still retained its terrifying power. In the hands of the ninth ancestor, it could easily defeat a peak legend like Qiyuan Laozu. Based on this alone, the ninth ancestor was worthy of being the patriarch of the pantheon of Buddhas. His every move was above an ordinary peak legend. This was the true heritage of the overseas great sections. But at this moment, Su Qin's punch landed. Boom! The Buddha beads seemed to be made of some kind of wood, but in fact they were like metal. When Su Qin's fist landed on it, it produced a sound like a bronze bell that spread in all directions. In the Shaolin Temple, countless Shaolin Temple disciples felt as if thunder had exploded in their ears. Even a top great grandmaster like Jianghu felt his mind go blank. As for the other disciples of the Shaolin Temple, the lighter ones were like Jianghu, while the heavier ones fell to the ground and fainted. A moment later, the Buddha's heart in Jianghu's body kept beating as he gradually regained his senses. He looked up and saw that Su Qin was still standing in the same place. His eyes were calm as if he had not moved at all. But the ninth ancestor still retreated thousands of meters and was almost out of the forbidden area. The Buddha beads were obviously dimmer as they floated in front of the ninth ancestor. The Venerable One? The disciples of the Shaolin Temple who had woken up breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this scene. The ninth ancestor's attack with the Buddha beads was too terrifying. It was as if heaven and earth had been turned upside down. However, looking at the situation, the ninth ancestor's attack was obviously blocked by Su Qin. The ninth ancestor should have suffered a loss. Otherwise, he would not have retreated thousands of meters. The Venerable One is too strong. Countless Shaolin Temple disciples looked at Su Qin with fanaticism in their hearts. Even the elders of the Shaolin Temple had not seen Su Qin fight more than a few times, let alone the disciples of the Shaolin Temple. Ancestor Jiao stood several thousand meters away, his eyes solemn as he stared at Su Qin. In particular, when he saw the string of Buddha beads in front of him from the corner of his eye and noticed that there was a faint fist mark on one of the Buddha beads, a look of horror flashed across his eyes. This was a Buddhist treasure left by the great Arhat. After tens of thousands of years, its power might have declined and was no longer comparable to its heyday, but its material was still at the level of the great Arhat. For Su Qin to be able to leave a mark on such a Buddhist treasure and damage its body, even if his strength was not that of an earth immortal, he should be extremely close to it. Perhaps he had already transformed into a primordial spirit and was preparing to become a real earth immortal. Ancestor Jiao was frightened and uneasy. Although he still had some trump cards, they were at most similar to the Buddha beads. If Su Qin could repel the Buddha beads with a punch, he should be able to disperse other means with a raise of his hand. More importantly, Ancestor Jiao did not dare to drag this out any longer. After all, he was close to the limit of the Shoyuan. Even if he had been in a deep sleep by using a self-sealing secret technique, it was a fact that his qi and blood were declining. In a short time he was confident that he could maintain his state, but as time went on, the hidden danger of his qi and blood declining would inevitably appear. At that time he might not even have the qi and blood to activate the Buddhist treasure. What could he use to fight Su Qin, who was at the peak of the Shoyuan, who was full of qi and blood, and who could attack without restraint? Thinking of this, Ancestor Jiao suddenly had the intention to retreat. As the Ancestor Jiao of the 10,000 Buddhist temple, he was not stupid and naturally would not fight to the death. I've lost. Ancestor Jiao took back the Buddha beads and put his palms together toward Su Qin. He whispered, "The Venerable One's strength is rare in the world." Ancestor Jiao admitted frankly. If it was a few hundred years ago before he fell into a deep sleep, his qi and blood would be vigorous and he could attack without restraint. He might be able to use the Buddhist treasures he had to fight Su Qin a few times. But now, Su Qin did not even need to attack. As long as he delayed him, Ancestor Jiao's qi and blood would be exhausted in half an hour, and his strength would plummet. That Buddha beads of yours are quite hard. Su Qin shook his head and commented. His body had undergone almost 6 metamorphoses, and he had fused thousands of divine skill manuals to sublimate that punch. Yet, it did not penetrate the Buddha beads and only left a fist mark. It was indeed hard enough. Hard? Ancestor Jiao's mouth twitched. As the Buddhist treasure of the 10,000 Buddhist temple that had been passed down for tens of thousands of years, the 10,000 Buddhist temple had suppressed countless powerful enemies. Yet, in Su Qin's words, it was only hard? However, although Ancestor Jiao was upset, he knew that Su Qin was fully qualified to say that. To be able to damage the Buddha beads with one punch, this kind of strength in the past, was enough to suppress several generations. Except for the real Earth Immortals, who else could suppress him? In that case, I'll take my leave first. Ancestor Jiao gave Su Qin one last deep look, and then his body began to fade and disappeared. What? Abbot Huiwen and the other temple heads of the Shaolin Temple were dumbfounded. Ancestor Jiao was still standing there talking to Su Qin a moment ago, but the next moment, he disappeared silently as if he had never been there. Interesting escape technique. Only Su Qin had a smile on his face. In the eyes of Abbot Huiwen and the others, Ancestor Jiao had disappeared into thin air. But in Su Qin's eyes, it was just a manifestation of Ancestor Jiao's extreme speed. In that split second, Ancestor 9 had used some sort of escape technique to head west at an unimaginable speed. Even the fading figure left behind by Ancestor Jiao was just an illusion left behind because of his extreme speed. Su Qin looked thoughtfully in the direction of Ancestor Jiao's escape and shook his head. But you can't escape. Whether it was the eye of truth, or the celestial gaze, he could grasp all kinds of qi in the world. As long as Su Qin saw Ancestor Jiao, even if the other party fled to the ends of the earth, he could still lock on to his specific location across an endless distance. This was also the reason why Su Qin still did not chase after him. Unless Ancestor Jiao could completely leave this world and hide in a spatial treasure like the War God Temple that was independent of this world, Ancestor Jiao's whereabouts would be as easy as flipping his palm in Su Qin's eyes. Venerable One. At this moment, Abbot Huiwen and the other temple heads gathered around and bowed slightly to Su Qin. Get up. Su Qin waved his hand and looked at the other disciples of the Shaolin Temple. Although Su Qin and Ancestor Jiao had only exchanged a single blow and had tried to restrain their power, for some of the disciples of the Shaolin Temple who had just entered the 9th grade, it was no less than a disaster. Especially when Su Qin's right fist collided with Ancestor Jiao's string of Buddhist beads, the aftermath of the collision caused even a great grandmaster like Shen Ku, who had a Buddha-like heart, to be dazed for a moment, let alone the other ordinary disciples. The Shaolin Temple disciples in the middle realm and upper realm were fine, but their faces were pale and their spirits were low. They would be fine after a period of rest, but those in the lower realm directly fainted on the spot. If they did not take care of it after the incident for these disciples in the lower realm, it would definitely form an inner demon that would make it difficult for them to progress in their lives. Following Su Qin's gaze, the court heads suddenly reacted and hurriedly stepped forward to check on the disciples who had fainted. The Bodhi court head was proficient in alchemy and medicine. At this moment, after looking at dozens of Shaolin Temple disciples who had fainted on the ground, his brows wrinkled slightly. Abbot. The Bodhi court head quickly walked in front of Abbot Huiwen and said in a deep voice, "The state of these disciples is very strange. Many of them seem to have entered cultivation deviation." As soon as these words came out, Abbot Huiwen's expression changed. What cultivation deviation meant, Abbot Huiwen knew very well. Decades ago, because of his eagerness for quick success, he almost entered cultivation deviation. If it were not for Su Qin's timely intervention, there would be no Abbot Huiwen now. This is troublesome. Abbot Huiwen's expression was heavy. The hidden dangers of cultivation deviation were great. Even if they were lucky enough to survive in the end, they would become a cripple. Just when Abbot Huiwen and the court heads were pessimistic and didn't know what to do, Su Qin took a step forward unhurriedly. These disciples of the Shaolin Temple were also Su Qin's juniors. Su Qin naturally wouldn't leave them in the lurch. Su Qin's thoughts moved, and a drop of E-Wood spirit liquid appeared in front of Su Qin. This E-Wood spirit liquid was obtained by Su Qin in the past few decades. There were still several kilograms of it left, and it contained a strong vitality. Disperse. Su Qin blew gently. Suddenly, the drop of E-Wood spirit liquid in front of him turned into countless fine mist and merged into the clouds. Walala. Countless clouds began to gather, and a hazy spring rain began to fall. Wherever the spring rain passed, everything was revived and full of vitality. The many disciples of the Shaolin Temple who had fainted on the ground, when the spring rain fell, they felt a warm current suddenly appear in their bodies and spread to their limbs and bones. I'm fine? A disciple of the Shaolin Temple, who had just entered the Shaolin Temple and was not even a martial artist, opened his eyes with a dazed look. He looked at his hands and felt that he was in a better state than ever before. He even felt subtle signs of internal force being born in his body. Not only this disciple of the Shaolin Temple, but all the disciples of the Shaolin Temple who were shrouded in the spring rain woke up from their coma. Not only did they get rid of cultivation deviation, but they also made progress in their cultivation. Abbot Huiwen and the other court heads looked at all of this with a dumbfounded expression, almost as if they had seen a miracle. One must know that cultivation deviation is extremely complicated. Everyone has a different way of cultivation deviation. In order to save a martial artist who is suffering from cultivation deviation, one must analyze the reasons layer by layer. In the end, whether or not they can be cured depends on luck. But now, it was just a spring rain, and all the disciples of the Shaolin Temple who were suffering from cultivation deviation stood up. It was just like a legend. Thank you, Venerable One. Abbot Huiwen once again bowed deeply to Su Qin. By now, how could he not know that this was Su Qin's doing? Thank you, Venerable One. The disciples of the Shaolin Temple who had woken up from their coma also bowed to Su Qin in unison and were extremely grateful. Su Qin did not speak. A drop of E-Wood true essence contained enough vitality to make a myth warrior envious. Saving these disciples of the Shaolin Temple was as simple as eating and drinking. At the same time, thousands of miles away from the Shaolin Temple, Ancestor Nine's figure appeared silently. His feet were faintly glowing, and the distance of dozens of miles was compressed into a single step. As he stepped forward, he stopped thousands of miles away from the Shaolin Temple. Has the Venerable One of the Shaolin Temple already transformed his primordial spirit? Otherwise, how could he be so terrifying? It was only now that Ancestor 9 had time to think about the details of his fight with Su Qin. But I didn't feel the aura of the primordial spirit. Ancestor 9 shook his head, full of doubts. Once a peak myth transformed his divine sense into a primordial spirit, his primordial spirit aura would be revealed and suppress everything. But Ancestor 9 did not feel the slightest primordial spirit aura from beginning to end. Did he not transform into a primordial spirit? Ancestor 9 frowned and thought hard. In the end, he could only come to this conclusion. Without the power of the primordial spirit, he was able to leave a fist mark on the Buddhist treasure. How terrifying is the body of this Venerable One? Ancestor 9 looked amazed. The 10,000 Buddhist temple had produced many great arhat in the past. Especially during the last Vitality Tide recovery era, they were extremely powerful. But since ancient times, Ancestor 9 had never heard of any great arhat who could leave a mark on a great venerable level Buddhist treasure with the power of his body. And this was under the premise that the 10,000 Buddhist temple focused on the cultivation of the body. Otherwise, the body of the other greater sects would be even weaker. But the 10,000 Buddhist temple's divine feat release art is the best in an era. Even during the last Vitality Tide recovery era, it was still very famous. A smile appeared on Ancestor 9's face. The divine feat release art was the release art that Ancestor 9 had used when he left the Shaolin Temple. In a short moment he had crossed thousands of miles at extreme speed. It was said that the Buddha's celerity escape skill was derived from the Buddha's celerity by a grand arhat of the Pantheon Temple. Although it was far inferior to the Buddha's celerity escape skill, it was still a rare escape skill. It's a pity that the divine feat release art consumes too much energy. Ancestor 9 sighed softly. In just a short moment, more than half of the vital essence in his body had been consumed. The reason why Ancestor 9 stopped here was firstly to see if Su Qin had caught up, and secondly to take the opportunity to recover and replenish the vital essence that he had consumed. It seems that the Venerable from the Shaolin Temple won't be chasing after me. Ancestor 9 waited for a while, and when he did not find Su Qin's aura, he was slightly relieved. If Su Qin really did not give up and chased after him, Ancestor 9 really did not dare to return to the 10,000 Buddha's temple. Without knowing if the 6th and 7th ancestors had arrived, once Su Qin discovered the location of the 10,000 Buddha's temple, it would definitely bode ill rather than well. Next, Ancestor 9 did not dare to continue to stay in the Empire of Tang. Instead, he rushed toward the 10,000 Buddha's temple in the depths of the Western Desert. During this journey, Ancestor 9 naturally did not have the luxury of using the Divine Feet Release art. After confirming that Su Qin had not chased after him, Ancestor 9 was much more relaxed and slowly returned to the 10,000 Buddha's temple. Half a day later, Ancestor 9 arrived at the Western Desert. He looked at the 10,000 Buddha's temple in the depths of the Western Desert, and a trace of joy flashed across his face. Have the 6th and 7th ancestors arrived? Ancestor 9 whispered to himself, then took a step forward and headed toward the 10,000 Buddha's temple. Chapter 260. Shaolin Temple. Su Qin broke up a drop of Yi with true essence into millions of parts, melted them into the clouds, and seeped into the bodies of the disciples of the Shaolin Temple in the form of spring rain. Although the vitality in the Yi with true essence was of no use to Su Qin, in the eyes of the disciples of the Shaolin Temple, it was no different from a real elixir. All the disciples who had bathed in the spring rain were full of spirit and energy, and felt as if they had endless strength. Next, Su Qin ignored the worship of the disciples and looked at the heaven and earth great array that shrouded the forbidden area of the back mountain. This heaven and earth great array was arranged by Su Qin when he was at the 3rd heavenly layer, and now it was almost broken by the 9th ancestor. Even if it still had the effect of gathering the world's essence qi, it was not as good as before. Let's rearrange it. Su Qin touched his chin and began to think. Since leaving the Shaolin Temple, he had obtained hundreds of thousands of heaven and earth great arrays from signing in. Coupled with Su Qin's own understanding of the Tao of arrays, he could completely evolve these hundreds of thousands of heaven and earth great arrays, and then achieve the effect of 1 to 2 and 2 to 3. The next moment, Su Qin raised his right hand and countless light spots appeared. Almost instantly, the entire forbidden area of the back mountain of the Shaolin Temple was once again shrouded in the misty clouds. I've rearranged the 9 great arrays, Su Qin thought. Although these 9 heaven and earth great arrays were still casually arranged by Su Qin, with his current strength, it would not be so easy for the 9th ancestor to break them again. Although he could not completely block the 9th ancestor, he could at least delay him for half a day. And with Su Qin's speed, half a day would be enough to circle the entire continent several times. Time slowly passed. Almost half a day later, Su Qin looked up in the direction of the Western Desert, and thought to himself, it's not moving anymore, is it the 10,000 Buddha Hall? For most of the day, Su Qin was not only treating the Shaolin Temple disciples and rearranging the array, but he was also paying attention to the whereabouts of the 9th ancestor. With the Eye of Truth's grasp of Qi, Su Qin was able to track the whereabouts of the 9th ancestor after he left the Shaolin Temple. But now, Su Qin discovered that Ancestor 9 had already stayed in one place for more than 2 hours. Clearly, the only thing that could make the 9th ancestor stay for such a long time was the pantheon of Buddhas. I can go to the Western Desert now. Su Qin had made up his mind. He turned to look at Abbot Huiwen and the heads of the academies who were bowing beside him and said lightly, I'm going to the Western Desert. Western Desert? Abbot Huiwen and the court heads looked at each other and finally asked cautiously, Venerable One, why are you going to the Western Desert? To the 10,000 Buddha's Hall. Su Qin took a step forward and disappeared from the Shaolin Temple. Abbot Huiwen and the court heads recalled Su Qin's next sentence. I want an explanation. Deep in the Western Desert, in the 10,000 Buddha's Hall, 3 figures sat cross-legged in the 3 corners of the hall. Their auras were profound and extremely powerful. And in the leftmost corner of the hall, the 9th ancestor sat upright and still, looking at the other 2 figures and said in a deep voice, 6th ancestor, 7th ancestor, I have finished telling you what happened. This place of great strife is indeed extremely dangerous. Not only can the legend of Chang and city suppress a peak legend like Qiyuan Laozu, but the Venerable One of the Shaolin Temple is not much weaker. Ever since the 9th ancestor returned and saw the 6th ancestor and 7th ancestor of the 10,000 Buddha's Hall, who had hurried over from overseas, he told them all about his experience in the Shaolin Temple. This place of great strife is interesting. The tide of vitality has not recovered for many years, and yet it has given birth to such a powerhouse. It is somewhat illogical. The sixth ancestor was a kind-looking old monk. At this moment, he spoke slowly with a hint of curiosity in his tone. I think so too. The ninth ancestor smiled bitterly. At first he did not believe that the venerable one of the Shaolin Temple was a peak venerable, but the result shocked him. Su Qin was not only a peak venerable, but also a powerhouse among the peak venerables. How strong do you think the venerable one of the Shaolin Temple is? At this time, the seventh ancestor, who had been silent all this time, asked. The ninth ancestor just mentioned that after he fought with Su Qin, he immediately used the divine feat escape art to escape. As for the details of the fight, he did not mention much. How strong? The ninth ancestor was silent. He raised his right hand and revealed the string of Buddha beads on his wrist. I activated this Buddha treasure and fought with the venerable one of the Shaolin Temple. In the end, the other party repelled this Buddha treasure with his bare hands. As soon as these words came out, both the sixth ancestor and the seventh ancestor's pupils shrank. Su Qin repelling the ninth ancestor and repelling the ninth ancestor who used a Buddha treasure were two completely different concepts. Although the ninth ancestor was a peak venerable one, he had not transformed into a primordial spirit. In addition, his chi and blood had declined, and his strength was no longer at its peak. It was understandable that he did not want to fight with another powerhouse of the same level who was full of chi and blood. This did not mean that the ninth ancestor was inferior to Su Qin. But the ninth ancestor, who used a Buddha treasure, could raise his strength by several levels with the help of the Buddha treasure. Under such circumstances, he was still repelled by Su Qin, which was simply shocking. Not only that. The ninth ancestor shook his head slightly and injected his true essence into the Buddha beads. Suddenly, the ancient string of Buddha beads rapidly grew. At this time, the sixth ancestor and the seventh ancestor finally noticed the faint fist mark on one of the Buddha beads. This is? The sixth ancestor and the seventh ancestor's expressions changed drastically. Their eyesight was better than the ninth ancestor's, and of course, they immediately realized what it meant to be able to leave a fist mark on the Buddha beads. Could it be that the peak venerable of the Shaolin Temple has already transformed into a primordial spirit? The seventh ancestor said solemnly. The Thousand Buddha Hall did not care about ordinary peak venerable legends, but a peak venerable legend who had transformed into a primordial spirit was enough to easily sweep the current overseas martial arts world. In the era where Earth immortals did not appear, once a peak venerable legend transformed into a primordial spirit, it meant that he was invincible. The power of the primordial spirit was mysterious and far superior to the divine will. Once a martial artist transformed into a primordial spirit, not only would he have transcended the shackles of the physical body, but he could also rely on the primordial spirit to live forever. Ordinary martial artists, even peak venerable legends, once their physical body fell, their divine will would not survive for long unless they used some kind of divine will secret technique. Without the nourishment of the physical body, the divine will would only decline at a speed visible to the naked eye. But the primordial spirit was different. Although the primordial spirit still needed to be attached to the physical body, in a sense, it was already free from the limitations of the physical body. For a peak venerable legend who had transformed into a primordial spirit, even if they lost their physical body, they could still rely on the power of the primordial spirit to maintain most of their combat strength, unlike the ninth ancestor, the sixth ancestor, and the seventh ancestor who was worried about the decline of their chi and blood and did not dare to fight with all their strength. I didn't feel the slightest bit of the power of the primordial spirit. The ninth ancestor thought for a while and said with certainty, besides, if the venerable of the Shaolin Temple had really transformed into a primordial spirit, I wouldn't have been able to get rid of him so easily. The seventh ancestor's expression relaxed a little when he heard this. He carefully looked at the faint fist mark on the Buddha beads and frowned. If the primordial spirit had not transformed, this fist mark was probably made entirely by the power of the physical body. Such a terrifying physical body should be close to that of Venerable Arhat's Dharmakaya. The seventh ancestor looked amazed. Compared to the strange and unpredictable power of the primordial spirit, unless Su Qin's physical body had truly reached the level of an earth immortal and could break the technique with brute force, he would at most be difficult to deal with. The Buddha beads are psychic. It was just a fist mark and did not hurt the foundation of the Buddha treasure. It will recover after a few hundred years. The sixth ancestor said slowly. As a Buddha treasure left behind by Venerable Arhat, It was extremely compatible with the cultivation methods of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. It could be nurtured and restored with the help of the many venerables of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. I'm not concerned about the Buddha beads. The ninth ancestor put away the Buddha beads and shook his head. I'm worried that the venerable of the Shaolin Temple will use this as a reason to come to the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. Come to the 10,000 Buddhas Hall? The sixth ancestor chuckled when he heard this. You worry too much. What kind of existence is the 10,000 Buddhas Hall? If it could be easily found, how could it have been passed down for tens of thousands of years? That's right. The seventh ancestor nodded slightly and said with an extremely relaxed expression. This time before the sixth ancestor and I came, we brought the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp. 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp? The ninth ancestor was slightly shocked. The origin of the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp was extremely mysterious. It was said that it was refined with the blood and sweat of a certain existence at the pinnacle of Arhat. The 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp only had one function: defense. When the Buddha lamp burned, it would release layers of barriers to block all attacks. Thousands of years ago, the 10,000 Buddhas Hall relied on this 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp to block a blow from an earth immortal. Of course, after that blow, the wick of the Buddha lamp was completely burned out, and it had not fully recovered to this day. But no matter what, the name of the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp had since thoroughly shocked the overseas martial arts world. Look! The seventh ancestor raised his right hand, and a Buddha lamp appeared before him. The Buddha lamp lit up and the wick burned slowly, releasing a warm aura. With this Buddha lamp, it's fine if the venerable of the Shaolin Temple doesn't come. If he really dares to come, we'll make him suffer. A smile appeared on the sixth ancestor's face as he said lightly. With the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp guarding this place in addition to the three pinnacle of Arhat, he really could not think of any accidents. The 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp. In that case I'm relieved. The ninth ancestor nodded. Even though he had personally witnessed Su Qin's strength, he did not think that he could break through the 10,000 Spirit Buddha lamp. You're overthinking it. The sixth ancestor looked at the ninth ancestor and said slowly, the 10,000 Buddhas Hall has stood tall overseas for thousands of years. What have we not experienced? The great enemies of the past have now been exhausted by Shoyuan, and their bodies and Tao have disappeared. But only the 10,000 Buddhas Hall still exists, and has prospered for generations. No matter how powerful the venerable of the Shaolin Temple is, how can he compare to the glory of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall? Although the sixth ancestor's voice was soft, it kept ringing in the ears of the ninth ancestor and the seventh ancestor. If there's a chance, I'd like to let the venerable of the Shaolin Temple personally experience the power of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. Before the sixth ancestor finished speaking, the seventh ancestor, the ninth ancestor, and the other disciples of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall who were stationed here all felt uneasy. That's... The sixth ancestor disappeared and reappeared outside the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. The seventh ancestor and the ninth ancestor followed closely behind, and they all looked forward. Dong, dong, dong. Like a meteor crashing down, the earth rumbled, and like an ancient giant sprinting, a terrifying force pressed down, almost shattering the ground. The sixth ancestor's expression was solemn as he stared ahead. The western desert, which used to be filled with yellow sand, suddenly became clear. Endless yellow sand rippled under the sky, spreading out in circles as if it had substance, forming a passage to the outside world. 100 miles of yellow sand covered the sky and the sun. That's... The sixth ancestor's expression was solemn as he looked into the distance. At the end of the passage made entirely of yellow sand, a slender man with a profound aura strolled over. With every step he took he crossed 100 miles. In just a moment he stopped in front of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall. With a deep gaze, he looked at the people of the 10,000 Buddhas Hall and said lightly, I'm Zhen Guan, here to pay respects to the temple. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.